Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
We're live?
We're live, Gene.
Yeah. So where's Dirt?
He no longer exists.
What happened to him?
He died. He did too much
Oh,
mushrooms and overdosed. And
Chef's not good at improv.
We got him.
Well, we got Art here, and Dirt should be here in like an hour or two. But I do have a decent amount of content this week.
Out of all people who say I'm not good at improv, Gene.
Ark, who's better at improv? Me or Shab? Shab's very inventive.
Shabisky is definitely better at responding to insults immediately than you are.
Well,
see,
I have more cadence.
I'm better than
obviously.
you, Gene. This is 100% proof. This
Okay,
is all the
Shab,
proof.
we're going over unrest in Turkey. So, can you tell me who's currently the head of state of Turkey?
Can you tell me, like, a hint? Like the big, like...
He took over the country in a coup, several
like
years ago.
Like a hint towards his name.
No. Begins with an E. Or at least his last name begins with an E.
Oh.
Erdogan.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And this is kind of like Putin's version, or what Alexei, what is it, Navalny or Volve? He's what he is to Putin is pretty much what Ekrem is to Erdogan. But he is the president of Istanbul, and I know Istanbul is like one of the most heavily populated like cities on the planet. It's I think it might be in the top 5, but he's the mayor of Istanbul, and he's got a lot of political influence. I know he's part of their Republican Party, but I do know that that probably has completely different connotation compared to what it means to be part of the Republican Party in the United States. So, like, in a lot of scenarios, because the United States is very right-leaning, you hear that somebody's conservative or they're part of their right-leaning party. And then in a lot of cases, they're more left-leaning than the Democratic Party. But I guess let's see what's going on here.
This is Ekrem İmamoğlu, mayor of Istanbul and the main political rival to Turkey's President Erdogan. He's getting ready not for his latest speech or a mayoral visit, but for the police who are on his doorstep, primed to arrest him.
Okay, so do you think he's kind of like Trump, where he's a victim of being falsely accused of crimes he didn't commit? Or do you think he's legitimately guilty?
He's probably a victim like Trump.
Well, I don't really think Trump's a victim, but I do think...
Tonight you're starting with a topic I don't even kind of know about, so I have no input.
Well, Erdogan, he claims to be a president. If you go to Wikipedia, and you read his profile, it's kind of odd. Like Assad, Kim Jong-un, Putin. It always says that they're like a president or a prime minister like Modi. But they don't really seem like they're... I don't know. I have a suspicion that they don't have genuine elections in their countries. I mean, Erdogan, he's been president for quite a while, and when it comes to the taxpayer money, as much as you might want to criticize our politicians for, I don't know, not managing how they spend our taxpayer money, Erdogan, he has a very lavish palace. He's got a lot of yachts. He's got a lot of liquidated assets, and I don't know where he's getting that money from. Where do you think he's getting the money from?
Allah himself has blessed him.
And I mean, people must love him because in a lot of like Western countries and stuff, when you look at like elections, usually it's like it's by a narrow margin that one party wins or one candidate wins. It's rare that you see like they have like the overwhelming majority of the popular vote, but I guess people love Erdogan because, I mean, it seems like it's always like 70-80% of everyone votes for him. So I don't know. Do you think it's just a bunch of displaced like aggression or something like that, or?
You're just mad because he's more loved than you, Jane.
He was detained this morning at his family home, accused of corruption and aiding a terrorist group.
Ooh.
Böyle bir şeye gülünür sadece.
God, it's weird that like all of these presidents where they get the overwhelming majority of the vote, the supermajority, there's a bunch of like terrorists that are constantly trying to overthrow them, apparently. But they don't look like the kind of terrorists that you usually expect, where they're wearing masks and they have AK-47s. They always seemed like very affluent. They seem like just some generic white-collar dude in a suit. So, I don't know. Do you think he's a terrorist?
Yes.
Böyle bir şey elbette ki mümkün değil. Olamaz. Olamaz böyle bir
From
şey.
Turkey, he must
Last
be
year,
a terrorist.
Imamoglu won a second term as
What's that?
He's from Turkey, he must be a terrorist.
Whoa!
Yeah. I
No,
I went
that-
there.
Damn.
That's racist or xenophobic or Islamophobic, something.
Something.
Istanbul's mayor when his
Can't
party
make jokes like
bad.
that.
swept local elections.
It's Turkey-phobic.
It was the
Well,
first
I do think, like, one thing that's kind of, I guess, unsettling is that Turkey is a NATO state. And because Erdogan is, like, a pretty corrupt and unstable dictator, and Turkey was kind of going into the direction of democracy, but then there was a military coup that tried to overthrow him, but he was able to oust the coup. But then he pretty much placed himself as like a dictator. So now it's kind of like they're in this very precarious situation where with Russia, it's like Turkey has actually engaged in like munitions deals with like Russia, even though they don't have the best history with Russia. But then they've also been butting heads with like Greece over like different maritime like territories and these like island regions. And it's just both Greece and Turkey are NATO states. So if one attacks the other, it's like, what the fuck do you do if one NATO state attacks another NATO state? So, and people argue there's a waterway in Turkey or whatever, I forget what it is, but it leads into the Black Sea. And that's pretty much like why they want Turkey to be a NATO state, is for like that sort of I guess, tactical geographical location. But I think it was a mistake to include Turkey into NATO. It's just, I think there's too much instability that comes with it.
First time Erdogan was defeated across the country in his 22-year presidency. Imamoglu's arrest, along with 100 others today, comes just days before he was due to be selected by the opposition Republican People's Party.
And then another weird thing is, like, Turkey, they're supposed to be allies with the West, the US, and everything. But we covered, like, in Syria, you had the Syrian Civil War, and the United States and Britain and France, they were like giving arms and funding and everything and training to all these militias in the South. And then you had the Arab states that were also giving funding, but Turkey had its own little like involvement in that sort of like notable proxy war where they were funding all these Turkish militias. And they were trying to overthrow the Assad regime, and those Turkish militias didn't really like. They weren't on the same page and channel as like all the militias we were supporting. So it's odd that it's like we're allies with them, but yet they were supporting completely different fronts in that little fucking war there.
As their presidential candidate to one day run against Erdogan. Turkey's government denied any involvement in the arrests.
Yargının başlattığı soruşturma ve davaları Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızla ilişkilendirmek en hafif tabiriyle hadsizliktir, haddini bilmemektir.
The opposition party leader condemned the arrest as an attempted coup.
Geleceğe doğru önleyici darbe yapıyordum. İktidarı halkın belirlememesi için geleceğin Cumhurbaşkanı'na darbe yapıyorlar.
Imamoglu's arrest follows a stripping of his Istanbul University degree yesterday for alleged irregularities. Turkey required...
Wait. They took it, like, they redacted his degree?
as all candidates to hold a university degree. Almost in anticipation of the reaction, Istanbul's governor banned protests in the city.
Do you think there was some, like, I don't know, tampering there? Like, do you think... Do you think...
in the Middle East? No. Gene, the Middle East is such an advanced area of the world. They're not corrupt.
Well, for start, you're saying advanced. I think there's a difference between being advanced and being corrupt.
Yeah, they are like giant-brained people who are just peaceful all around.
You have corruption that's going on all over the planet, so I don't think it has anything to do with
lies.
The fact
it's only in the Middle East. It's only in the Middle East.
Yes.
Dirt's here.
Yeah, your boyfriend. Dirt.
From the university.
Yeah, you're
He's
muted,
also
Dirt.
muted.
Oh. I muted him yesterday because we were all chilling and talking, and he kept doing
talking.
Oh, you still can't hear him. Dirt. Do you hear him?
No.
Came out in their hundreds, some struck with pepper spray as they clashed with police. Erdogan has denied targeting its opponents.
Oh, now we hear him.
Now we don't hear you.
What?
Oh,
now I hear him.
Hear you.
Oh man, this is getting freaky. Is this thing on?
Dirt. What are your thoughts on Erdogan arresting the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem?
For what? What are the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem's crimes?
He's a terrorist.
Oh, well, what else are you going to do with one of those, John?
I mean, he definitely looks like a terrorist.
The legal system is independent. That, once again, has been called
brown man.
Damn,
you know that's not what I meant.
Fuck you, Gene.
Context!
Question today, with President Erdogan further strengthening his grip on power at the expense of his closest rivals.
Now to Turkey, where authorities have seized the construction company owned by Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. This after he was arrested on charges including...
So this is like in when we covered the Prime Minister of India and his third term election, which is sort of unprecedented in modern Indian politics. But all of his political opponents were arrested during the day of the elections and everything, and they had all their assets frozen or all their money withdrawn from their accounts and so forth. They had their homes condemned or their political campaign headquarters condemned. So it seems like it's I don't know, kind of a coincidence that he had his degree revoked, and they claim that for some reason his credentials, or they're claiming he didn't have the right credits or something, which they didn't really go into detail there, but apparently, they revoked his college degree, and they also are seizing his companies. So, I don't know.
He must be a really bad terrorist.
İmamoğlu was considered the likely top rival to Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan nationally. Protesters were out in force on Wednesday as government opposition labeled the arrest as a coup attempt against the next president.
And I believe, so Istanbul has around 16 million people. So I don't know. I know Shanghai is the most populated city on the planet. I know New Delhi's up there. New York only has, I think New York has 3 or 4 million people. So consider that it's roughly 5 times the size of New York. So this is a major mega city. So New York in and of itself has I think it would be number 11, number 12 in terms of its GDP alone. So if New York was its own country, it would be one of the it would be one of the states with the highest GDP and so forth. So is Istanbul is probably up there as well, and this probably makes up a very large percentage of Turkey's GDP overall, and probably a decent amount of their overall population. So the fact that he's very popular amongst the people, and the people kind of support his rhetoric over Erdogan's. It makes sense that he's a threat, even though he doesn't have the ability to really run against him on the federal level. If he still controls the politics of their major economic metropolitan powerhouse, I guess he doesn't like the fact that one of his critics, has that kind of influence.
Yeah, you know, he's got to be the president of Turkey forever, right?
Imamoglu
Well, he's the mayor of Istanbul.
No, I'm
is
talking about
already facing several.
That's why they got to lock him up.
I would like to go to Istanbul. Like, have you ever been there? No?
John, I've never been quite farther past the Mason-Dixon line.
Do you know what Istanbul's known for?
Constantinople.
No, not well.
Some pretty. You got some good architecture there, right? Some sort of looking architecture.
They're feral cats and dogs.
Oh, see, I thought it was something
they're known
more appealing
for
than that.
the city government does take care of them. If they make sure that they're well fed, they get veterinarian care. The city has its own department where their entire job is to keep track of all the animals on the streets and so forth, and they're everywhere. So
well, I just want you to know, John, I never would have guessed, because the way you put it was like, you know, I really want to go to Istanbul. You know what they have there? Feral cats and dogs.
Well, it's kind of like all of the store owners and stuff. They all keep food out for them. It's like they're all well taken care of and very friendly. And I mean, it is sort of like a big element of their tourism. But maybe we should go to Istanbul. We're going to Vancouver in the next meetup. We were going to do Pittsburgh, but unfortunately, yeah, seemed like
plans change.
Unfortunate. But yes, we definitely need to do an Istanbul meetup in the future. But then there's Osaka, Japan. Need to do that because apparently that's where we're generating the largest amount of watch time compared to any other city.
Yeah, I'll go to Japan.
Several other legal cases. Our correspondent Yulia Han.
And I think it's funny because once I pointed that out, we didn't have anybody from Japan talking in our chat. I'm like, I know you guys are watching, and now we've started to get Japanese viewers talking.
Yep, come on, Japanese people.
The government must resign. These people are shouting. Despite barricades and a protest ban, they gathered outside Istanbul's main police station in support of Ekrem İmamoğlu, the city's mayor who was detained Wednesday morning on charges including corruption and aiding a terrorist group. Before being taken from his home by police...
Zoe says it's also the only decently left-leaning place in Turkey. Yeah, it's got all those hipster city kids. But yeah, see? All of the blue places, all those city metropolitan locations. And yeah, you go to America, Detroit, Baltimore, they're all blue, and they're liberal and so forth, and they got all that crime. Yeah, why are cities always blue?
It's because all the people there, John, they don't know anything.
Yeah. I think it's because there's a lot of culture. And I don't know, it seems like people on the right side of things, they don't really like this thing known as, diversity?
İmamoğlu posted this video on his social media.
Hundreds of police officers have arrived at my door. We are facing great tyranny, but I want you to know that I will not be discouraged. I love you all very much. I entrust myself to my nation.
Ekrem İmamoğlu is a powerful figure within Turkey's opposition, and he's widely seen as the strongest challenger to longtime President Erdogan. His detention comes just a few days before he was to be named his party's candidate.
And Alexei Navalny, he was murdered in prison very recently, just a year ago. So that was Putin's big rival. So I wonder, what do you think's going to happen to him in prison?
Nothing.
You think he's going to be well taken care of?
He'll have a lovely stay.
Oh.
He'll live a long life.
We're going to hear that he killed himself in Minecraft, but
No.
I wouldn't doubt if that happened. They claim that he committed suicide, and it's like, yeah, sure.
For the 2028 presidential election. İmamoğlu has served as Istanbul's mayor for nearly 6 years now, running Turkey's largest city of some 16 million people. Residents told us...
That's only 6 years. Erdogan, he's been president for... I think it's been 12 years now, so... I don't know. It seems like he's got a lot more experience and a lot more people like him. That's why he wins the super majority vote.
About their mayor's detention.
Ekrem İmamoğlu was an opposition candidate with the highest potential. Now they're trying to neutralize him politically.
This is very sad for democracy in our country. We're sad as a society. Our country really deserves democracy.
Look at these people supporting terrorists.
I'm absolutely furious. When I woke up this morning, I woke up with sadness. The rule of law has to be respected.
A statement from the Istanbul...
Well, here's the thing, Ark and Shabisky, if they don't like their country, why don't they just move somewhere else?
They can get out.
Yeah.
Right? If you
Public
don't like
prosecutor's
it,
office cited charges including bribery and extortion, saying that İmamoğlu was the leader of a criminal organization and that a total of 100 suspects had been rounded up. The Turkish Justice Minister...
100 suspects. I have a feeling they're all a bunch of people with a high level of education, and they're a bunch of affluent, articulate dudes in suits that look like your generic white-collar sort of, more like local-level politicians. I have a feeling if you see them all lined up, they don't really look like the kind of people that I'd classify as terrorists. And again, seems kind of odd, because a lot of these, like, presidents that get the supermajority vote that have, apparently people love them, that's why they're elected for, like, their 5th terms. They're constantly claiming that there are always these terrorists that are after them, and then you look at them, and they don't look like your typical ISIS kind of terrorist for some reason.
Oh, yeah? What does
Later
an
confirmed
ISIS
a separate-
terrorist look like, Gene?
Yeah.
What do ISIS terrorists look like?
Yeah.
They're wearing masks and stuff, and they usually have, like, AK-47s.
Oh, it's kind of like they're cops.
Huh?
I know what
Kinda
school
like
shooters
Turkey
look
style.
like, Gene. You know what they look like? Look in the mirror.
Unhinged?
No,
Oh, thank
look in the mirror.
probe for allegedly aiding a terrorist organization. He insisted the judiciary operated independently,
Got him.
while İmamoğlu's opposition party, the CHP, slammed the mayor's detention as, quote, a coup.
Geleceğini çalmak isteyenler
Shortly after the police raid of İmamoğlu's home, access to social media platforms was restricted. And the Istanbul governor's office immediately issued a ban on all protests for 4 days. Hundreds of police surrounded City Hall and closed off streets in central Istanbul.
Yeah,
in an
like
attempt to
them.
prevent
See?
larger
Black
demonstrations.
mask.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say police are terrorists. I would say that they're more, I don't know, they're just criminal. They're thugs. Thug is the word that comes to my mind.
Hey,
they're
that's
toadies.
a racist word, too.
Yeah.
Is it a racist word?
Kinda, over here, yeah.
Yeah, instead of using violence to make political change, they're using political power to bully people.
Good job, Shab.
You like that?
We're using political power to bully people.
Well, in a way, they have like they're cops and because of politics, they have this kind of power and everything, and they use it to bully you.
Yeah, they're toadies.
Bully.
They can send them over to break your legs.
Prevent larger demonstrations.
You got all these look at all those terrorists out there with their flags and everything.
Now those people look
That's
like
what the cops are there.
Detention occurred just hours after Istanbul University revoked his bachelor's degree amid claims it was falsely obtained. In Turkey, a candidate without a university degree can't run for the presidency. İmamoğlu's
Do you think we should have that policy in America?
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Well, the problem with that, like, hey, you're required to just have a degree to begin with, is what about diploma mills?
Okay, fair.
Yeah. And then you get into that realm of, like, what makes something a credible university? So there's, like, private colleges, and then, and technically not all colleges are technically universities. So you get into all that minutia.
Career has been
And do we at
overshadowed by a
least
string
have
of
like a basic IQ level, or maybe like, are you capable of reading above a 5th grade level? Something like that.
I'd say a literacy test. Maybe they have to take the test that if you're applying for citizenship, like that sort of American civics, like history trivia, and it's something that like most Americans can't even pass that. I think you should be given like a map of like, or just you should be able to be given a globe and be asked to point to every single territory that's part of the United States.
Oh
And
shit, I would fail that.
Yeah, but if you can't do that, then it's like, I don't think you're capable of being I don't think you're knowledgeable enough to be president.
Oh, fuck no. I would ruin this country.
Yeah.
What critics say are politically motivated legal cases against him in recent years. His detention could put an end to his presidential ambitions and cost Imamoglu the Istanbul mayor's seat. It also fuels fears that President Erdogan has marked a new phase in his crackdown on dissenting voices.
And joining us now from Istanbul is the...
Yeah, but the problem is, like IQ, it's a meaningless test because other people hear people say that, so therefore it's the case. Just like BMI.
You know,
other people hear that it's worthless, so therefore there's nothing useful about it whatsoever.
I know I'm the advocate of ignoring the dumb trolling in the chat, but I'm fascinated by that last thing said in the chat.
What?
All caps, shape-shifting fake religious relatives should never keep sex trafficking their children in church. Aho, more nation, grand rising karma, rest in peace, praise ye Yah. Game over, game over, game over. What the fuck?
I guess we're gonna have to try to crack the code there. Maybe it's like an encrypted message.
Buradan bir kez daha söylüyorum. CHP'nin meseleleri ülkenin ve milletin değil, kendi genel merkezlerindeki bir avuç muhterisin konusudur. Bizim ne şahsen, ne parti, ne de ittifak olarak muhalefetin müsamerelerine ayıracak vaktimiz yok.
Going over the same old
To
hoopla.
Turkey now, where President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has warned he will not tolerate street violence and public disruption after the arrest of Istanbul's mayor.
Okay, so far they haven't really showed a lot of violence, so it seems kind of weird that in a lot of these scenarios, it's like, when are they protesters? When are they rioters? Because it seems pretty inconsistent where a lot of times you really see no disorderly conduct at all, but then they're accused of being violent and it won't be tolerated. But where's the violence?
You see it. They're angry. They're being violent.
Shows of civil disobedience.
They're shouting, and shouting is violent.
More than a decade. Disruptive. Imamoglu, who
If you look at somebody menacing, then it's violent.
seen as the opposition's best hope to challenge Erdogan, was detained on Wednesday, facing charges of corruption and aiding a terrorist group. Among the protesters are many university students who are worried their country will take an even more authoritarian turn. Our correspondent Julia Hahn reports from Istanbul.
We will resist and we will
she's
win.
got a megaphone.
23-year-old Derin Kush shouts to the crowd. She and thousands of other students have gathered in front of Istanbul City Hall to protest the arrest of their mayor.
We young people don't want to leave Ekrem Imamoglu on his own, and we're here to defend the last crumbs of our democracy. There is no democracy left in this country. There's no law, no justice. The government ignores
democracy. You guys got a president.
It all.
Yeah,
Well,
you
if
know
you
how-
go to Wikipedia, it says it's a democracy.
Yeah, those get elected.
For many here, there is far more at stake than the fate of an opposition mayor. They see Imamoglu's arrest as a politically driven attempt to eliminate the very man who could put an end to President Erdogan's increasingly authoritarian rule.
It's not the first time that Erdogan ignoring the will of people, and we know that if we do not do something about it, there's gonna come more and more, and we're gonna get more suppressed, and we're afraid that we're going to be like Iran or Afghanistan. We're afraid of that.
Popular two-term mayor Ekrem Imamoglu was taken in on Wednesday, facing charges of corruption and aiding a terrorist group. The move against him came just days before he was due to be named as his party's
Now,
candidate.
they're not going into any detail about this supposed like terrorist group that he's accused of being a part of. So I would like to know more about that.
It's super ISIS.
For the 2020
Oh,
ISIS
ISIS squared.
The mayor can be detained without charges for up to 4 days. If Imamoglu is formally charged, he could be removed from office, analysts say. Many here fear that the government will appoint a trustee mayor for Istanbul to cut the opposition's ties with Turkey's
Oh, so they're going to appoint a mayor.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of democracy involved.
The government-approved mayor.
Yes.
city of 16 million
I
inhabitants.
don't know. Most people are stupid, so they need to make the decision for them.
Imamoglu's party, the opposition.
They're not thinking the way that Erdogan wants them to think, and Erdogan has a very large palace, so I don't know. He seems pretty badass, so he should probably do what he says.
CHP has urged.
And like a year back, they had a really bad earthquake. It's probably one of the worst earthquakes the last like couple decades, and he like you look at it like just how massive his fucking estate is, and
I'm
I
actually
wonder,
looking it up right now.
Yeah, like all of the refugees and everything, or all the people.
Oh,
Yeah, all the people that were made homeless. Do you think he opened up the doors to his palace and allowed people to just, like, squat in it for a couple weeks until?
This isn't a palace. This is an evil lair.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. Putin seems a lot cooler because Putin does have a lot more palaces than he does. It's like, Erdogan's only got like a few palaces.
People to resist what they call a coup attempt.
And see, Trump's pretty lame. I mean, he's got his golf courses and Trump Tower and stuff, but Trump doesn't have some big, massive super palace.
Taking to the streets despite a ban on protests.
I am
Oh
addressing
no,
all
I
of
found
Turkey.
a smiling picture of Obama with him, so Obama must be a terrorist too.
In a democratic matter, without resorting to violence, we seek our rights and claim what is ours. We own the streets.
In Istanbul, Ankara and Izmir, some demonstrators clashed with police who put up barricades blocking key streets and squares. Several officers were injured and the authorities said they pressed criminal charges against dozens of people. Turkey's justice minister acknowledged people's right to demonstrate, but
So what I saw there, it seemed like most of the violence was from the police.
in Istanbul,
the
Ankara and Izmir, some demonstrators clashed with
That's a rainstorm, John. It's hurricane season.
Okay, so do you think this is assault?
No, it's an act of God. It's nature.
Now, I guess we don't have the full context or whatever. We don't know. Maybe there were...
Those people were really hot, and the police were just cooling them down. They're doing them a favor, John.
Serve and protect.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe there was a terrorist that was lighting them on fire and stuff. Just innocent civilians. But
it's
like
when it's a hot summer day and the fire hydrant breaks and all the kids are like, yeah. They edited in those screams.
But we don't know what exactly happened before it, but let's just say they are just standing in that spot. They're in a gathering with their protest signs and everything. Whether it's Turkey or the United States, if police during like a protest or whatever, a mass gathering, do this, when the people in the crowd aren't doing anything, they're just standing in one spot, engaging in peaceful protests, do you think the police should be charged for assault?
Yes, on a serious
Yeah.
note,
Especially
yes.
the ones in command.
And that's something that does make my blood boil, is that if cops do this kind of shit, the worst thing they'll get is like, oh, they're suspended with pay for a week. And it's just, what if somebody who isn't a cop does shit like this? It's like, if a cop falsely arrests somebody, they should be charged for kidnapping. If a cop sprays somebody with a water cannon when they're not even doing anything, they should.
Well, remember, we've upped the ante over here to not only are we going to beat your ass as the police and arrest you, we're also going to strip you of your citizenship and kick you out of the country because you went to a protest.
I know during the Occupy Wall Street protests, a bunch of cops just showed up. They weren't even called out there, and they just showed up with batons and nets. And the cops didn't face any criminal charges. They just got a few days off with pay.
barricades blocking key streets and squares. Several officers were injured and the authorities...
But it's a hard job, so it's
Those
okay.
were an extremely rough few days off without pay, okay? They had to sit around and think about what they did. And there may have been some Kleenexes and Vaseline involved, but they were thinking about it.
Yeah, but people will make the argument with police brutality that, oh, it's a hard job. And it's just, oh, so it's the only hard job out there. So how come statistically, if somebody's married to a cop, you're more likely to be a victim of spousal abuse if you're married to a cop than somebody of any other occupation?
That's just some liberal woke bullshit, John.
But then the argument people make is it's a hard job. It's like, okay, so you're trying to you're trying to be an apologist for spousal abuse based on their job being hard.
Correct.
So what if somebody else is dealing with a really hard... Well, what if a cop is called because there's some dispute and the person's beating their wife because they work some other type of hard job? Then should they be given a pass?
The cop should join in and help.
Yeah.
That's what should happen.
He said they
gotta
pressed criminal
discipline
charges
your
against
wife, John.
Yeah.
Dozens of
Get
people.
with the times, James.
Turkey's justice minister...
I don't know. It's kind of odd that...
Teach your dishwasher a lesson.
Well, at least in the United States, there's a correlation between being a cop and being very, very right-leaning when it comes to your political views. It's one of the jobs that has the top 10 highest percentage of people who are psychopaths that work that job. And then it's also, they're not even the top 20 in terms of how deadly the job is. Crossing guards, being a crossing guard is a more dangerous job. You're more likely to die than being a cop.
Really?
So, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, look it up. It's like police work isn't even in the top 20. I mean, you're more likely to die if you're a roofer than you're a cop. And I know the deadliest job on average is being a lumberjack or loggers, but it's I don't know. I don't get how people try to justify
Logging, fishing, hunting, and roofing. I wouldn't say I'd call hunting a job. At least not in this country.
Can be.
Yeah. I mean, there might be professional hunters or whatever that work for certain corporations or whatever, especially when it comes to population control.
Minister acknowledged people's right to demonstrate, but said street protests amid ongoing judicial investigations were unacceptable. He insists that the
Oh,
courts
you're right.
operate independently.
Crane or crossing guards are number 12. They're above crane operators, construction helpers, landscaping supervisors. What the fuck? Falls, slips, and trips. Fair enough. Highway workers, cement masons, small engine mechanics, supervisors of the mechanics, heavy vehicle mechanics, ground maintenance workers, police officers at 22.
Now, here's the thing. You have like truckers and stuff up there. Notice a large percentage of all those jobs. What's the big thing that seems to be related?
Heavy machinery.
Well, there's that. Well, that's another large percentage. The other thing is working on the roads or the roadways.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Vehicular collisions. So if you look at what is responsible for the largest percentage of police deaths, it's usually vehicular accidents. And it's not even over like them like car chases and stuff. It's just the fact that, you know what, they're constantly on the highway. They're constantly in a car. Like whenever you get into a car, your like odds of dying do drastically increase. I mean, it is one of the most common causes of death. So I just think it's bullshit where it's like, hey, cops engage in all this brutality, but hey, they work a very hard job, so it's okay for them to do so.
President Erdogan has dismissed the opposition's criticism as, quote, theatrics and slogans. Derin Kush and the other young protesters outside Istanbul City Hall disagree. Most of them haven't seen any other leader than Erdogan, who's been at the helm of Turkish politics for more than 22 years.
Dude, look at how rowdy and disorderly they are.
I was waiting for that. John, I know you're usually pretty critical of these people who go out and, you know, fly their signs and shout and whatever. But I'm just curious if there's any cause. Is there any reason that you would go out there and fly a sign or march or, you know, make your voice heard, John?
If they banned beanies.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like in the United States, I think a very large percentage of people that show up to those things, if they were in a country like Turkey or Russia, they wouldn't be going out and be protesting. Like, I think a lot of these people just do it to virtue signal and are kind of just fucking pretentious. Especially when it's like they're in a position where they have a lot more resources to kind of make their voice heard to a much larger audience of people. And a lot of times, like when I was here, like during the Wall Street protests, I knew people that were like, yeah, we're going to drive out there and stuff for the weekend to protest. And they're just doing it to party. It's just, and I also think it's kind of like annoying and very pretentious when you talk to them about these issues and you know they really don't have any passion for it. They have very little knowledge about what's going on. Whether you feel like they're fighting for the right or wrong cause, there's like the fallacy. Just because you come to the right conclusion, it doesn't mean you use the right logic to come to that conclusion. And it's just, if you talk to them about these particular issues and they don't even have like a basic understanding besides just the very superficial titular stuff that you know from reading a headline, it just seems like, yeah, you're just here to party and be part of something.
about that change at the ballot box and on the streets. Of course, we have hope. I'm happier when I see this crowd because the people,
like that answer,
youth,
John.
everyone in Turkey will
What's that?
I like that answer, John. I like that.
never give up.
The government has shown little tolerance for protests in recent years.
Okay, so that guy looked like a terrorist. Not her.
The government
Yeah.
has shown little tolerance.
See, this is what I think of when I think of terrorists. You get rid of...
protests in recent years and has cracked down on dissent. But Berin and the others say they will continue to fight for the release of their mayor and for their own future.
Tonight, protests in Turkey reaching a boiling point. Street demonstrators clashing violently with police after the main political rival of the nation's president.
Do you think those are lethal rounds being fired?
Tayyip Erdogan was
Go
detained.
back.
Turkish police clashing violently with police after the main political rival of the nation's president, Tayyip Erdogan, was detained. Turkish police blasting crowds with water cannons in Izmir and using tear gas to break up protests in the capital city of Ankara. Despite a ban on demonstrations, thousands...
Oh, what did you think
An
of, like,
anonymous mask.
Yeah. Well, it's the V for Vendetta mask.
Also flooding the streets in Istanbul over what they call the undemocratic detention of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who was set to be announced as a presidential candidate this weekend and leads President Erdogan in some polls.
70 yaşındayım.
This 70-year-old protester saying, as long as they don't release İmamoğlu, we're not leaving.
Üzülerek söylüyorum.
On Wednesday, İmamoğlu posting a video saying police were at his door prior to an early dawn raid. He faces charges that include graft and aiding a terrorist group. İmamoğlu denies all allegations against him.
See, they're still not going into any detail at all about what this terrorist group is.
His Republican People's Party condemns the move as politically motivated and say other prominent opposition figures were also taken into custody.
Like, if Trump does go down the Erdogan route, it's like, watch, like, I'll get arrested and stuff, and then, like, all of the people that are, like, my audience members and in my community, they're gonna start being arrested. It's like they're part of this terrorist group known as the PPP.
Very often, there is no rule of law in Erdogan's Turkey, and currently Turkey's jails are full of Erdogan's political opponents. Turkish constitution has a very vague terrorism concept, so he uses that in order to attack his opponents.
Turkey's government denies claims of targeting its political rivals.
But
on Friday, Erdogan warning against illegal calls from the opposition for protests, saying we will not give in to vandalism or street terrorism.
Street terrorism? Dude.
Just
Erdogan warning against illegal calls from the opposition.
What isn't a terrorist?
We will not give in to vandalism or street
Terrorism in a little chip bag. It's like a street taco.
Terrorism equals people the government doesn't like.
Turkey's interior minister confirming dozens of protesters have been arrested. And posting on X that at least 37 social media users were also detained for sharing posts inciting public...
So, as much as I hate Musk, do you think the people who are destroying all the Teslas, do you think they're terrorists?
No.
Are they not trying to inspire Elon Musk with terror?
Well, I've heard some good arguments because it's just people are talking about how they're scared. They want to sell their Tesla because they're scared to drive it, and people aren't buying Teslas because they don't want them to be vandalized. So, in a way, it's like, okay, it's fucking with his business. He's somebody who is kind of he's involved in politics. So it's just as much as I hate Musk and don't really give a fuck that his company's going down under, it is sort of like, well, I guess it does kind of fall within the definition of terrorism. The problem is it's just like semantics. It's like people will focus more on, I guess, the title or classification of the crime as opposed to the crime itself. So it's just, it's terrorism.
You're forgetting something there on the side I agree with, therefore it's not terrorism.
Good point.
Some residents now worried about the crackdown.
Yani her şeyimizi...
This woman saying anyone who raises their voice is thrown in jail.
George Soros.
NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
In Istanbul last night, demonstrators clashed with police, defying a government ban on protest. This
now they're wearing
Whoa, hey, back that up, back that up. That person totally got hit by a flare, I think.
Clashed with police, defying a government ban on protest. This Turkey's biggest show of civil disobedience in well over a decade. Its imperfect democracy seemingly sliding towards elected dictatorship.
Üzülerek söylüyorum.
Istanbul's mayor is Ekrem İmamoğlu. On Wednesday, his wife filmed him getting ready to hand himself over to police waiting outside his home. We're facing great tyranny, he said, but I will continue to fight against the person using this whole process as a tool against me. The person he has in mind is President Erdogan, in power for...
Now, he's turning himself in. He could try to flee the country, but he's not. Because he's going to, I guess, stand his ground and commit to, like, his political campaign against Erdogan. So you got to give him credit there, and you think, like, how many people would actually do that? And this is where, Dirt, you were asking me about, like, protests and shit, and it's like, how many people do you think, like, when you look at, like, in the United States, all these annoying, like, fucking dumb Americans showing up and virtue signaling, how many of them do you think would be there if they knew that the likelihood of them being thrown in prison was pretty much guaranteed? So what percentage of them who are there do you think wouldn't show up if that was the case?
Well, how much of protests drops since they started announcing we'll throw you in fucking prison if you go to a protest?
I don't know. Gotta look into that.
There's probably
23
a
years
statistic
and winner
somewhere.
of multiple elections, though the press and all the instruments of state seem to have succumbed to his authoritarian will. But the arrest of Mayor İmamoğlu looks like a new low. This evening he was taken to Istanbul's State Security Court with around 100 others accused of corruption and supporting terrorism. And it may be no coincidence that tomorrow he was due to be nominated as a presidential candidate himself. This was the coastal city of Izmir last night.
See? There's people running against Erdogan as president. Not authoritarian.
Along with Istanbul and Ankara, it has an elected mayor from the main opposition party. Turkey has a history of military coups, but these...
Now, oh, no shit. Did you know that? They have a history of military coups. So, with these water cannons, what do you think if it just had, like, the sort of mace fluid in it?
Yeah, even better.
It's a mace cannon.
Protesters see what's happening as a political coup.
Oh, AW's in the chat. They haven't been around for a while.
Turkey's president going to war with his main political rival. Mr. Erdogan is 71 now. Yesterday, he lit a fire.
Maybe, like, vinegar. How do you think that would,
It would
to celebrate the Neville
Uh,
Ruse, or the coming of spring. He was himself arrested when he was mayor of Istanbul, and it kick-started his career as Turkey's
or
leader.
molasses,
So he's
like,
playing with fire.
or like olive oil. That would make it very difficult for them to find their footing.
Yeah, if it was olive oil, it might turn into a comedy skit.
Exactly.
He said he will retire in 2028, but he could engineer an early election or a constitutional change to stay on, presenting himself as an alternative to this week's unrest.
Bir yolsuzluk operasyonu bahane edilerek.
They are trying to create turmoil on our streets, using an anti-corruption operation as an excuse. We won't allow a handful of incompetent, ambitious individuals to attack the peace, to provoke our people, to terrorize and cause worry in Turkey.
Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is 54, won't go quietly, telling counter-terrorism police that he faces unimaginable slanders against him. He's also been stripped of his university degree, which prevents him from running for president.
So, again, it seems odd, like, Alexei Navalny and, him right here, it's like, they always look like, your typical sort of white-collar workers, so they're not what you think of when you think of a terrorist.
Degree, which prevents him from running for president, though his party leader, who now sleeps in the...
Well, it's not just that, it's that usually terrorists usually try to find ways to cover the, like, conceal their identity.
Mayor's office says a proxy could run instead.
If he is unable to apply, then somebody else will be a candidate instead, and they will win. If he faces a political ban, we will turn the next election into a referendum to remove it and set him free.
Turkey's president was today attending to affairs of state, a 21st century sultan who has put his country on the geopolitical map, mediating in conflicts from Syria to Ukraine, and unlikely to face much pushback from President Trump during a trip to Washington planned for next
How old is he now? Like, when you see him walk out, that's the typical, like, old man walk?
I'm fairly sure they just said he's 71.
No. Oh, 71?
I think that's what they said.
Okay.
Let me check.
Well,
his country on the geopolitical map, mediating...
Yeah, he's got the old man waddle walk.
...in conflicts from Syria to Ukraine, and unlikely to face much pushback from President Trump during a trip to Washington planned for next month. Istanbul is home to 16 million people. The question is whether these protests on behalf of their mayor will grow, or whether Mr. Erdogan is now...
He just turned 71 a few weeks ago.
I mean, I don't know. How come all these geriatric leaders and stuff, you would think that more of them would have died during COVID. It's unfortunate in Minecraft.
I don't know what's up with all the old fucks running all these countries. Like, even in this country, we've got so many old fucks in the government. We've even got old fucks that are saying stop electing old fucks. Like Mitt Romney is on record saying, you should stop electing people that are my age. My generation's time is done. You should, like, vote for younger people. And that's somebody who's in the government.
All the older people are the voters.
They had wisdom. Well, yeah, it's like if you're older, you're more likely to go out and vote. So that's one of the problems is younger generations, they're not really following through on their end.
I don't
Whatever it takes.
I don't claim to love Mitt Romney or anything, but he occasionally does say a lot of things I agree with.
You're a Nazi.
Yeah, maybe.
To reassert control.
Jonathan Rugman reporting. Well, earlier I spoke to Gonil Toll, who leads the...
What age group would you consider old? I'd say 60 and above. At least retirement age, like 65 and above. I think when they're in their 70s and 80s, it's just, you know what? I think there needs to be an age cap. 65.
When it's at a point that it's a biological certainty that you're going to have a cognitive decline, you probably shouldn't be in the government. Which,
Galen
if I'm not
says,
mistaken, is the 60s and 70s.
mediating on Syria, that's nonsense. We're talking about Turkey. We do have videos on Syria we're going to cover later on.
Middle East Institute Turkish program. She joined us from Washington, D.C., and I began by asking her if Mr. Erdogan's move to detain...
Next vid. Dude, they're doing like a little huddle phalanx. Where is it? You missed it. Yeah, there. Dude, it must be, like, if you're a police officer and you're like a sadist, like, these protests must be really fun, invigorating for them. It's like, yeah, can't wait to bust out the batons. Oh my god, look, they got a bunch. Do you think they're using their phones, or are they using lighters?
That looks like phone lights.
Yeah.
Nobody does the lighter thing anymore.
I don't know, maybe some people do it for like more of a traditional thing. I mean, you had all the you know, rednecks with their tiki torches.
I think they should have pitchforks and torches. Let's bring that back.
İstanbul'da bir tarih yazılacak. Bunun karşısında durmayın, duramazsınız.
Mass protests erupted across Turkey as Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, is arrested on charges of corruption and terrorism. İmamoğlu, seen as a key opposition leader, was detained just days before his expected nomination for the 2028 presidential race. For 4 nights, demonstrators have defied government bans, demanding justice. Authorities have responded with mass arrests and force. With over 300 people already detained, what does this...
It would be much more fun
Well,
if they were
there's
real
your answer.
rifles.
Those
Yeah,
are not real. Those are...
mean for Turkey's...
Do they use paintball guns for their rubber bullets? That's like a paintball gun.
I don't know.
Do I not understand how, like... how rubber
think-
bullets with police work? Do they not just load them into their regular guns?
I don't think, like, when it comes to those riot, like, sort of patrol guns and rifles, I don't think it's paintball. I think they do have, like, rubber projectiles, like, sort of like they're beads or whatever. So I think that's how it works.
They could potentially be firing pepper balls, too. Those things that hit you and blow tear gas or pepper spray all over you.
Ekrem İmamoğlu was elected as Istanbul's mayor in 2019, defeating a candidate from President Erdogan's party.
Look, he's doing the salute.
No, it's too turned to the side.
Oh my god.
His victory was seen as a major political shift.
He's doing the Elon Musk.
Wait. Didn't Musk say it was a Turkish salute?
He said it was a Roman salute.
Roman salute.
Turkish salute.
On Wednesday.
Which would still be a really
Yeah.
fucked up government system to be paying lip service to. Like, I wouldn't want to live in ancient Rome.
Yeah, Emperor Constantine, like, he changed the capital to, like, Istanbul and everything. Or Constantine, can't pronounce it, but still.
Fuck is this guy's name? Halcyon. I forget what his name is.
Galen.
Galen wants to be yanked in here.
Well, we're doing a new thing, Galen, where we only have 4 people on a stream because if we start having too many people on, more and more people pile in, and then it turns into a cafeteria. So we're trying to be.
Looks better on the stream too.
Yeah.
We'd love to have you on, Galen. Stay in touch, man.
And the problem is, we were trying to, like, initially when we were trying to enforce it, we'd have people that would pop in and be like, come on, just bring me in, and then other people pile up. So if we go against it, then things start to, then other people get upset because you're not bringing them on, including them.
Including politicians and journalists. Prosecutors accused him of corruption and terrorism-related offenses. Imamoglu denies the charges, calling them politically motivated. He faces a trial that could prevent him from running for office. One day before his arrest, his university degree was revoked.
The irony is, you look at how sort of like messy the streets are here. This looks a lot cleaner. A lot of the streets are like in U.S. cities.
Their post-riot breakup looks like our streets do normally.
Yeah, and like Philadelphia.
Alleged
I'd say Philly, out of all the major cities in the Northeast, is disgusting when it comes to its pavement and everything.
He's under
I haven't been to Philly since I was a kid. Couldn't tell you.
What's that?
I haven't been to Philly since I was a kid. I couldn't tell you.
Well, they have a rather sizable homeless shanty town that's pretty infamous.
Yeah, because of their evil liberal government.
Gençler için, İstanbul için, Ekrem İmamoğlu için, gözaltına alınmış 393 arkadaşımız için.
Okay, let's get to the next topic.
Israeli
or no?
Senators are pushing back on Superintendent Ryan Walters' request to set aside millions of dollars to put a Bible in every classroom. Walters wants access to $3 million taxpayer money to be added to next year's state education.
So, do you think adding a bit more prayer and everything?
That'll stop school shootings. This is why there's so many school shootings. No Bible in the school.
You look at just how disobedient kids are these days. Because it's not like old Catholic fucks that like to be nostalgia tards and traditionalists and Luddites that glorify the past, where they have this sort of image in their head that prior to the 50s, every kid wore like this button-down attire with their hair neatly parted to the side, and they were just completely complacent. And it's only like in the modern age where kids have shown any signs of belligerence or like disorderly behavior. It's not like it's always been that way. But
you know what, Adam?
It's prayer.
Put them in the classroom. The kids need joint paper.
But one thing is, when you talk to people about this kind of horseshit, you mentioned that violence amongst youth has been declining for quite a while. And like violent crimes overall have been declining, but something like since the 90s, violent crime amongst youth has declined by over 80%. So it's just, I'm not saying everything is currently perfect in all areas. I mean, there's plenty of areas where things are getting worse, but in terms of like violent behavior amongst children, it's definitely something that's not getting worse. And it's weird, it's like pick a lane, because they'll talk about younger generations being sheltered and a bunch of pussies, but then they also want to act like they're the most like ne'er-do-well sort of generation. Like, yeah, they're the generation that's more likely to act out and vandalize stuff. And it's like, well, what is it? Are they a bunch of pampered little snowflakes, or are they a bunch of like miscreants that are going out and just terrorizing the streets? It's like, which one is it?
Budget. It is also asking for an additional $5 million to pay for any potential lawsuits. Well, this morning, the Senate Education Committee announced what they will recommend, and it did not include the Bible-related requests.
I mean, realistically, this is just going to be yet another book in the classroom that the kids aren't going to fucking read.
No, they'll probably sit down and read it with the kids, have the kids, like, rotate from kid to kid, read this line, and then you read that line.
Well, kids, if you're listening, I wasn't kidding. Bible pages make excellent joint papers. So now you know that. Do what you will.
We also see a pragmatic understanding of, hey, let's not just waste a lot of money on a lawsuit right now when we have kids that we want to teach math and teach reading.
Also missing from the recommendation is Walter's request for $500,000 to train staff to openly carry.
Here's the problem. Are they also going to include, like, Korans, the
Satanic
Torah?
Bible.
Yeah.
Well, if you have a Bible, you
Mormon.
have the Torah. You just did.
Yeah.
The Torah is the first 5 books. The Book of Mormon, yeah, let's add that. Let's let them read about how Adam and Eve were from Jackson County, Missouri, and black people are all cursed because they were pussies in the War of Heaven.
What about L. Ron Hubbard and his...
Oh, yeah, let's get some Scientology up in this bitch. Dianetics. That's the way to go.
Carry guns in school.
Or what about Confucianism, like the analytics of Confucius?
They're recommending instead extra money for school employee maternity leave.
And so parents and grandparents, look, our kids are going to know more about American history than any other kids in the country. I think that's a very, very important thing that we get right here in Oklahoma.
Friday morning, State Superintendent Ryan Walters stood firm in his quest to get a Bible into every Oklahoma classroom. Now, that effort faced a setback this week when lawmakers asked the money to buy them. Now,
Wait, I got mental whiplash there. How is adding a Bible to every class teaching them more about American history than ever before?
We're a Christian nation.
Yeah.
In God we trust.
Ryan Walters wants Bibles like this in every Oklahoma classroom. And to do that, he says it would take $3 million to fund.
And in the United States, there's a correlation between church attendance and obesity. And there's also a correlation with church attendance and illiteracy.
You ever been to a church dinner, Gene? You get fucking fat doing that.
But why do you think that is? Because I think if you look at where, like, more church attendance is prominent, like in what particular part of the United States, there's this notable region where there's also a correlation between living in that part of the globe and being more illiterate and being more obese. You know which particular region I'm talking about?
They call that the Bible Belt.
Oh, like the Deep South and stuff.
Funded. But today, some state senators say no to that request.
It is academic malpractice not to be teaching the Bible's influence on American history.
What's that?
He looks like more handsome David Spade.
No, he wants to put Bibles in the classroom, so he can't be good looking. Can't say anything nice.
I said more handsome David Spade. When you're starting at the very bottom, more handsome is not necessarily handsome.
Okay.
He just actually has a chin as opposed to David Spade, who kind of has a triangle for a jaw.
Look at you, appearance shaming.
Yes.
Has been a contentious argument since it was proposed by State Superintendent Ryan Walters several months ago. Now a subcommittee involving state funding and education says they're not on board.
That request was not approved. Senator Pugh and Senator Seifert and the rest of the committee was really focused on a budget request that didn't have a lot of extra legal complications affiliated with it. Really wanted to focus on reading and math. You can tell that was a big priority.
State Senator Adam Pugh chairs this subcommittee and even the full Senate Committee on Education. He says OSDE was his agency to negotiate and work through the budget with. Now Walters sat in front of both the Senate and the House before session, pitching many requests his department wants. And
next vid.
An Oklahoma lawmaker says a Senate Education Subcommittee did not consider the State Department of Education's $3 million Bible Initiative request.
This means it's not part of their recommended budget for fiscal year 2026. Fox 25's David Chasnoff spoke with a lawmaker who's on the committee. David, what went into the...
In the small town of Preston, Oklahoma, students are welcomed off the bus and into breakfast by educators who have often known their families for decades or were once students here themselves. A tight-knit pre-K through 12 with more churches than school buildings nearby, typically a world away from tensions at a state capitol, but in an era in which everything about education has been politicized.
Do you think they're going to teach the little kiddies from the Song of Solomon? Like, is that going to... What grade is Song of Solomon appropriate? A big, long, horny poem about how he can't wait to have sex with this slave chick.
Well, it's automatically appropriate because it's in the Bible. Or whatever, but like if a kid is reading something like To Kill a Mockingbird and stuff, it's like you don't want them reading that.
No, they might learn something.
Yeah.
Is the rhetoric impacting educators?
Sure it is. I mean, educators already are leading.
There could maybe be an argument made for putting a Bible in for language.
For months, many educators have been on edge. Last year, Oklahoma's superintendent of schools, Ryan Walters, announced that the Bible must be in all of Oklahoma's classrooms. His team purchased copies of this God Bless the USA Bible, a version marketed by President Trump.
I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to...
He's a man of God. What's that?
No, that's fucking gross. Having a Bible on it that says God bless the USA and the president endorses it. That's icky as fuck to me.
Get this Bible?
They're listed online for $60 each. The state couldn't confirm how much they paid when we asked. After the New Year's Day
60?
terrorist attack in New Orleans.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm gonna look up how much you can get a normal Bible
He shared
on
this
Amazon
video,
for.
suggesting teachers' unions bore some responsibility for homegrown terrorism.
You know, you have schools that are teaching kids to hate their country.
Then he asked state lawmakers.
So
You can get a regular ass Bible for $10.
how are they teaching kids to hate their country? Do you think that's think they're kind of fabricating things, exaggerating things?
That seems like a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
For $3 million in taxpayer funds to purchase Bibles for every school. This week, they denied that request, but Walter says he's shipping out hundreds of copies already purchased to schools. And today, he's putting out a call for donations, partnering with the person who produced the God Bless the USA Bible. Preston's leaders are quietly refusing.
Sometimes we kind of feel like we're on a raft by ourselves.
Scott McCullough already wears many hats. High school principal.
So I always discuss like things that seem to be neglected when it comes to education. I've talked about epistemology, teaching like critical thinking, like discourse psychology, sociology. So in our educational system, we put a lot of emphasis on its reading and writing, which, okay, that's important. You want to have a society of literate people, and mathematics. But then we get to the point where once you start to get to, I guess, less elementary level, like mathematics, so from like going beyond just basic algebra, the overwhelming majority of people are not going to work the kind of STEM jobs that require you to know that kind of math.
Brilliant take from Zoe, though. She's got a plan. Give them thick Bibles to stop the bullets.
There we go.
You shot my Bible.
I've always proposed like the school shooter alarm, and like you have like a drone that comes out and it just sprays the hallway with like tear gas canisters, and it has LiDAR, and it seeks out the shooter, and it's got a taser attached to it, and it has like strobe lights and plays this ear-piercing sort of like binaural noise.
And now you just caused all the asthmatic kids to suffocate and all the epileptic kids to have seizures.
I have epilepsy. I'm willing to take one.
Have you ever heard the term taking care of a fly with a bazooka?
Are you really going to compare a
another
shooter
thing,
to a fly?
Yes, I am.
The sprinkler system, you need to have like next to the fire alarm, the school shooter alarm, and you pull that and it just sprays mace out of all the sprinklers.
And you still kill all the asthmatic kids.
Yeah. Or you make it like Switzerland, where I know like everyone has like a rifle that like the state provides them with, but they don't have the ammunition, but they know where to go to get the ammunition and so forth. So, and if they're ever invaded, they all know where to like where they're supposed to group up and where they're supposed to get like the magazines. So I think we need to have it so every kid has like a rifle or a pistol in their desk, and then there's like a glass case. So if there's like a school shooter, they break the glass case and it's got all the magazines, and then all the kids, like, you know, they're trained to flip over the desks and arm themselves, stand their ground.
Instead of a fire alarm, they just need a self-destruct button. Just go and press the self-destruct button. Oh, God.
Well, yeah, that way a school shooter knows that if they try to commit a school shooting, they're just going to die because the whole school will blow up.
You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I don't think most of the school shooters care if they die, considering how it usually ends.
History teacher, coach, bus driver, a local Southern Baptist preacher. But bringing the Bible into a public school classroom seems to him a step too far.
We might make some references to the Bible, but we're not going to pull it out and bash them over the head with it either.
This morning, he's teaching his sophomores about the Trail of Tears, the forced relocation of Native American tribes in Oklahoma. The teachers don't really step around intimate subjects.
Oh, yeah, that'll teach the kids to hate America.
It's in the past. Why are we going to worry about this? It's like
Am I allowed to make fun of her nose?
No. She's a child. Piece of shit. Why are you bullying like a kid in school?
Because she's got a weird piggly nose, and I can't not look at it.
You know damn well that she's probably bullied by other girls and other kids in the school for her nose.
I know.
Because that's
You're
not
a
real
bully. You are.
Be like
You're
that.
only supposed to mock the appearance of, I don't know, adults that have opinions that we don't like.
Well, she might grow up to be an adult with an opinion I don't like.
Oh, she's definitely going to grow up to be that.
It's called a preemptive strike, okay?
She might be fairly left-leaning, and then we find out, like, a few months from now that she ended up unaliving herself because she's been bullied over her appearance.
And that only matters if she's left-leaning, John?
Well, if they're not an adult. And if they're not an adult. That too.
Kind of hold your hand. We went from the classroom to the Capitol to meet with State Superintendent Ryan Walters.
The Bible has been taken out of the classroom by left-wing extremists that want to take our...
Okay, that's extreme. Like, it's separation of church and state. This has been a thing for a while.
Look,
and it's
if you
not
wanna
just the
throw
Bible,
all
it's any religious text.
If you want to throw all the religious texts in and have a fucking separate class where you just study world religions throughout human history, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, instead
what
of
did you think?
Instead of teaching kids skills that they can use in the world to go further in life, let's waste their time and teach them like a bunch of mystical, magical stories that don't have any fucking basis in reality. That
Shab.
The stories themselves
that they're not
the stories themselves don't have any stance in history, but the ramifications of these stories throughout history are something worth examining.
But it's also, like, if you look at the Bible, and around the time it was, like, compiled and Christianity was established as a religion, it's just, it happened hundreds of years after Athenian epistemology. And what's odd is if you look at, you know, Plato's law, you look at Socrates, Aristotle, all the great Greek philosophers, it's kind of that, like, Athenian epistemology really does stand the test of time. You don't have to sit there and claim that it's all figurative and it depends on how you want to interpret it. And it's like you look at the, you know, the analogy of the cave and everything, and even though it's figurative, it's like, okay, like the actual meaning, the message, actually does have some, like, significance when it comes to helping somebody improve their, like, critical thinking. But the Bible, it's just contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. There's no consistency when it comes to the ethics of what's okay in this narrative versus what's okay in the next narrative. And, like, when it comes to Athenian epistemology, it's much more well organized. And it's like the scientific method is based around Athenian epistemology. But why don't we spend a lot of time teaching kids about, like, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle? It's kind of odd that it's like, it seems like...
Because they're not important like Jesus.
And then there's Confucius. And Confucius, he's another person where he was around a few hundred years before Jesus. And the philosophy of Confucianism is like, community is important. And, like, everyone should be entitled to an education. That supporting everyone, treating everyone like they're equal, and so forth. It is how you make society grow and develop, and you move society forward. And the head of the dynasty at the time, they put a hit out on his head. He had to go and flee up, like, in the northern territories, like in the, like, Han region, because he was, like, teaching people to, like, everyone should be literate. Literacy shouldn't be something that just the nobility are allowed to. That should be just something held for the
the upper class.
Ooh. Had a weird sensation that just went down my cranium.
Oh well, calm
your
your cranium,
upper
John.
class. But the point is that don't,
You good, John?
Oh.
All right. Well, I don't know if deep breaths is a good advice.
Here, let me go take some medication. I'll be back.
Yeah,
Do
probably
that.
a good idea.
Do that. All right. Well, everyone stay tuned. The stream should be live. We're on standby. I hope John safely retrieves his medication. And if he doesn't come back, well, we'll do what we can about that. This should be fine. Who knows? Maybe Shabisky wandered off and died somewhere too.
We'll talk about the intricacies of the Warhammer lore or something.
You're gonna have to try something else. I
We're
don't know
not talking
Warhammer.
about that. We are not fucking talking about Warhammer.
Stop masturbating and talking. Yeah, I bet if John stopped doing those things, his symptoms would cease. Well, I think I heard Shabisky wailing in the distance.
Yabisky got high and kind of wandered off. We need a counter. We really do.
I did have a counter for... What did I have a counter for? I think I did have a... No, I had a timer. I'd put a stopwatch every time Shab walked away. And, because the truth is, he didn't spend as much time away as it might have seemed sometimes. But right now, he's not feeling good. Dirt, you're a vampire. Admit it. Shh.
He's one of those super sexy Anne Rice vampires, too.
Well, that's where they trick you, but I up here, Anne Rice. Waist below, Nosferatu.
It would suck being an Anne Rice vampire, though. Like, they're really horny and they can't have sex.
Ugh. Okay, where was I last?
That's a good question.
Holding back literacy from the lower class.
Confucius and shit. Yeah, so Confucianism and Athenian epistemology. It's kind of odd that those were philosophies built around egalitarianism and education, teaching critical thinking. And there are some parallels with Jesus where Confucius had to go into hiding because since he encouraged equality, and not just, idolizing the 0.01% and appealing to what the authority figures tell you, he had to go into hiding or whatever because it was like the last 20 years of his life he lived in some makeshift sort of like shack in the middle of nowhere, and Socrates was forced to drink like poison at the end of his trial and everything because they claimed that he was corrupting the youth, encouraging them to think critically.
10 points if you can name the poison.
Is it Hellcane?
Hemlock.
Hemlock, okay. But
so you owe them $10.
But why don't they get a lot of it? Why don't they get a lot of attention? But then this Jesus dude, it seems like people give him a lot more significance when, Confucius and Plato and all of them. Socrates wasn't literate because written language was being developed around the time that he was an actual scholar. But Confucius wrote the Analytics of Confucius, and Plato and Aristotle, they wrote and published quite a bit. So how come these particular philosophers and sort of public figures, why weren't they why don't they receive any level of importance when it comes to wanting people to study them in school? And Confucianism is one of the most popular ideologies in the East, and the scientific methods built around Athenian epistemology. So why doesn't that get any importance? Yeah.
Because Jesus matters, because we were told that Jesus matters. Okay?
Because Jesus loves me, and this I know, because the Bible told me so.
Yeah, and if you don't know that, John, you burn in hell for eternity.
Yeah, idiot.
Keep in mind, there's stakes involved there.
Get ready to burn, Gene, idiot, dumb atheist. Don't know
history
nothing.
away from our kids and lie to young people about what happened throughout our history.
You recorded a video. You talk about left-wing radicals, and you also did a prayer for President Trump.
I pray in particular for President Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
Is this really about left-wing activism, or is it about pushing your own political views?
Left-wing activism has been pushed in the classroom, and we absolutely are going to protect teachers' right to pray. We are going to bring prayer back to school.
I asked again if he's pushing a Republican agenda.
Wait, since when don't they have a right to pray?
Yeah, they have every right to pray.
Yeah. They
See,
want
it's just
to
a
have
fantasy.
group prayers.
Like, a lot of the things that right-wingers do is they make a problem where there isn't a problem, or they fabricate a problem. It's like there's a problem in schools. They took prayer out of schools and stuff. It's like, no, that never happened. Yeah, and there's this thing going on. There's this war. I was just saying, there's a war against Christmas. They're not allowing us to say Merry Christmas anymore. Now it's Happy Holidays. And it's like, dude, who's the fucking real snowflake when it's stupid shit like that you're throwing a fit over? And again, they're making a problem where there isn't a problem. Like, there was never a problem where teachers are trying to pray, and the school system's telling them no, and they're getting fired for praying and shit like that. It's like, no, none of this is ever happening.
They took away teachers being able to lead the students in a prayer. Part of me wonders if maybe a teacher led a prayer that they didn't like one time and they've completely forgotten that. I don't know what the origin of it is, but the students are still allowed to have a fucking prayer together if they want to. And even then they skirt around it with, we'll have a moment of silence, which is basically just a moment of prayer.
Zoe asked, wait, what evidence do you have that Socrates was illiterate? I believe that, like, with the Greek, like, alphabet and everything, the written language, it was being developed around the time that he was a scholar, so it just wasn't really a thing yet. So, and I knew there was, like, discussion, like, Socrates, when written language was, like, on the cusp of being introduced, there was this debate, like, Socrates discussed that education, it should be more of a group activity. It should be based more on, like, lectures and discourse and group discussion. So it's kind of interesting. There was that little bit of controversy of kind of like when this new format comes to be. It's like, well, hey, we're going to be forcing, or this might cause people to become more reclusive. This might cause people to focus more on, like, this sort of individual sort of style of learning where they just have their head in a book and they're not actually conversing with others in terms of, I guess, trying to share your ideas. And that was some concern, but I think it was just, it wasn't that he didn't learn to read because he wasn't capable of, or it was just the fact that written language was coming into existence in Athens at that time. But I could be wrong.
For an incoming president, I have the right to pray. Just as I prescribed in the video, it is up to you whether you want to pray or not. It is up
But
to
it wasn't up to the districts to play the video.
Looking at
or
what
to
I'm
choose to not
looking
send
at,
it
it
to.
looks like you're right. It looks like he didn't read or write. It says
That's
one
right,
of the
video.
things says that if Plato hadn't written down what Socrates said, then it would have just been lost.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Plato documented a lot, and that's how we know everything about Socrates, through Plato. And Socrates mentored Plato, and Plato mentored Aristotle, and Aristotle mentored Alexander the Great.
That doesn't sound like religious liberty.
Oh, absolutely it does. I guess you didn't watch the whole video, because in the video I say, well, so what about the part where I say you don't have to pray? What about the part
But you
where
do
you
have to show me praying.
You have to show a message from the superintendent over all the schools in the state.
And if they don't comply with these directives, what happens to them?
If they decide to break the law, if they decide to indoctrinate kids by not teaching them American history.
Indoctrinate kids by not teaching them American history?
That's not American history.
But it's just, how is that indoctrination?
Don't you love how he took the word and reversed the meaning of it?
Yeah.
Not indoctrinating your kids is really indoctrinating them now.
But the other thing is,
great.
illiteracy rates, they were gradually going up for a while. So in, like, the 1850s and so forth, they kind of hit this peak where it was something like 90-something% of Americans were functionally, or not 80-something% of Americans were functionally literate. So something like it was 13-14% of Americans were functionally illiterate. And then in the last like 10 years, we've seen this drastic decline in literacy. And it's been happening pretty significantly in such a short amount of time, to the point where now 20% of Americans are functionally illiterate. So this is like a epidemic. This is something that, you know what, if it continues, it's just how is the older generation going to be able to just keep some kind of industry, or like in the white collar world of like work? Like how are, like, we're not going to have enough literate people to really keep the country going. And instead of that, we're focusing on the Bible. And what I think is kind of funny is, unlike, the great Greek Athenian philosophers, Confucius, where they wanted everyone to be literate, it's kind of funny how the Bible and the church, throughout all of human history, they didn't really want the masses to be literate. And when the printing press came into existence, they didn't really want the printing press to be used for anything else but printing Bibles. And it's kind of funny how they didn't want the average peasant to be able to, read the Bible on their own and interpret it on their own terms. So it seems like we're kind of going back to that.
They can be removed from the classroom. Their schools can face accreditation issues by not obeying the law.
The law around religion in public schools, long thought settled, may soon change in Walter's favor. A series of Supreme Court rulings in the 1960s prohibited state-sponsored religious practices, including mandatory Bible readings and school-sponsored prayer. But with recent rulings and a key case in front of the highest court...
Zoe says the Greek language started being written around 1450 BCE. Socrates lived in 469 to 399 BCE. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the dynamics are and everything. I just know that it had something to do with that. So I don't know exactly what happened when it came to that particular benchmark or timeline when it came to their written language, but that had something to do with why Socrates was illiterate.
Now, many conservatives hope all that will be reversed.
Traditionalists are going to have some
Back in Principal McCullough's classroom, we asked students what they believe about the separation of church and state.
As a Christian, the Bible would be nice, but just for everyone else, I don't know if that would be good.
Not all parents want their children exposed to certain religions just because they may have a different religion or no religion at all.
Do you think the Bible should be in the classroom?
Yeah, because I feel like people need it. It might get a good impact on their life.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
After a long day
I
of
don't know how
teaching
to
and
think for
administrative duties,
myself.
Principal McCullough drives his own students home. He knows these.
Oh, what? I get blowback for making fun of the one girl, but he gets no blowback? What the fuck? There's discrimination on this show.
We hold you to a higher standard, Art.
I was reading the chat, so I wasn't paying attention.
This is an discrimination.
I can make fun of retards. That's my word. Okay? That's our word.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
just
on-
retarded enough.
On
That's Shaq's
Oxford.com,
version of the N-word. He's allowed to. It's his people.
on Oxford's website, they're saying that Socrates could read or write.
So it looks like we're getting conflicting information.
Yeah.
And his values.
I think I'm right.
It's all myth and legend. Ain't none of those people ever really existed.
And here, I'm willing to admit that I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've actually read up on this.
Positive. I'm thinking back to the teachers that taught me. They instilled in me the ability to believe in myself, that I could be whatever I wanted to be, just where I want to be. Person in each and every situation.
He hopes they understand that if they want to hear him preach the word of God, they're always welcome in his pews.
Antonio Hilton is joining us now. Antonio, one of the things you talked about in that piece was the Supreme Court cases. Where does the legal piece of this stand right now?
Well, Hallie, there is the local and the sort of national piece to this battle. So on the local level, Superintendent Ryan Walters is facing pushback from state lawmakers, from the Republican governor of Oklahoma. But look, you really have to look at the long game here, because Oklahoma is also at the center of a key case coming in front of the Supreme Court. And that centers around a Catholic public charter school, a first of its kind school receiving public money, public sponsorship from the state. Now, civil liberties groups have been
for somebody to tell me that this was the beginning of the rest of my life was really, really daunting.
Caroline Craig from Boston is living with allergies so severe that she is only able to safely eat 2 foods.
And for the first couple of years of my life, had no health issues. When I was 2.5 years old, I had a random anaphylactic allergic reaction.
What's that, Gene? I hate how you set up Nightbot. Like, here, let's have Nightbot say everything I say already every stream, but say it in the chat. Did I tell you? Nightbot, go over critical thinking skills. Tell everybody about that next.
Okay, Shab, you're being fucking retarded.
Fucking annoying. I hate when it comes through, like...
Okay, well, you're being fucking retarded. The whole point is when the Trump tards come in, it shows all this data on people on the right, so you're like, oh, the same thing you talk about, critical thinking, it's like it's giving fucking statistics and links to that.
Propaganda, John.
Okay, but at this point it looks like our only viewer is Nightbot. It's our one and only fan, Nightbot.
Well, the Talkcast person asked, do you deny a spiritual dimension? And I wanted to ask for clarification on what that means. What do you mean a spiritual dimension?
Yeah, it's like, how do you classify what is or isn't spiritual? So
and how do you... And this
well,
idea...
It's like, well, the point is, it's like, what's natural and what's supernatural? So it's like, let's say there is something... Like when people are like, oh, you can't prove that some supernatural entity doesn't exist. It's like, well, then if there's this entity that you want to claim is supernatural, like dark matter or something, electromagnetic radiation, once you're able to actually, I guess, test it and identify it, it's like then it's no longer supernatural. Like they used to not know how herbs worked and everything. So they looked at, like, herbal remedies as, like, magical elixirs and potions. So a lot of it is just people don't know how something works. So they just claim that it's magic or supernatural from some entity of another realm. And the problem is, it's, when it comes to something like that, is there some spiritual realm? Well, guess what? I don't know.
Well, there's
no way.
They say... as in your own conscious thoughts can be sent towards individuals outside of you.
So telepathy.
Well, here, let me finish speaking. So it's an untestifiable hypothesis. So the whole point is you can make an infinite amount of baseless assumptions about how there's, like, you could, I guess, predict that there's infinite universes. And if there's infinite universes, then there's infinite gods, there's infinite Zeuses. It's like there's infinite like I guess scenarios where all the infinite Zeuses and infinite gods interact with each other. And here's the thing, how this isn't something where there's any data to support it. It's not something where anybody has the tools to actually measure it and test it. So here's the thing, people only have so much time and resources to commit to, like, any task or whatever. So when it comes to things that you want society to focus on, you want the government to focus on, you want, like, certain pundits, experts to focus on, let's focus on things where we actually know this stuff exists, things that are actually empirical, things that it's actually possible for us to, I guess, make advancements in. So when it comes to pragmatism, I don't think it's pragmatic to appeal to the possibility that there's a bunch of reptilians living on the opposite side of the flat Earth, and we got to build up our defenses.
Well, I think it's
there's a leprechaun cult on Mars, and they're building a laser. But the reason why we can't see them with any, like, technology is because they're using their magical leprechaun powers to conceal it, and you can't disprove it. And why do you think this? Well, I'm just having this magical, I don't know, telepathic sort of connection with them, and I know that they're going to destroy the planet in a year if you don't give me a bunch of money.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't... What if you're wrong? You can't prove that it's not. The magical leprechaun cult on Mars isn't going to destroy the planet.
Yeah. Do you deny the existence of the magical Martian leprechaun cult?
You're all fools. They're magical Mars gnomes. Not leprechauns. It's very racist of you. All short people clearly look the same.
Well, they're not
but
people. They're
isn't sleep paralysis proof of that? No.
Sleep paralysis is proof that you can get into a stage of hypnagogia or hypnopopia, an awaking state where you hallucinate and dream over your waking reality. That's what that is. It's pretty much been described and explained.
When you're talking about brainwaves are a result of electromagnetic radiation. So it's photons, and it's wavelengths and frequencies of the photons traveling throughout all the different shells and orbitals. So that this is just basic chemistry and physics. So they know what brainwaves are. So when you're talking about how a person's thoughts can influence stuff beyond their mind, it's true to some extent, but it's in the same way that radio waves from an antenna can have some influence or whatever. It's visible light is a type of electromagnetic radiation. So it's true that our thoughts produce some level of electromagnetic radiation. That's why they have devices where it will read your brain waves, and you can control computer applications that way. That's what it does. But the thing is, they know what that is. So is it spiritual? If you're going to claim that electromagnetic radiation is some kind of spiritual entity, then we get into the realm of semantics.
I blew up like a balloon.
John Morgan is actually John Martian, starting in The Martian Among Us 10 p.m.
I had that allergic reaction, and then it triggered something in me where I had a lot of food intolerances. Peanuts, nuts, sesame, mustard, kiwi, seafood, but all of those things, were pretty easily managed.
She adjusted to those allergies and had a normal upbringing.
Things started slowly going downhill the summer between my senior year of high school and my freshman year at college. And that is because I was dating somebody who did not respect my allergies. So I remember very clearly the first time going out to dinner with him. I ordered food and then told the waiter my whole spiel. And I remember when the waiter walked away, my ex-boyfriend said, "Oh, I feel like you were being a little bit dramatic there. Is it really this severe, or do you need to be making this big of a deal?"
You have allergies? That's kind of cringe.
Yeah.
At the time, I thought I loved him, and his words definitely kind of permeated my brain. I started to be more lenient about my allergies for the sake of not wanting him to think I was being dramatic.
This mistake caused an incident at a food truck event.
My ex-boyfriend thinks that I'm being dramatic about my allergies, so I don't want to make that impression on anybody else. So if I just go with the food truck, the ice cream truck that I know is safe, I'll be fine. I didn't mention my allergies, which was biggest mistake of my life. I didn't tell them that I was susceptible to, having a reaction from cross-contamination, and so they didn't know to use a new spoon. They took one bite of it, and I immediately felt what is anaphylaxis. And I remember I got this big sense of doom and head rush, and my vision.
It says the title says she's allergic to everything except 2 foods. Did they say what 2 they are?
Nah, not yet. I'm waiting for that.
And my throat started constricting. My mouth got super itchy, and I turned to my friend and I said, "Oh my god, I think I'm having an allergic reaction." I knew that could have been avoided.
That's what happens if that's why I don't like smoking anything, because it causes this itchiness in my throat.
That's
fair.
Yeah,
true.
What a bitch.
And at the end of the day, this is what I need, and then things
well, hey, I'm fine doing edibles and shit. So why do you need to smoke something when there's a more
because every so often you eat an edible that you don't realize you were not at all prepared for.
Fair enough. Look, Jean's body is a temple.
Her reaction
exactly
regularly continued.
It became clear that I had so many reactions in such a short span of time that my body had split into a state of continued anaphylaxis.
So it says, why is a allergic reaction a news story? Well,
because she's allergic to everything but 2 foods, according to the title. So she's got one of those "you're just cursed at birth" allergies.
Yeah, it's hey, look at this very rare sort of disorder.
Anaphylaxis, and I was reacting to all the food, but it should go away in a couple of months if I stay on this medication regimen. Spoiler alert, 7.5 years later, it did not go away in a couple of months.
Caroline was officially diagnosed April of 2018.
She basically said that I have mast cell activation, which is a chronic immune condition in which the mast cells or the allergy cells are overreacting and perceiving things in the environment to be pathogens or allergens. My mom and I basically started crying as soon as we got the diagnosis.
Rooster says, "Gene, you get used to it." Yeah, but you know what? It's not good for your respiratory system to smoke, and I like running, and the runner's high that I get, I prefer more than, I don't know, I prefer to just do the edibles to get that particular high. and not
you
do
don't-
the other thing that interferes with me getting that other high that I also like. So it's called being pragmatic with your, I guess, getting high rituals.
John, you don't realize just how much better that runner's high hits after you cough up the layer of fucking tar that's stuck to your lungs, dude. The endorphins.
I don't know how bad. I know smoke in general is bad for your
Yeah.
lungs. I'm not stupid, but I don't know how bad. I don't think weed smoke is all that bad comparatively to like tobacco smoke or like even wood smoke.
Just smoking in general, it's just not good for your respiratory system. And if you like running, it's like definitely
Well,
not something you want to do.
Neither is breathing Chinese air, but people do it all the time. They're fine.
Well, that's a big problem with air pollution in China, like in Shanghai and stuff.
I
It's like when
know.
yeah.
That was only half a joke.
Yeah, I know. But like in certain parts of China, like if it rains, the rain has the same acidity as like vinegar. So it kind of like burns their skin if they go out in the rain.
If you ever want to, this shows people like a visual of what happens to statues when they get hit by that rain, and it'll drive the point home because it's terrifying to see a statue after acid rain.
Was lifting it off of me. At the same time, though, it was extremely depressing because she said there is no cure for this, but there are things we can do to make.
Yeah, AW, you're like running isn't better than weed, but you can still get the high from weed without smoking it.
Get better.
You can get the high from running without running, I bet.
I don't think so.
Diagnosis, she was limited.
Plus, there's other benefits to running. Like, it definitely helps with your cognition, and when you're somebody who, I don't know, you're dealing with fucking seizures, there's kind of a benefit to that.
What she could consume.
And by the beginning of June of 2018, I could only eat oats. I was slowly but surely becoming malnourished.
A doctor suggested she try something unusual.
She kind of approached me and she said, okay, this is a weird idea, but let me know if you're open to it. And she said, how about baby formula? She told me that it contains all the vitamins, minerals, calories, all the nutrients you need to like...
Oh,
God.
no.
If you could have one food, baby formula. Yeah.
Oh, my God. This chick's life sucks.
Sustain a body, and I said yes, I would, because I'm open to anything at this point. I am at rock bottom. They mixed like a little bit of the powder with water, mixed it up, and then I
She
took a couple
seems
sips
pretty
of it, and then we
happy and
waited.
positive
And,
for somebody that survived, like has to drink baby powder for the rest of her life.
Baby
Well, I mean,
powder.
it could be... Well, it's like, hey, she could be quadriplegic. I mean, I think that's the best way to go about it. Look at the positives. And
Yeah. It could be
I'm
a
not
whole
even
lot worse.
joking there. I mean, that's probably how she sees it.
my God, it was
That's
like
the healthy way to like look at things.
drop. Like it was just so much anticipation, and after a few minutes, I was like, I feel fine. And they were like, okay. I was able to leave the hospital with a prescription of baby formula, and that is what I have been eating now: oats and formula for 5.5 years.
So oats and baby food.
Damn.
Jesus. So I brought my own food if that's okay.
Caroline is allergic to more than just food.
Environment.
Now, I don't know how it tastes and shit, but like I make my smoothies every morning, and that's pretty much all I eat. It's just one superfood smoothie. I'm just gonna say that it's not something I would like at a party prepare for people, because it's like I'm used to the taste, but to me it's just like I need my nutrition, so I don't really care about the flavor. But I'd say I don't know, I could deal, or I could live with some kind of powdered liquid diet. I kind of already sort of do that to some extent.
Environmental allergens like pet dander, so dogs and cats, and honestly anything with hair or fur, mold or dust, or anything like that. So I still live, in my childhood home with my parents because this place has been pet-free since it was built. It's really hard for me to go to friends' apartments. I haven't gotten on a plane in 5.5 years. There are moments where I feel like the girl in the bubble.
And not gonna lie, seeing the spread of delicious food that my family made was probably the hardest part of the day, but we persevere.
Loved ones have adjusted to Caroline's needs.
It's definitely a big act of service for me to see people helping me out in that way.
As has her new boyfriend.
Do you think she needs to, get past her failure to launch and actually move out?
Yeah.
Has to avoid all of those allergies.
Cardinal sin, you're not allowed to live with your parents in America.
24 hours prior.
Even if you have
He
some
cannot
notable
eat
disability.
anything 3 hours prior to kissing me. And then
How much
he also
baby
has to brush his
formula
teeth
do you think she has to consume to maintain her caloric count?
I don't know. I mean, there's the oats and so forth. The thing is, how much like you need all your nutrients, so that's the thing. It's like I don't know if it has all of the nutrition that somebody needs. She might take supplements for that though.
For him as well, and he follows all those rules to a T. Ever since our first date, which is amazing, and he's super safe about all of it. And basically, it just ensures that, like, you know,
everything you need in a more concentrated form than an adult would need, because it's meant for babies.
Yeah,
they need more nutrients growing than we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I don't think they need more nutrients than adults. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like baby formula is loaded with nutrients, but still, like, one serving of it is 24 calories.
Oh, God. That's like, do you know what cystic fibrosis is?
Not really, no.
That's that one condition where, like, their lungs will fill up with mucus. And now they have, like, these vests that vibrate and so forth, and for some reason that does something where it alleviates, like, the buildup, and there's a lot of other complications. Like, a lot of times they need multiple organ transplants. Very fucked up condition, but they have to consume, like, 400 calories a day because they have, like a hyper metabolism. So then that causes a lot of complicated, like, you'll see these small kids and they have to, like, consume these very large sort of liquid formulas to get all the calories they need. And it's seems like it wouldn't be that fun.
Contact with any allergens.
There are times when Caroline gets food cravings.
People in the chat, like, oh, runners lives. For the joke. There's other reasons why I run, just like beyond just lunchtime.
There's other reasons he doesn't smoke weed, huh?
The big reason I run is for, like, you know, the health benefits, and especially the benefits when it comes to neural health.
Yes.
You achieve neurogenesis and everything from running.
Food like crazy, of course. It's usually like crappy food. It's usually like Oreos or ice cream or like French fries, like fried food. I just write it down, and cravings scientifically they go away within 7 minutes, so it's fine. That I'll be okay.
Here is what I eat in a day as the girl who can only eat 2 foods, starting off with crumble and sodium, which is what I take 20 minutes before I eat, and then usually I take my pills after I eat my breakfast, but I woke up so late because I filmed this on Sunday.
There you go.
I decided to go with oat waffles and hypoallergenic formula syrup. I made 3 waffles, count them, 1, 2, and 3.
On TikTok, she shares the various ways she eats.
Honestly, all the recipes came from posting on TikTok. Like, I posted being like, this is my diet, like, let me know if anybody else struggles with this, because I'm going crazy. And then I just got a flood of comments. I was like, oh my god, why have I never thought of that? And all the recipes have come from my comment section, basically. And it's added so much to my quality of life. Like, I really enjoy cooking now, and it's just like something I look forward to. And it's...
You want, like, oat and baby food powder pizza?
No.
Yeah, I'll take a big gulp of the baby powder.
Akez wants to know what our thoughts are on Christians interpreting their internal consciousness as an external conscious being, and in what ways might that impact the individual.
Don't we all just feel like a fucking ghost puppeting this meat suit? Right?
Yeah. Well, I've never, when it comes to my internal, like, I've always been aware that my own thoughts are my own thoughts, so I don't know. It's something like, again, 1/5 of Americans believe in haunted houses, and they believe that they've lived in haunted houses, and they've had direct encounters with super, like, natural, like, sort of entities with spirits. So, but here's the problem there. 1/5 of Americans also are functionally illiterate and support the QAnon conspiracy theory. So I'm thinking that there's probably some overlap there, those things.
As far as how it impacts people, I think the way Christians think in general cause them to emphasize their death more than their life.
And it's also, it's apophenia, which is an implicit bias that's part of evolution. So that's like seeing the face of Christ in a piece of toast. It's like the face on Mars, which is just a rock formation. It's like, it's just part of human psychology to see patterns or find meaning through meaningless patterns. So a lot of people just don't understand that coincidence is a thing. It's like, no, there has to be a connection. And it's like, or it could just be incidental. And usually conspiracy theorists and shit like that, it's like, it's because they're the kind of people that, you know what, they're not able to really think beyond implicit bias. And that's usually what they're doing, is they're just finding meaning where there isn't meaning. And it's like everything has to have some kind of explanation behind it when it could just be a coincidence.
You know, I can kind of replicate things.
We are making the ugly
Maybe
face.
you're feeling odd mentally because you didn't get good sleep, or you ate some bad shrimp or something.
Sunday you will ever see.
No, it's the devil or whatever other thing I asserted
I can only eat 2 foods on day 4 of the lamb trial. I've been food trialing single ingredient, low histamine foods to help, you know, normalize my diet, but it's proven to be a really long and difficult process. So you measure a little amount of the food. So like, I'd start with like a piece that's like half the size of my pinky fingernail, and I put that on my tongue for the first day. And then the next day I would chew that around and then spit it out. And then the next day I'd take that piece and I'd swallow it. And the next day I'd double that size and then eat it, swallow it. And you basically keep doing that until you get 2 consecutive comparable pre-anaphylactic reactions.
Caroline is hopeful she will have some normalcy again one day.
I want to do more than just eating to live.
When do you think the AI is going to find a cure for this?
Hopefully soon, because I feel horrible for this lady. Like, it's the way it sounded is she was allergic to most things until she got older, and then she became allergic to fucking everything, which begs the question if she's gonna suddenly develop an allergy to oats and the baby formula, and then what the fuck's she gonna do?
AW says there's something playing in the background.
Yeah, it's the thing that I told you about that I can't figure it out, but like it comes and goes.
They also say they've seen a ghost, but they're literate. Tell us about your ghost.
We're being haunted by a ghost right
you're
now.
Like, I've like seen a ghost, but I'm literate. Do you not know how statistics work? That's the thing. It's just we're talking about averages. So just because you're one example of somebody who falls into category A, but you don't fall into category B, doesn't mean that there still is a strong correlation.
And I know that I've gotten to a place in the past where I was able to incorporate more foods, and I'm really optimistic that I can get back to that place. It's just a matter of finding the right foods.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Andres.
Okay, let's get to the next major topic.
A brutal war is being waged in Sudan, so destructive that some fear it will cause the worst famine this century, yet most outsiders have barely noticed. This is the story behind the world's worst war. It wasn't long ago that...
Don't you think that guy looked cool?
Yeah, it was cool, man.
Yeah, he totally didn't look like a GTA character.
Yeah, but do you know what's been going on in Sudan?
A war that is going to cause one of the largest famines. No, I don't.
Okay, so do you know what the youngest country is currently?
Is it Sudan?
No.
Oh, fuck.
I don't.
2011, South Sudan.
Wow.
So there's been like, there were 2 major civil wars in the last century that has led to a shit ton of unrest. And who was the one? It was Omar al-Bashir. Like, he's one of the big evil dictators that, kind of like Assad, he was overthrown. And the 2 factions, it was like the RSF, what they Rapid Support Forces, I think, and then it was the Sudanese Armed Forces, and both of them have engaged in a lot of fucked up crimes, but essentially they overthrew Omar al-Bashir, but then they started fighting each other. And I don't think South Sudan has really participated in those, so I guess once they broke off, I think maybe they've saved themselves from a lot of the violence, but I guess let's see how things are unfolding. We covered this like several months back, but it's just, if you look at Russia, Ukraine, their war, you look at the Burmese Civil War, the casualty counts are like in the hundreds of thousands. So the way things have pretty much worked in like the last few decades is once a war gets into the like 6 digits, that's usually when it's one of the more significant, deadliest conflicts that are going on. And this is one of those wars where nobody talks about. So it has only been going on for like a year, and they've already accumulated as many casualties as the war in Ukraine and Russia that's been going on for 3 years. And you see this a lot where it's like Ethiopia, there was a major military conflict a couple of years back. It was known as the Tigrayan War. And that also accumulated hundreds of thousands of casualties, like as many people were dying like day by day as their war in Ukraine, and it had no coverage. And then in Burma, that gets some coverage, but again, it's like it's in the 6 digits, lots of people dying, and the media doesn't really cover it much. And why do you think everyone knows about like what's going on in Ukraine, Russia, but they don't know about these other military conflicts that I just went through?
It's probably, for some reason, more politically advantageous to have us all worked up about that. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Russia matters.
He leaves right before.
Jane, because Trump's friends with the Russia guy.
That in Russia has always made for good viewership in the news. Oh, Takez had more. So you're saying it's your interpretation of things that matter most. How can we make a factual observation?
Also, I know, Gene.
Observations differ from one.
What's that?
It's like white people versus white people war, and to us crack-ass Americans, that matters more.
Well, Zoe, the logic there of Africa is always having brutal civil wars. Well, that's the same thing in like the Far East. There's constant wars going on in the Middle East and in Europe up until very recently in human history. I mean, European countries were constantly going to war with each other and everything. So it wasn't until like the establishment of like EU and NATO post World War II where you start to see a gradual decline in wars taking place in Europe. So the thing is, when these wars are happening, they should receive some level of attention, and we all live on the same planet. It's globalism. So it's not going to get better if people just ignore it. And a lot of the conflicts in Africa, it is due to post-colonialism, like the Congolese War and stuff. And I should probably go over it because a lot of people don't know how much of a notable footprint, all the atrocities that took place during the colonial rule has had on these countries, and how much it actually contributes to the unrest.
That Sudan was on the edge of a long-awaited peace. Mass protests in 2019 called for the ousting of Omar al-Bashir, a tyrant who had controlled Sudan for 3 decades. But ultimately, it was the army rather than the people who seized power. In 2021, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, the head of the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, took control of the country. He governed alongside Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, known as Hemeti, the head of a paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. Today's war began as a fight for power between these two groups. Hemeti is a warlord from the western region of Darfur. He has a thirst for power, influential foreign allies, and has long led a murderous militia. In the early 2000s, Hemeti was head of a nomadic Arab militia called the Janjaweed. His horse-riding fighters helped the ruthless dictator Omar al-Bashir's regime slaughter black Africans in a conflict in Darfur. Most of Sudan is Arab, but several non-Arab tribes live in Darfur and elsewhere.
Oh, and you know who's had a presence in Sudan? Yeah. Want to guess?
Who?
Wagner. Yeah, for some reason. So in the ECOWAS countries in East Africa, which France and the United States have been getting involved in that particular drama. Russia, they sent Wagner troops there to give support to the coups in Niger and Burkina Faso. And same thing here. And then in Burma, Russia was selling planes, bomber jets and everything to the junta. I mean, the United States going in, giving weapons and training to the rebels. So again, the Cold War has never ended.
These include the Zagawa, Fur, and Masalik people. These groups suffered awful persecution under Bashir. The army and the Janjaweed militia were accused of carrying out genocide against them. Perhaps 300,000 people were killed in that conflict, and 2.7 million were driven from their homes. Meanwhile, Bashir underplayed the conflict to the world.
Is the situation in Darfur continuing to deteriorate?
No, it is not true. The situation is improving.
But the International Criminal Court took action. In 2010, Bashir became the first person they charged with genocide. But despite being wanted for war crimes, Bashir continued to rule Sudan. Under him, the Janjaweed became a formal paramilitary force with tens of thousands of well-equipped troops, and adopted a new name, the RSF. The group's warlord leader, Hemeti, used his power to make money, controlling gold mines in Sudan and hiring out his men as mercenaries abroad. The RSF worked closely with Russian mercenary groups in the war in Libya, and
there you go.
Struck lucrative deals with the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, sending fighters to aid their war in Yemen. In April 2023, rivalry between Hemeti's RSF and General Arbahan's SAF exploded into open conflict. On April 15th, in the capital Khartoum, RSF forces raided the international airport and the presidential palace, which was later destroyed. The capital has been flattened. After brutal ground battles, much of the city is now under the RSF's control. And with the help of foreign backers like the UAE, which is credibly accused of supplying weapons to the RSF, the group has now seized control of large parts of the country.
Yeah, and with the Syrian civil war, that was another thing. Like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they were giving like funding and training to the militias, like south of Aleppo and everything. So in Damascus, so there are a bunch of other players when it comes to all the notable proxy wars going on in North Africa and the Middle East.
In Darfur, it seems the pattern of ethnic cleansing, even genocide, that Bashir started has continued. Last year, the RSF besieged the city of El Janina, committing atrocities against the Masalit tribe. The UN estimates that 10 to 15,000 people were killed last year in 2 massacres. Many found safety in the regional capital of El Fater, until the RSF besieged that city too. Atrocities followed. The ICC is investigating allegations of widespread international crimes, and is particularly concerned about the ethnically motivated nature of these attacks. In Part 2, we will use forensic analysis and open source intelligence.
Part 2.
We got part 2 lined up. We got part 2 lined up, John. Sorry, I had to use the restroom.
On April 15, 2023, heavy gunfire and explosions rocked the capital Khartoum, throwing the city into panic. The Sudan Armed Forces, or SAF, led by the country's de facto...
Yeah, Brian, we covered Yemen and Saudi Arabia. They've been holding Yemen under some kind of medieval-style siege, and the United States loves to shill for them.
ruler, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the paramilitary group Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, led by Burhan's deputy turned rival, General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, known as Hemeti, blamed each other for firing the first shot. Once allies, the two generals ousted Sudan's long-term oppressive military leader, General Omar al-Bashir, in 2019. A transitional government was put in place, but overthrown in October 2020.
They're just regurgitating everything I said.
Al-Burhan was then made de facto leader, with Hemeti as his deputy. Within months, there was tension between the two generals, which they sought to downplay.
احنا مستحيل يحصل بيناتنا قتال اصلا ولا في زول بيدعو لحاجه ولا في زول بيدعو لاي خلاف.
But disagree they did. Their vicious power struggle led to the war in April 2023. In August 2024, a UN fact-finding mission had a damning report on the crimes committed in this war.
We have found that the
And I know that currently there's I think half of their population is dealing with a humanitarian problem with medication and food. And I think they have 50, 60 million people in their population. So I think around 25 million people, 30 million people are currently dealing with issues associated with famine. I know that around 10 million people in the country have been displaced and don't have anywhere to go. So
Sudanese warring parties, that mainly the Sudanese Armed Forces SAF and the Rapid Support Forces RSF and their respected allies have committed an appalling range of violations.
Oh, in the RSF, one of the things that they were doing, and a lot of the notable cities, and we covered this earlier, where they were going into Darfur and a lot of their other cities, and they were just lighting people on fire and committing mass rape. So I know both of the different groups have committed notable crimes, but it seems the RSF, they definitely seem to engage in much more of the human rights violations when they had the chance.
We found reasonable grounds to believe that many of these violations amount to international crimes.
Fighting between the army and RSF has killed thousands, driven over 10 million people from their homes, and sparked what the United Nations has called the world's worst hunger crisis. Famine has been declared in the Darfur region, and over half the country's population face acute hunger.
I said, "Yeah, I am darin ila yun ila jazza ta ma fi du jan las ma fi aki jan las ma fi nasu adin tabani." I said,
In August 2020.
So, do you think those hospitals have a decent amount of resources to care for those children?
Absolutely.
Before, there was a ray of hope as aid convoys were allowed to enter Sudan after a 4-month hold. They crossed from Chad, delivering desperately needed food to the people of Darfur.
Well, at least the RSF, they're actually allowing, like, supply trucks to get through.
Has also played a part with extreme floods across Sudan in August 2024. Key infrastructure such as dams and bridges was severely damaged, hampering aid and leaving hundreds displaced. A few weeks after the war started, peace talks were held in the Saudi city of Jeddah. Many more followed, with several ceasefire agreements reached, but they failed to stop the fighting. In August 2024, US-led talks started in Switzerland, but the Sudanese army refused to turn up. Also at play are the foreign
Switzerland never likes to get involved in anything.
nations allegedly backing both sides, supplying equipment and arms.
Some observers believe that the Sudanese armed forces are backed by Turkey, Egypt, and more recently there's been evidence to suggest that Tehran has been sending weapon shipments to Port Sudan. On the other side, the Rapid Support Forces are believed to be backed by the United Arab Emirates.
The RSF captured much of the capital Khartoum and 4 of the 5 states in Darfur. The military controls most of the north and east, including the key Red Sea port of Port Sudan. In February
That was a
2024,
very nice rifle he had.
Captured the center of Omdurman, one of the 3 cities along the River Nile that form Sudan's wider capital, Khartoum. When protesters helped oust Omar al-Bashir, the people of Sudan thought tyranny was over, and the dream of civilians being
those terrorists holding their signs and everything.
over, and the dream of civilians
Written
being
in
in charge
terrorist
was
speak.
tantalizingly close.
What's
Then
that?
Written in terrorist speak.
No, bad.
came a war, far worse than anyone.
See, people aren't gonna, like, because we've been making the joke that protesters are terrorists. Random people are gonna come in, and then when you point to, like, their Arabic language, being terrorist language, that's where they're like, oh god, these guys are bigots.
Imagine.
Explosions rock Sudan's capital, Khartoum, for the 3rd day, as the violent power struggle between the National Army and the RSF paramilitary group continues. Millions of civilians are caught in the crossfire. They're forced to stay at home, but even there, they're unsafe. Ahmed is an engineer in Khartoum. His family was sleeping when a shell hit their home.
I was asleep. Suddenly, I heard a lot of big sounds, like bullets, rockets. I can't leave the house. It's very dangerous outside. The military is everywhere.
Medics warn that the fighting is making it too dangerous to transport many casualties to hospital. On Sunday, both sides held a temporary ceasefire to allow the wounded to be evacuated, but it's not clear how strictly they stuck to it.
The conflict will certainly affect many people's lives, including our medical team. We have been told to stay inside our camp. All roads are closed. There is a great deal of concern about the situation.
Fighting has also erupted outside the capital, including in the troubled western Darfur region. Both sides say they have control of key sites, including the airport and the presidential palace, and both blame each other for the fighting. The military has been in charge of Sudan since a coup in...
Which side do you think's on the right?
Which side do you really think has control of the palace and the airport?
I don't know.
2021, when it worked with the RSF. But plans to integrate the paramilitary group into the army have led to tensions between both leaders, al-Burhan and Hemeti. A chorus of international voices has called for dialogue and a permanent end to the violence. But for now, the 2 generals appear in no mood for talks.
Been locked in a vicious struggle for power. In that time, the United Nations says 10 million people have been displaced and one of the world's biggest humanitarian crises triggered. Aid agencies have long complained security threats and roadblocks are hampering their efforts to deliver vital goods like food to the people who need them. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher has traveled to Omdurman to see the impact of the struggle, and a warning, you may find some of the images in her report upsetting.
Hunger stalks Sudan. The youngest are its weakest prey. Sudan has long seen malnutrition.
Now, what do you think of that approach to warfare? Of, like, you know, starving out the opponent? Blocking supply vehicles from getting through, because then, yeah.
Very ethical.
Caused by poverty. But the civil war is causing famine in parts of the country.
So you have just expanded this ward?
Yeah, we've expanded this ward in the previous 2 days. We've added more 35 beds to the ward.
How many times have you expanded during the war?
This ward, malnutrition ward, has been expanded 4 times. So patients are now lacking food. They're just lacking food. They came from areas that the food are either very expensive or very scarce. Severe acute malnutrition. This unit is for babies closest to death. Suleiman is 2 years old. Here he can get treatment.
But most cases like his are in conflict zones hardest to...
So, somebody working on this unit, how many dead babies do you think they have to deal with a day?
Too many, John. Several, I bet.
Do you think somebody working a job like that, maybe they're going to deal with some long-term trauma?
Yeah, they're going through it.
To reach.
They'll
Both
be
warring
fine.
parties have blocked aid.
They'll
That's
be
eased.
fine.
Trauma puts hair on your chest, John.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in Omdurman, the hunt for food begins early. A local charity is about to serve breakfast. Lines
You
form
wouldn't
long before it
understand. You're a
opens its doors.
libtard.
This is only the first stop for Naji Abdallah. I come here in hope of getting food for my children, he told me. Then I'll go and look for whatever work I can get to earn some money to buy bread for them. Community kitchens, they're called. They've sprung up all over the country. The UN says it has only a third of the funding it needs. So here, it's Sudanese helping Sudanese. The elderly and disabled are let in first.
Why does the now? UN said it has a third of the funding it needs. Is the UN claiming that they have a third of the funding, or that the UN itself has a third of the funding that it needs? It's kind of odd that, I don't know, these humanitarian aid organizations don't seem to get a lot of funding compared to, I don't know, other things like military projects.
First. 2 scoops of beans for each person, and a bag of bread. There is bread and other food in the shops here, but soaring prices mean they can't afford it.
No, I never get why it's bread. Because it's like, if you look into things that are kind of, I guess, easiest to grow and maintain, like in an arid sort of setting, it's like chia seeds. They're loaded with protein, calories, nutrition. They don't require that much water. And it's like bread, it's like you make it out of wheat and so forth, and it seems like, I don't know, it would be it's a crop that's kind of difficult to grow in that kind of setting. It seems like there's so many other things that provide
Well, they're not
more
growing
calories.
it there, right? They're transporting it to there.
Well, if it's a humanitarian aid organization, that's one thing. But what I'm saying in general, when you see a lot of like examples of famine and so forth, it seems like bread is the big thing, like wheat, and that they're trying to transport it. It seems like that, in terms of like logistics, it's like wheat's the last thing that I don't know, like this is the thing we're gonna invest in when it comes to feeding the masses.
Abbas is a mother of 6. A complicated birth has left her too weak to walk. She lives with her sister, who has 7 children. Our father was captured at the start of the war, she told me, and we've been displaced since. We're just here for breakfast, and we'll go looking again. Sometimes we find food, sometimes we don't. Last in, these 2 little boys, barely tall enough to see over the counter. For Naji, no luck today. Turned away when the food ran out. It's clear that aid is desperately needed for a people who feel forgotten and are reaching out for help. Barbara Pat-Asher, BBC News, Omdurman.
Now, here in the U.S., President
Fatma Bashir escaped airstrikes, gunfire, and endured a dangerous journey from her home village in Sennar State in Sudan. Now disease is catching up with her here in South Sudan. She has malaria and is anemic. Her mother is worried.
The plane back home came and dropped bombs. It came twice. It destroyed my house. It killed my neighbor with all her children. I saw it. My husband and other relatives also died. I came here with my daughter.
This is Jerban-Abuda town, where
Damn.
many refugees and returnees are traveling through.
The situation here
That
is,
woman
is
looked
not the
like
best. The
she
water-
had been through the fucking ringer lately.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, just her eyes, they were so fucking horribly sad.
You think, how much of it do you think is the malaria, and how much of it do you think was the trauma?
Fuck if I know. I don't know what malaria
The
does
sources
to
are
the eyes.
declining. There is no water to drink. The nutrition status of the people is so bad. There is no food to eat.
Most are using informal routes along the loosely controlled border, making it difficult for aid workers to track and register them so they can get crucial services.
We see a lot of acute watery diarrhea, and as you know, there is also ongoing cholera outbreak in this area. And we set up surveillance, and we see a lot of cases right now.
Before the influx, there were about 7,000 local residents. Now we have more than 40,000 displaced people. Everyone here is...
Oh, someone in the chat's like, why did Islam try to take over Europe and conquer all of the Arab world? I don't think it was just Islam that tried. There's a lot of expansionism associated with Christianity as well.
That's the debate that's happening in the chat.
God, I'm sure this guy knows his history.
Feeling the strain. Many are worried about what will happen when the rainy season starts in May.
We have very limited time to be able to...
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the Holy Roman Empire wasn't a thing. And all these colonial, like, Christian empires colonizing the planet, and much of it was to bring the Bible and Christianity to all these natives and indigenous people abroad. Yeah, that definitely what, like, the Western Christian world has never dealt with any sort of expansionism.
Prepare before the rainy season. Our
What's that?
Never.
Exactly.
window of response is shrinking day by day. We have around 4 months to be able to help them to prepare for the rainy season, because most of this area...
I'm pretty sure in ancient Rome, didn't a decent chunk of ancient Rome consist of, you know, parts of the Middle East and all the Mediterranean states, North Africa. So I'm fairly certain that there was a decent amount of, like, Europe expanding in the Middle East and the Middle East expanding to Europe. I think they've been engaging in land swaps all throughout human history.
It will be cut off during the rainy season.
Doctors say Fatma Bashir will be alright, but her mental scars will take longer to heal. Catherine Soy, Jarbana, on South Sudan's border with Sudan.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the link.
A busy marketplace turns into a scene of destruction as civilians find themselves caught up in the conflict between the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces and the Sudanese army. The shelling by the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, happened in Omdurman city, part of Greater Khartoum. It's been a fierce battleground for nearly 22 months. The Sudanese army has been celebrating recent gains. On Saturday, residents of Al-Hazahiza in Jazeera state welcomed...
Now here, I'm going to point something out. So here, why don't they have them in a hospital bed? Why do they have them on the floor?
I don't know.
Why do you think that is?
Because they're jerks. It's because they're jerks, and they're like, you gotta sleep on the floor. We don't even want you to sleep on the bed. I'm gonna sleep on the bed instead. People are jerks. That's what it is, Jane. People just need to learn to be nicer.
Do you think, I don't know, people in America, like when they take a trip to the hospital, maybe should be a bit grateful that at least they have a hospital bed?
It's been a fierce battleground for nearly 22 months. The Sudanese army has been celebrating recent gains. On Saturday, residents of Al-Hazahiza in Jazeera state welcomed soldiers as they entered the area just south of Khartoum.
We will continue to pursue them to the last point in Sudan. I said before that these malicious signs of collapse have started to show. But now I say that the militia has completely collapsed. All we say to them, either you perish or surrender.
The Sudanese army has retaken most of Khartoum and also regained control of the city of Wad Madani, the capital of Jazeera province, and the country's largest oil refinery. But the RSF still controls pockets in the capital. Its leader promises to retaliate.
We must think about what we intend to retake. What was taken from us, we'll reclaim. We shouldn't think of whether they took control of Al-Gaili or Madani.
As the fighting intensifies, the UN estimates 3.6 million people have fled the area since fighting began in April 2023. Tens of thousands have been killed. Both sides have been accused of targeting civilians and indiscriminately shelling residential areas. On Tuesday, the International Criminal Court's top prosecutor said he'll be seeking arrest warrants for people accused of atrocities in Sudan. Both sides also say they're committed to victory.
Oh, how many people do you think will actually get arrested? Seems like whenever the UN tries to hold people accountable with this sort of international law, seems like international law is never actually enforced.
Leaving millions of Sudanese wondering when there may be an end to their suffering.
What's that?
Said, no, they're fine. They don't have to worry about the UN at all.
I'm Boateng, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe.
A year ago, 4 million people were living here in Wad Madani. 2/3 of them arrived after fleeing fighting between Sudanese government troops and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in Khartoum. In December 2023, the RSF returned and people fled again. But a few have stayed.
My elder sister was disabled and sick, so we couldn't leave. The amount of suffering from the treatment of the RSF is difficult to describe. They used every method of violence and terror against us. They would jump over the walls of homes, take people's property by force, mobile phones, TV screens, anything. They shot people dead in their homes. You walk in the street feeling unsafe at any time.
A few others who fled also returned recently.
I came back 2 days ago, but I found my home in a miserable condition. They have left nothing in it, even the beds. They took away everything.
Okay, so
Michael from Texas, no, Jesus' disciples did not write the New Testament. All of them were dead before the New Testament could have been written. This is... something.
Common knowledge.
Jesus is a
pretty much
lie,
known for terror.
Michael. Jesus
Every
isn't
single
real.
item.
This market used to be popular, but no one comes here now.
And yet the four apostles and like all of them, except one, like the first
12.
apostle. That what's that?
12 apostles.
Or, yeah, 12 apostles.
Street after street is empty, forming a ghost city spreading
Trying
as
to make
far as the eye
Jesus
can see.
sound less cool. He only had 4 guys he hung out with.
This medical compound was seized by RSF fighters and used as a base.
But I'm saying, like, weren't only 4 of them, like, apparently alive when, or no, I'm thinking of something else.
4 of them are
Military vehicle.
attributed to the 4 Gospels.
Yeah.
But
Full of weapons.
those 4 were all dead by the time said Gospels were written, so they definitely did not write them.
Exploded at the entrance, setting fire to the entire building. People we spoke to here say
Well,
this is what...
here's the thing. There's a book called the Bible.
Oh, yeah? I've never
Yeah.
heard of this book. Tell me about this book.
Wait, yeah.
Well,
When
it's
did,
the
when did
literal
that
word
get
of God,
put out?
because I say so, and because that book says a bunch of things about this magical omnipotent being.
Oh, I've heard
Yeah,
of this book.
it's proof,
It's
yeah.
the sequel to the Torah, but the prequel to the Quran. And Hadith, is that what the other book is called?
Yeah, I heard. I heard about that book. Actually, was it? I heard it was written by Mel Gibson. Is that true? No.
No, it was written by Ye.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Ye
several
wrote
sites
it.
around Medani for dumping vehicles vandalized by RSF. They say
Ye.
any vehicles that couldn't be driven away have been stripped of their engines and any other valuable spare parts before being left on the streets. With no cars and no public transportation, people have returned to the age of the cart, drawn by donkeys. But more than transportation, a lack of food, water and electricity is making life here nearly impossible. Some aid is being distributed along with water, although there's not nearly enough. The authorities say they're working to get the main water purification facility operating again.
The extent of the damage
this
was
kinda-
huge and
This
systematic.
kind of makes me wonder why I see so many humanitarian aid rations for sale on the internet, like by the crate.
Wait, what's that?
This makes me wonder why I see so many humanitarian aid, like MREs, for sale on the internet by the crate. $45 to get you 12 of them.
Well, because you have money.
No, I mean, like, why are they being sold to people instead of being sent to these people?
Yeah, that's kind of odd. I guess. Wait, where are you seeing it sold?
You can buy them on Amazon.
Well, is it like who's actually selling them? Because it might just be like if you want to do some humanitarian aid, it's like, hey, for people who want to do this, we have the crates we can sell to you.
Oh,
So-
I'll look, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're like UN rations, because they're not very good. They're specifically designed to where, like, absolutely nothing in it is gonna fuck with your, say you have a religious diet, or like you have to eat halal or you have to eat kosher.
I'm saying it could be a for-profit organization that's producing the thing to sell to the like humanitarian organizations to distribute it. So that might be where they get their money from, is selling it to like the Red Cross or to the UN.
We counted more than 3,200 water wells that were destroyed. The total cost of the damage in water infrastructure alone is more than $33 million.
But even as this effort goes on, Wad Madani remains a broken city, one covered in the scars and debris left by a war machine that ripped out its life. Mohammed Fan, Al Jazeera, Wad Madani, Sudan.
Okay,
Let's bring in
sorry, it
Rahman
took me a
Ali.
second to find them. They're being sold by a company called Ammo Can Man.
Oh, so are they like survivalists?
No,
Like-
these are like, oh, they're FEMA emergency rations.
Huh.
In Port Sudan. You're the Sudan Country Director for CARE International. Thank you for being with us. So, Sudan is one of the...
The Sudan war has recently intensified on the city of El Fasher in the west of the country. The paramilitary group Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, has besieged the city, while the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, have launched airstrikes against RSF positions.
So why is violence escalating in Al-Fashir? 5 of Sudan's federal states...
So why do you think violence is escalating, Chad? What are you reading, Chad?
The chat. Because there's not enough religion in that area.
Region.
That's the problem, probably.
The focus on Al-Fashir has to do with control.
Why does everything go back to religion?
Because God is necessary.
Paul was dead. Paul didn't write. Paul wasn't one of the apostles.
Was
He's
it
just some
Matthew
fucking-
one of the apostles?
Yeah.
And
But
he
Paul
was-
was some fucking guy who claims he saw Jesus, and
You know what?
basically his story is, well, Jesus forgot to mention a few things, so he appointed me when no one was around, out in the middle of some butt-fuck nowhere road. He appeared to me and said, you got to tell all the people I forgot to tell them. Like, women, shut the fuck up when you're in church.
Now, out of all of the apostles, the one that I
Women,
like the
shut the
most...
fuck
Chad,
up.
I'm talking. Out
I'm
of all the
sorry.
ones I like the most,
I'm not
Judas.
kidding, Shabisky.
Judas, I think he had things figured out. Like, that guy seemed pretty cool.
The anti-woman stuff in Christianity doesn't come around until the Paul shit started. Jesus didn't have really any oppressive things to say about women in the Gospels. As far as I know.
I don't think Jesus really liked women, though. That's why he didn't talk about them much. He didn't like them in a different way.
It is the last stronghold of the SAF in the wider Darfur region. So capturing it from SAF would be a huge symbolic victory for the RSF.
Yeah, but I think Matthew, like, out of the, like, 4 Gospels, like, I think he was probably the only one that was alive around the time Jesus was alive. But it was only, it's like something where, wouldn't he have been, like, pretty much a young child? He would have been, like, 6 or 7.
One would think, because if it's the one closest to the time of his death, then it would be 60, 70 years after.
Yeah.
I think. I might be wrong about that number, but it's somewhere around that area.
Yeah, so there's only one out of the 4 Gospels that it's even possible where they were alive when Jesus was alive, and if they were a young child. So then if they document anything, it's based on anecdotes that they heard from older people.
Controlling Darfur will mean access to precious resources.
Darfur in general is extremely rich in resources, gold, silver, and iron, and so on. And also it has livestock.
Someone's saying it's Snow White's fault. Yeah.
Skeptical
Livestock, it's rich
Jesus
in
says
grains,
it's a 30-year gap or so, so maybe I guess I must be wrong. Fair enough.
Culture.
But
Also,
with the
Haiti-
lifespans of people back then, that is quite a bit of time. It's a bit of a jump.
Yeah, well, as long as somebody made it to adolescence, they could easily live to their, like, 60s or 70s. So, it's a misconception that, like, oh, the life expectancy is half it was now, so most people, like, died around the time that they were 30. It's, no, most people were likely to die before they made it to adolescence, but if you made it to adolescence, you were likely to at least make it to, like, around the age of 60.
Zoe comes in with that Jewish logic. Jesus would have been a sitter due to not following, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. God commands to be fruitful and multiply. Incel, Jesus didn't do that. He's right. He was also supposed to be like an ordained rabbi, and I think rabbis have to be married.
Well, I heard a rumor, like, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that Jesus wasn't even Christian. I heard that Jesus was Jewish.
That's kind of the point, though, Gene. He didn't follow the rules of Judaism himself.
Yeah.
What a dick.
He controls one of the...
But who does? It's like, it seems like everyone just follows whatever the fucking religion is, however they please. It's how you choose to interpret it.
largest gold mines in Darfur. And that gold mine is one of the reasons why he's able to finance the war, because Al-Fashir specifically is the gateway to Libya and to...
Now, what do you think? So if Jesus found out that it's like, okay, they actually are making a religion, like, based on him, Because I don't think, like, if Jesus was alive, historical Jesus, I don't think they really intended that to happen. So do you think if Jesus found out about, like, Christianity, do you think they'd go along with it? Do you think they'd be like, no, fuck this? Or do you think they'd be like, oh, Jesus, son of God. Huh. Christianity. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. Do you think they'd go along with it?
I think people go along with anything as long as you sell it to them the right way.
I think that
also Zoe says rabbis don't have to be married, but it's more respectable if they are. Fair enough. I thought it was that they had to be.
Chat where the RSF gets its arms.
But there's also
Where
another
did Dirk
historical
go?
motivation that has brought war.
I don't know.
Said he was going to get some coffee.
Oh,
Distinction
what
in
a
Darfur
jerk.
is that the majority of the African tribes are based in Al-Fashir, in the northern part, and the RSF is mainly made up of the Arab Sudanese tribes as well as other mercenaries from other countries. So if Al-Fashir falls, what the RSF will unleash on these people will be horrendous beyond anyone's imagination. It's a matter of
Man, the
cultural and
fucking
ethnic superiority.
sadness in these chicks' eyes. Fuck.
Yeah, don't you think they could smile more?
No,
Yeah, what
I'm
the
not
fuck?
criticizing them. I'm
No,
just
I
saying,
know,
like,
I know. I'm trying
they
to
look
be fun.
like they just walked away from a bomb blast. They look like they're in shock.
To the UN,
it's
the war in
just
Sudan
sad.
has triggered the largest humanitarian crisis in the world.
I hit
The UN
Nightbot.
estimate-
Nightbot has been spamming quite a bit.
Yeah, it's getting a
That
little
across Sudan, over 2
ridiculous.
million people have been displaced.
Stupid
A famine has been
Nightbot.
declared in parts of Darfur, and not being able to secure supplies to the city is really just exacerbating an already dire situation.
This man arrived at a refugee site at Chad's border with Sudan 2 days earlier, after making a perilous 340-kilometre journey on foot from the Zamzam displacement camp in North Darfur. The camp is gripped by famine and besieged by the hostile rapid support forces.
Oh, wow, it looked like a
The man
big
asked-
old plate of fucking leaves they were eating. Can you go back to that? It
This
wasn't
man
that
arrived at a
far
refugee site at Chad's border with Sudan 2 days earlier, after making a perilous displacement camp in North Darfur. The camp is gripped by famine.
Yeah, you think they're full after eating that plate of hedge clippings?
Well, there it looks like it's some kind of like beans or whatever.
Is it?
Yeah, and then to the right, looks like I don't know what that crop is, but it's darker, so it probably has so like I know like lettuce and so forth has pretty much no calories or nutrition at all, and it's actually really bad for like I wouldn't say the environment, but it's very counterproductive when it comes to resources, because all the water that goes into growing lettuce, you could just be using that water for other crops or just for hydration.
I count 8 hungry bellies too between that.
Looks like they have probably like vitiligo or something.
Oh, the
Famine
one in the
and
top
deceit.
left.
And
Maybe.
the bottom right.
Yeah, maybe.
Besieged by the hostile rapid support forces, or RSF. The man asked to remain anonymous for security reasons.
I swear, what is happening in Zamzam is devastating. Explosions have turned citizens into corpses. No money and no food. Sometimes you go the whole day eating only 1 meal.
He recounted how he and other members of the community in Zamzam had to bury 25 infants who had died of starvation. According to the UN, parts of Darfur are in a state of famine, the world's first in 7 years.
Aid groups and residents say
I forget. I think it's look up fava beans. I think maybe that's what they were eating, because I know fava beans are like very easy to grow in arid climates.
They're pretty
camp
good
of 300,000
for you, too.
inhabitants
What's that?
like them. They're pretty good for you.
Yeah.
is also being regularly shelled by the RSF, one of the warring parties in Sudan's civil war that evolved from the Janjaweed militia. Another Zamzam resident who fled to Chad also asked to remain anonymous for fear of reprisals.
When we first arrived, we thought it would be safe because humanitarian organizations were based there. We assumed the Janjaweed wouldn't attack them, but they did.
He said the
Wow,
young
look at
and the
these
elderly
beta
were the
liberals still wearing their face masks in 2025.
Exactly.
first to perish.
The elderly and children were the most vulnerable. Many families lost their young ones due to malnutrition and lack of medical care.
The UN's World Food Programme says the famine stems from conflict.
And I think the main point is, this is a man-made conflict, and the famine, as a result, is also man-made. And the solution can only be man-made. A humanitarian pause would be required to ramp
Why
up.
are they always blaming men?
to the scale that's needed to prevent this from really becoming one of the world's worst hunger or famine situations in decades.
As the UN continues to distribute food for the refugees here in Chad, it says the famine in Darfur is expected to spread to 5 more regions of Sudan.
This video shows members of Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces as they storm the famine-stricken Zamzam refugee camp in the Darfur region. The RSF has been fighting Sudan's army for nearly 2 years.
Yeah, so it's like what I said when I've looked into it. It seems like RSF, out of the two factions, they definitely seem to be more on the side of malevolency. They're always the ones looting and pillaging and committing mass rape and murder. I know the other group, they're also accused of committing war crimes, but it seems like these guys take it to a much greater extreme.
Who's supplying them with arms? That rifle looks brand new.
The UAE, they said Egypt is supplying them, Saudi Arabia, and Wagner, Russia, has been giving them weapons, and even the United States, because we've gotten involved in all this horse shit. Because
those AKs are in pretty sharp condition, just saying.
I think ISIS has a notable foothold in parts of Sudan, and I know there's other parts of Africa where they have a notable presence. So I know the United States has gotten involved to hand out weapons and stuff to certain groups because they want them to fight against ISIS in the region.
And displace a fifth of the population. But as the RSF has lost ground to the Sudanese army in the capital Khartoum, it has staged multiple attacks on the Zamzam camp, the army's last remaining foothold in Darfur, according to 3 people at the camp. The location of this video has been confirmed by cross-referencing it with satellite imagery, though the date could not be independently verified.
Fake news.
Tracking map detected thermal activity in
Yeah,
the
there are
area
no
on Tuesday.
satellites.
The RSF did not immediately respond to
The
a
Earth is
comment.
flat.
Sudan's
I
army
read it
controls
on
the
the
north and east
internet.
of the country and is regaining ground in the center.
No, the Earth looks like a D20 D&D dice.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
the RSF
shit.
controls almost all of
We
the
rolled a
western
1
Darfur
then.
region. The paramilitary group
Yes.
said that Zamzam is a base for the joint forces, a former
The
rebel
Earth
group
is
now
flat
fighting
and
alongside the
hollow.
army.
It's
Exactly.
banana shaped. Haven't you
However, the
seen
joint
fucking
forces said
Holy
on Thursday
Grail?
They were not present.
God, I can't believe that. I hope when you look at all of these polls and surveys that show that it's almost 10% of fucking Americans support the flat Earth theory.
Oh God!
I
didn't know it was
hope that is
high.
not true.
It
I
seems
mean-
like it is. It seems like there are just more and more and more people are like, yeah, flat Earth. It's gotta be.
Why are people so fucking stupid?
I
present in the camp. The Sudanese government said the army, the joint forces, and other volunteers
I'll
were
be
able
right
to push
back.
the RSF back on Wednesday. Zamzam has been targeted by artillery for months and was determined to be in famine in August last year. The ground incursions are more recent, and at least 7 people have died as a result of the attacks, according to medical aid agency MSF. Residents say as many as dozens have been killed. MSF said medics are also unable to perform surgeries.
The conflict in Sudan is nearing the 2-year mark, and the fighting is as intense as ever. The army has regained most of the positions it had lost a year ago in the southeastern states of Jazeera and Sennar. But the battle for Khartoum is still raging despite significant gains by the army. The paramilitary rapid support forces still control some key positions, including the central market, the presidential palace, and some of the southern and western residential districts. It also controls parts of the central region of Kordofan, most of the western region of Darfur, and besieging the army and its allies in the city of El-Fasher, the capital of North Darfur.
Loaded ordnance. So you think once some of the fighting stops, a lot of people will return to rummage through their old homes and everything,
and then get blown the fuck up. Yes.
Yep.
There's still people randomly getting blown the fuck up, as far as I know, in European countries. Just kid plays around in a field and oh shit, there's an unexploded landmine, kaboom.
And I know in Ukraine, lots of other parts of the world, they have butterfly mines, and
those little
drones.
plastic-
Yeah, drones will scatter them about, and they're efficient in terms of they're cheap, they spread everywhere, and it's likely not going to kill a person. It can, but the point is it's going to incapacitate them, so they're likely going to lose a limb, and if they
What's a butterfly mine? I've never heard of that.
So there's these
it's
little-
really tiny. It's
a little plastic fucking
like
it looks like a butterfly, and when they get enough pressure applied to them, the fucking mechanism it activates, and it's fucking mini C4 basically.
Oh.
Yeah, but when that happens, like part of it is like sort of like war logistics, where even if it doesn't permanently injure them, they're still going to be incapacitated for a short amount of time. But the problem is that once the war is over, and this is the problem with like just mines and like embedded like sort of ballistics in general, is that kids come across them. They kind of look like toys because they're small, plastic, and so forth. And the kids pick them up, and then it's designed to, like incapacitate a grown man using like in military attire. So usually when kids come across it, it almost certainly causes them to lose a limb.
Or be mutilated.
I mean, I'm looking at what they look like, and I would not identify this as a weapon at first glance at all. I would assume this was like a random piece that flew off of a car or something.
Yeah, so fortunately, and it's
and it looks like, yes, it will blow your fingers off at least.
Or your whole forearm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the person who got their finger blown off by one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking more of a kid picking one up.
Yeah, but if you're a malnourished kid and you pick one up, like that, yeah.
Oh, a finger and a half, actually. He lost a finger and a half.
I don't know. This
That's
film,
fucking great. Follow me. I'm going to take you where the snipers can see us.
dude, a lot of these, like, military journalists and everything that go out on the front lines, they're pretty adventurous.
Yeah, they got more balls than I do. 100%. I would not go here.
I know we talked about cops are up there, like, in terms of jobs, the highest percentages of, like, psychopath journalists are up there.
Have you ever seen the movie We Were Soldiers, Mel Gibson movie?
Yeah.
That was from the perspective of a wartime journalist who was right in the middle of the shit. Like the first major U.S. battle in Vietnam, he was right in the dead center of it.
Yeah.
Like at the landing zone the troops were landing at, while the Viet Cong was sending, I think there was like 6,000 men at the fortification that they were like, they didn't even know that the fucking fortification was there because it was built into a mountain. So when they landed there, it's like, oh shit, this is like the worst place to land, but we're fucking in it now.
Well, I would say that in terms of movies about like press that are covering like war-torn areas and so forth, the most accurate representation would definitely be the American Civil War movie that came out in like the last year. Yeah.
Oh,
Don't you?
ha ha ha ha. And yes, Vlad Tepes, it is a wild movie. Mel Gibson is an asshole and an anti-Semite and a whole bunch of fucking distasteful things.
A good actor and filmmaker.
He is a good actor and filmmaker. I would even recommend Passion of the Christ. If nothing else, because it's really neat to hear a movie that's all in Aramaic and Latin. It's just interesting hearing those languages being spoken.
Say, what was it, Killing Fields? That was a movie about a bunch of journalists that got caught, like, in Cambodia when Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge were doing their thing. So that would probably be the, I don't know, that's up there in terms of films about, I guess, wartime journalists.
Now that I think about it, fucking, it's not based on partially.
Well, here, let's get back on topic.
But I'm sorry. Beanie guy.
Died before my eyes.
You're beanie guy.
Yeah, exactly. I got a beanie.
One lost his leg. Others were already dead.
Yeah, beanie guy is so annoying because, yeah, you suck because you suck. Dude, this guy.
Yeah, fuck
when he's
you.
And
Well,
so
when he's
you
gonna
have
criticize-
a security kitty.
Yeah. When he's going to
Oh,
criticize
man.
people for, like, intelligence and IQ, I mean, he really comes up with some really inventive insults.
You have terrible facial hair, Gene. Do you even have
Oh,
facial
God.
hair?
Yeah, not even, like,
I was
growing
gonna s-
facial
you
hair.
look shaved to me.
Yeah.
Then I heard the cry, "God is great," and I went outside and raised my weapon. The army soldiers came, and I surrendered.
Now he's in custody, along with nearly...
So, huge unit. Do you not agree with our political views or our takes or opinions here? So if that's the case, do you think you're a bright mind when, you can't really come up with any sort of arguments, any sort of like refutation for why you think our views are misguided? So it's like you look at the Dunning-Kruger effect, people who are kind of stupid minds full of pride. I kind of get the sense that you don't really have anything constructive to say. It's like these people have views that I don't agree with, so I just throw a bunch of childish insults. And if you look at your kind of rhetoric, I mean, when I think of the kind of rhetoric from a 12-year-old talking shit on 4chan, it definitely doesn't resemble what you're doing.
Jean is a girl's name, though.
Oh, God, got him.
Jean
Maybe,
Shalit, Jean Siskel.
They're given enough to eat. He says...
Maybe you'd do a better job, John, if you weren't so stupid and annoying, John.
Well, somebody's talking about over-talking my co-hosts. It's my show, and how much talking do you think there would be if I didn't talk?
Yeah.
I talk when I have something to say.
And Ark's a guest, but he's doing a good job. He's been talking plenty, but Dirt and Shab, I don't know. It's like, I asked them questions.
Now, see, Huge Unit was
You haven't
nice
asked
and
me a question
respectful
in a
to
while.
my pronouns, but now you're like he.
The RSF has also been...
Go back and watch the PPP streams where I was away on vacation.
I don't think that exists
Like that-
anymore, John. I don't think you can do that.
They weren't that popular.
And
What do you mean?
Civilians. If he'd
Gene's
known that before, he
mean.
says
He's
he wouldn't have
talking
joined
shit
them.
about us streaming and stuff. I don't like him anymore, Dirt.
What?
Now he misses his family and hopes to be able to return to chat.
Well, people mentioned how when I was away for vacation, you did streams. Like,
Who mentioned that?
It was lacking this thing known as commentary. They said that kind of disappeared.
You're gay.
Yeah, I know, right, Brian? I talk too much on my own podcast.
Yeah, stop talking. Shut
We see
up.
writings on
That Howard Stern guy on like his radio show, he never shuts the fuck up. Why do these people, these radio hosts, why do they just talk so much on their radio shows? God.
I can't believe you're comparing yourself
There
to
are many
Howard
innocent people
Stern,
in this...
Gene.
Yeah, you're
Well,
way
they-
more talented than
yeah.
him.
Damn.
Prison, it says.
Shav doesn't get analogies.
Not the bra.
I hate bras. I
Well,
hate them.
I think the shot probably lingered on that because they were trying to probably, I don't know, hint towards something really fucked up that probably happened.
Yeah, I
Away
know.
from the theaters of
Yeah.
war, crimes are also being committed in secret, with victims who often remain invisible. The United Nations has documented cases of rape, gang rape, sexual slavery, and trafficking of girls and women. The
Huge unit, I do shut up for 10 seconds at a time when I'm
Shut
listening
up,
to the video. So they have
Oh,
plenty
no,
of
John.
time to share their thoughts.
perpetrators.
No, John. This is just what the people are posting, John. You know, you just
I know.
gotta take this criticism.
But I
with
do
a
want to
grain
say,
of
like, when it comes to doing more streams, Dirt and I have finished the PowerPoint and everything for the Brain Rot stream, and that is something I wanted to go over. How we're in this day and age where if you discuss something and you provide a level of discourse that's more than the length of a tweet or a TikTok like short, it's like, oh my god, they've been talking for a minute or 2 minutes straight. They never shut up, and it's like, how would you ever get through a college lecture or like a seminar or something? It's people, they're just attention spans, their cognition, it's just completely like declining. We're fucked. Once all the kids who are the TikTok natives grow up, like no one's gonna have the attention span to grow and harvest the crops, to maintain the roads. Everyone's just gonna like lay down in bed and just die of famine because no one's able to like keep up with any sort of industry.
Yeah, all of our farmers in the future will just be like playing Farmer Simulator instead of really like. I'd rather play Farmer Simulator than actually farm. That's too much actual work, and the sun's hot.
Huge unit. I have a legitimate question. Was that a reference to Dragon Ball Z Abridged, or did you just unironically do something that they once did as a joke for how stupid Goku is? Because he said, blah, blah, blah, blah, my show, blah, blah, blah, blah, my co-hosts are mute idiots, blah, blah, blah, I'm Howard Stern, blah, blah.
There's too much talking in Dragon Ball. They never
That's
shut up.
Well, that's from the Abridged series. It's a joke where, like, all Goku hears when he hears Vegeta talk is blah, blah, blah, Prince of all Saiyans, blah, blah, Super Saiyan, blah, blah.
Goku sounds like a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aren't they voiced by a girl?
Yes.
Yeah.
A little old lady
Yeah,
who
I
has a
learned
better
that from
set
this
of
dude named
lungs.
Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a better set of lungs than any of those white boys who have played him.
Damn. Wait, isn't Goku white?
It depends.
I know.
I wish I was.
I like this one, John. How about that? How about this, John?
Well, most
Damn it, Bobby
anime
in the chat.
characters, aren't they white? I mean...
Well, it really
know.
does depend, because when Goku would get colorized in the manga, he'd look like an Asian person who lives in, like, you know, the mountains or somewhere rural. He'd be dark skinned.
Hmm.
Did you know that Jesus was black?
Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Jesus
Yeah.
is Japanese.
He was Japanese.
John, how do you like?
Wow.
Yeah.
I heard he was
this one?
Korean.
Describing it as a battle being
You know, anime, I don't know. My favorite anime after Last Airbender. Yeah.
Oh man, now you're gonna bring the wrath of God down upon us. Why did you do this, Gene?
Anime fans, they love it when you say that.
girls and women. The RSF
But you
denies
know,
such allegations.
it's not just a cartoon from Japan. It's more than that.
Yeah, you're right, you big huge unit. My bad. I forgot I was on the Howard Stern show.
You just did!
No video?
That was a self-defeating statement.
Mariam.
Okay.
She's in her mid-20s
Pay
and tells us
attention,
she was on her
Jane.
way to work in
This is
Khartoum
why you
North in June
failed middle
2023.
school.
Chad's lecturing me on paying attention.
Yeah.
She was abducted
Gene.
by
Idiot.
I
If
think we're all
anybody-
just desperately trying to be happy right now, looking
Yeah.
at this desperately sad footage.
Arguing with dumb fucks in the chat, it's a good, like, palate cleanser.
men in RSF uniforms.
They locked me in a house and took turns raping me. One came, the other went. 5 minutes.
Man,
I wasn't allowed to leave the
thank
house.
God Trump just demolished the ability to send aid to any foreign countries, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look at how in a country like this, there are a bunch of warmongers. We wouldn't want to bring a bunch of refugees into our country.
Well, actually, hold on. Speaking of that, some of these videos have been older because I saw on the ticker on one of them, Jimmy Carter just turns 100. So were we providing any aid to these people? Because if we were, then things just got much worse for them.
Yeah.
We were?
Well, yeah, we were, like, a year ago. Last time we covered it, I knew that the United States was, at least sending, like, humanitarian packages.
Well, we definitely aren't now, so things probably just got
We
quite
gotta
a bit
worry
worse
about
for these people.
ourselves and our own problems. I mean, fuck all this globalism.
Weird.
Do you really want others, people that fall outside of your own bubble, that speak different languages and have different cultures? Do you really want them to be infiltrating your own, like, borders and culture?
Yeah, like
drink from a
the
container?
dreaded Mexicans and Haitians and Burmese people I live around that are absolutely nice people that make this town what it is and make it nice and lovely and a
Well,
good place
hey,
to live.
Shut up, you
I
libtard.
know of one news story of somebody from that part of the world that committed a crime in our own country.
My blasted foreigner
right.
neighbors that find my packages at the wrong door and bring them to my door instead of
Averages,
stealing them like you frequently see Americans doing.
no, averages and statistics don't matter. Because if you can find one example of somebody in a group doing something, then just hyper-focus on that. And that proves that those statistics aren't true.
There were white pills in it. I don't know what kind. I was often unconscious.
Said that we would go bankrupt because of foreign aid.
A huge unit.
So, huge unit. What would you say? So you keep talking about the United States, bring things back to that. Regardless of the U.S., do you have any opinions on what we're actually covering? Don't you think it would really suck to be living in this part of the world? I mean, do you have any commentary to add here? Seems like it always just goes back to Trump and everything.
Also afraid. Many thoughts go through my mind. For example, that I'll never again be able to lift my head in front of people or look at them. I'll never be able to look my mother in the eye, or my family.
Oh, he's like, we are literally going bankrupt. Yeah, I'm sure you understand, like, the economics and everything surrounding, like, you know, the federal budget and, like, spending and so forth. And we were bankrupt a while back. And you could blame the good old Bush administration when that happened. But we actually, I don't know how much of the debt, like, we were borrowing a bunch of money from China, but most of the debt that the U.S. owed was to its own government. So that's where things get kind of convoluted when it comes to the economics. But I like when these people say this, and it's like, if you ask them, have you taken, like, a class in economics? Nope. Have you read any, like, books, literature, texts, and, like, economics?
Have you ever read anything that wasn't in a chat stream, like, you know, the thing you're doing right now?
And the United States, yeah, Zoe, they have the largest GDP. So, and the big thing is inflation.
LOL, blaming Bush. Ha ha ha ha ha ha ha ha ha.
Well,
Yeah, Bush did everything right.
Yeah, and I'm not really blaming Bush for the kind of economic issues we're dealing with now. I mean, I'm sure it still has some sort of footprint. There's trickle-down effect, but the last time we dealt with some notable, like, deficit was during the Bush administration. And I mean, here's the thing. You could argue that, oh, it's complicated. There most likely were things that the Bush administration did that contributed to it. You could argue that there were other factors as well. And then there's also, with the 2008 recession, a lot of that was due to, like, the housing market and so forth. Banks giving out loans people can pay off and so forth. But it's just the logic that a lot of Trump-tards use is things happened when Biden was in office, therefore Biden. It's that simple. So for using that stupid logic, then 9/11 happened when Bush was in office, therefore it's all his fault. So I like how that gross oversimplification of any bad thing that happens in office, it's automatically the fault of whoever the left-leaning politician is who's currently in office. But if bad things happen when Trump or Bush are, like, currently the president, then it's just incidental, or it's the candidate that they seated.
She now lives in an apartment with the 9 other women. They are guarded by soldiers day and night. She's still in pain and tells us she desperately wants to go.
Oh, and inflation was, like, that's what I was saying earlier. It was going down, and it was improving. Now, I don't think that it was the Biden administration that you could really credit for that, but that happened globally. Inflation went up notably, like, during the quarantine, and inflation started to gradually go down, and it was gradually going down during, like, Biden's presidency. And you could see through the 4 years that there was a gradual decline. And it just shows how, like, Trump supporters, they don't care about facts, because you look at all the presidential debates and stuff, and it's so easy to just cross-reference what Trump has seen, and these are just very basic numbers and stats to see that it's just very inaccurate and just it is completely false. And then now, like, people voted for him because of inflation, and they're claiming that, like, oh, Biden was making inflation worse, which is, like, we don't think he was a good president, but you could see that it, just based on the numbers, it wasn't getting worse. And now Trump, with all his tariffs and stuff, and laying off a bunch of federal workers, that's fucking with the job market. A lot of industries on the border rely heavily on immigration and so forth. So whether you think that like illegal immigrants should be allowed in the country or not, the thing is they are entrenched into those economies and those states. So we're already seeing the notable impact. It's fucking up the economy. So Trump's definitely not helping. He's making things worse, and he's only been in office for a couple months now, and things are really starting to deteriorate like very fast.
Well, he just owned you, and I quote, blah, blah, blah. You are just making shit up, end quote. He just owned you.
Oh, God. You know this guy's got quite a bit of education. Like, he's probably somebody, if you asked him to write, like, a comprehensive essay on something, you know that it would just be gold. Any professor would look at it, and he'd get, like, an A++. So when you read about how, 93% of Americans can't show any complexity when writing an essay, you know he would fall into the 7%. Person where I think that people need to, like, have a college education to be educated. But when you talk to a lot of these people where it's just they'll act like, libtard sources, and they'll claim that, like, publications from universities are libtard sources, like information from articles from think tanks are libtard sources. And it's like, usually when you say that that's a biased source based on the political affiliation, you're usually talking about journalistic sources. So these are the kind of idiots that, like, don't understand how academics work. But it's just they'll act like, hey, if you talk about different areas of academics and the different sciences and so forth, and you actually discuss information key textbook terms that are discussed in any book that you would purchase based on that subject, it's like you're just believing what you read, and you're just believing the information that you obtain from a source.
He went to Stanford. Does that count as a good education? What did you accomplish at Stanford?
You did not go to fucking Stanford. Okay.
Well, even if he did, what did you accomplish there? Just because you went there doesn't mean you succeeded at anything. That could just mean you fucking wormed your way in there.
Yeah, based on like your discourse, based on your writing, I'm just gonna call bullshit.
2 degrees in economics and human biology.
I think they're full of shit.
Her nephew Suleiman was injured in a drone attack while out shopping with his mother. She died at the scene.
Well, why don't you come in the Discord and maybe I can quiz you in biology? I have a minor in chemistry, so I know a decent amount about biology in terms of the overlap. So maybe I could quiz you there. I'm sure, like you definitely know your shit. Now. What's that?
So we can provide a Discord link right now. Yeah. Come in and educate us.
Treating civilians, but they didn't.
So I definitely want to look more into the RSF and who exactly, like, I guess, what their doctrine is. Like, seems like they're really training or like molding their like troops, their militants to be as horrific and ruthless as humanly possible.
Yes, it does. And I keep hearing the story of like they attack and they immediately start like gaslighting you and demanding your allegiances and beat allegiance into you.
And then just torture everyone in the vicinity. Mutilate them and rape them and...
He heard gunshots. A colleague covered in blood shouted, Musab has been hit. It was his friend and colleague.
We saw Musab's lifeless body lying on the floor next to the fridge. He had a big hole in his chest. He was swimming in his own blood.
Gert, how do you think you'd cope if that happened to one of your coworkers?
Okay, I thought you were gonna say if I had a hole blown in my chest and I was swimming through my own blood, I could say the coping is done. But if it happened to one of my coworkers and I had to see that, I don't know, John. I think you're gonna need a combination of drugs and therapy.
Imagine like like those scenarios in war where it's like sometimes when people deal with bullet wounds to their chest and stuff, the blood will start fill up in their lungs.
Yeah.
And imagine that all quiet on the Western Front kind of scenario. You just see it filling up and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. All too
his chest was
common a
open.
tale in the land of war, John.
And we could see his lungs sticking out.
Hey, John.
The neighbors have been close friends for 15 years.
We are one family. There's no difference between me and
Man,
him.
I was
When
hoping
he needed
so
me.
much I was wrong about that being just a fucking big
Yeah.
plate of lawn clippings. That sucks.
Like, what is it? Pica? It's like once people are malnourished, they start to eat things that are, I guess, inedible or whatever. I guess eating leaves or leaves or lawn clippings, it's not quite at that level yet.
You're
But
talking about when people get so desperate they eat shoe leather like that.
Yeah, they'll eat like wood, things like dirt.
Me, he came to me, and when I needed him, he was always there for me.
He's one.
And pica, a lot of times, is a symptom of anemia. So once people get anemic, then they start craving the. Like one thing that's really common is if people are anemic, they crave chalk.
Is that why so many of these people, their eyes are turning red?
Yeah, most likely it's due to malnutrition.
Because a lot of these people, like the really rough-looking ones, the whites of their eyes are.
Yeah, I was assuming it had something to
miscolor.
do with like nutrition or some sort of disease that's more prominent there. But
Well,
yeah,
the thing is, a lot of times,
malnutrition.
once people
makes sense.
Well, when somebody's malnourished, a lot of times their immune system isn't functioning well, so they're more susceptible to contracting diseases.
If you back it up like 5 seconds, this fella's eyes are actually a good example. Look how discolored his eyes have
They
become.
look like they're. It looks like he's stoned like me, but he's
might-
not.
Dude, Chad always provides the best, most serious
Mhm.
commentary. But yeah, I think it might be like anemia.
Me, he came to me, and when I needed him,
I know it's like I think calcium, there's a few, or no, not iron, magnesium. There's a few minerals that are associated with anemia.
Because the fella said that the area he's in is mostly avoided violence, but he also is very, very, very skinny, I noticed. He doesn't look like he eats a whole lot.
Yeah, so if he's in the best case scenario and he still looks somewhat malnourished, what does it say about the situation overall?
202.
They look forward to the day when they can meet again and finally return to their home, even if it's not yet clear when that will
But I think, is it like calcium deficiencies usually result in like rickets? And then scurvy is due to like a lack of vitamin C.
Yeah, that one I know.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know where the term limey comes from?
Because lime juice is used as like a cure for scurvy. Or not like a cure, but they found out that if people consume limes, it actually prevents scurvy.
Sorta. What they found out was that if they consumed lemons, you'll stave off the scurvy because lemons have far more vitamin C than limes, which the British used thinking that those would be just as good, and they weren't. Didn't do nearly as good a job staving off scurvy.
But also, get the Nordic sailor, but sauerkraut, that was another thing. Like a lot of the Nordic sailors used, because that contained vitamin C and didn't spoil easily and so forth, so...
And it's
that
delicious. I love sauerkraut.
My thing is, I always wonder, like, why didn't they have gardens, like, out on the sea? I know, like, you can't... Well, I know, like...
Oh, there's a
salt wa-
number of reasons for that, Gene.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, the ship's being rocked around all goddamn day. Kind of hard to keep something planted when the ship is at constant
Yeah, but
risk
you don't
of
think that
capsizing.
there would be ways to just... Even, like, a small, like, planter with, like, potatoes and stuff, like, having it just, there's no way to nail it down or some way to confine it, so...
I think you're underestimating how much old ships used to rock back and forth.
on some turbulent ass waves, John. Yeah, I mean these things weren't, you know, they're pretty primitive, right? But that being said,
you couldn't have one that has like a casing.
It was a problem to keep barrels and boxes strapped down. Like that shit would come unhinged all the time, and things would get thrown around. Food would get destroyed because the casing it was kept in just got cracked open.
But still,
there's no way you could have a. I mean,
not gardens, but there's a lot of foods that they can grow in like they're I guess they're very versatile in terms of like the conditions they're able to grow in. So
also, how much time do you think they're going to be out on sea that they've got enough time to wait around for a plant to grow? This is a completely impractical idea.
I'm with Gina on this.
Yeah.
I think things like potatoes, especially small plants, will work just fine. If they get too tall, I think it wouldn't work because they would end up like being thrashed around so much they'd break and stuff.
But we're talking about something that would take months to have a yield that you could eat.
Not really. Not if you grew it prior to sailing. If it was a little
so like
plant.
transplanting stuff that's already about half grown.
Well, no, like the ships take numerous routes. They're constantly like traveling back and forth from the Atlantic, so you just make it a part of the ship in general. So when it's docked, they're growing. It's just something you maintain on that particular ship.
Maybe potatoes and onions, something that's mostly underground. But if it's going to be an above ground growing plant or fruit or veggie,
we're talking about plants that aren't that don't require that much care. So that's why we mentioned potatoes, because they provide a lot of calories and nutrition, and yet they can grow in pretty much any sort of climate.
So like Ark said, there are several factors, the limited space just being one, and also the instability of the ships. But it's limited space, water scarcity, because just think about the water you're going to dump in there when who knows how long you'll be stranded at sea, and water is a limited factor. You can only bring so much water, and that water.
Rainwater.
Yeah, maybe you could put the rainwater on the plants, but the rainwater is not a guarantee. Anyways, also the challenge of salt exposure, because there's going to be salt in that rainwater, John, whether you like it or not. You can boil it down, but that's just another hazard, another thing you got to do. So, and the need for sunlight, because you could be at a cloudy sea for months, John, and have no real sun to speak of. So.
Well, the logic is that because there are conditions where it would make it hard, therefore. The logic is if it's probability. So if you have it and it provides that opportunity where it's like feast or famine, like if you don't have something, you're going to die. The logic is because it could be destroyed, therefore you shouldn't do it at all.
It's much more practical to just have casks of food that will last a long time than to try to grow it on open sea.
The problem is that because of scurvy, vitamin C was the big issue, because all the foods that provided vitamin C were typically foods that spoil very easily.
I don't think there's much you can grow on a ship that's going to help you with vitamin C, though. I've never been told vitamin C or onions are a good source of vitamin C.
Territory, but the RSF continues to put up fierce resistance. Despite the rubble left behind by the war, people in Sudan hope to one day reunite their families, torn apart by the fighting, and rebuild their lives.
Potatoes are one of the best sources of vitamin C.
An
antioxidant that helps boost the immune system and protect against scurvy.
Oh, fuck me. They got 42 milligrams in a 1 pound potato. All right. Well, I stand corrected. But still, I mean, maybe it would have worked. I don't know. Let's make friends with someone who has a fucking ancient Viking warship, and we'll put this theory to the test.
The point is, potatoes.
Can we get the Mythbusters on this?
Yeah, potatoes were in Mexico and parts of Central America. So that's where they were indigenous to. And it turned out that they're some of the most versatile crops out there. Not just because they're calorie and nutritional yields, but they're very, very easy to maintain. They don't take a lot of skill to cultivate.
Yeah, like,
and they're not that water intensive. They don't spoil easily.
Yeah, potatoes, like, it's pretty amazing that, like, you'll keep a potato in your cupboard for, like, months, and then, like...
Yeah.
And then you pull it out, and it's starting to grow. It's starting to become a plant in your cupboard.
I've forgotten about a bag of potatoes before, and I look and find them again. I'm like, oh my god, it's a big bag of snaky-looking roots. You can pretty much just cut a potato in half, bury it, and bam, you got a potato plant growing.
Yeah, and like tubers, like, so if you have like a barrel with soil or like a container with soil, and you just have the potatoes in there.
I'm just not sure about the stability of the ship, though, not making this so impractical. Because even if it's in a really contained spot, shit gets knocked around in a ship out at open sea back in those days, especially because they just... Well, actually, I don't know how fucking thrown around ships at sea today are. Maybe it's just as bad. But
Michael from Texas is like, I like how these guys are like talking about potatoes, and it's like, well, we're talking about famine and feeding the hungry, and we're talking about food. The reason it led here is because we're talking about ways to feed people in extreme circumstances where they don't die of malnourishment, and we're discussing how potatoes are a very like efficient food in terms of like, I guess, the logistics of feeding the masses.
I thought we were discussing trying to grow them on a ship at open sea because of scurvy.
Yes.
But provided their soil in this area would be good for it, then yeah, it would be nice if they could grow some potatoes, I guess.
So you're like, yes, the 3 Unemployed Losers show. So
so which one of us has a job? Because there's 4 of us here. I'd like to. That's who I want to know. Who's the
featuring Chad? Wait, featuring Chad Kroger. Okay, so which one has no job or has a job, and which one of them is Chad Kroger? Because I don't really see it for any of them.
I think Gene is Chad.
Do I have a job?
I bet you're this off the internet. I think this guy's a genius because he's on the internet and he sees other people streaming on the internet. So therefore, they must be losers because they're on the internet.
Dirt. Give us your best look at this photograph.
Look at this photograph. It's a picture of Shabisky's ass.
I was just about to say something like that. Yeah.
And you know what, ADD? I bet that you live in a shed.
I know Chad Kroger is the lead singer of Nickelback. I'm asking which of these guys is supposed to be fucking Chad Kroger.
But here, it's obviously true because if you make a baseless prediction about somebody on the internet, then it must be true. Like, I bet you're every negative thing that a person can be.
Oh, God. If we had the bingo cards, we could be knocking them off so fast right now. He just said, are you all in NAMBLA?
No.
Is NAMBLA still a thing?
There are 3 times the number of children admitted.
I'll ask my NAMBLA friends.
Were a year ago. All from families who fled the horrors of war elsewhere in Sudan.
If it's red, it's severe acute malnutrition. Yellow is moderate acute malnutrition. Green is you're okay. 6-month-old babies, somewhere like 8-9 kilos.
Yeah.
It's because you're more than a year and a half, 5 kilos, so way underweight.
Malas was admitted 2 weeks ago and has been on emergency feeding since. Her mother fled the fighting in Khartoum with nothing and has had no money to buy food.
Don't you think she has any money? Any guesses?
She just too lazy to get her job. Okay.
I feel bad enough for these people that I just bit back a mean ass joke I could have made.
So here's the thing. Okay. So they're in a war-torn area and it probably interferes with the job market. Why don't they just move somewhere else to get a job? It's that simple.
Yeah, why don't they pull themselves up by their bootstraps?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if they had boots,
I was about to say that. They can't even afford the boots to begin with.
Been running this hospital for 17 years and is one of just 3 permanent doctors in a region housing nearly 4 million people.
This is by far the worst it's been. All the time I've been here. Even through, we had terrible civil war here for 5-6 years. Worse than that time then, in terms of food insecurity. We got tremendous needs here. And we don't have big organizations coming to help. I mean, it's neglected. So everybody knows about Ukraine. Everybody knows about Gaza. Everybody knows about these other areas that are in conflict. This place is unknown. It's kind of a very quiet famine.
The hospital has had to start rationing the emergency paste called plum peanuts they give to...
Ukraine dealing with famine?
starving children.
I
New supplies aren't due
don't
until
think
April.
so. I've never heard famine mentioned for Ukraine.
2 regions of the Nuba Mountains have already been declared in famine by the international body that defines it. It's the dry season now, and famine is expected to grow in the coming months as food harvested late last year runs out. The million or so displaced people came here because it's a relatively safe haven, away from the civil war raging in the rest of Sudan between the government and the RSF militia. But in the Al-Hilu camp, the new arrivals have nothing. No food stores, no money to buy it, and almost no aid coming in from outside. Zara's children...
There's like a bunch of sentient toothpicks walking around.
There is a lot of food insecurity in Ukraine right now.
Okay.
They're all so skinny, and they have the distended bellies.
Yeah.
That kid right
That's
there
to
in
do
the
with-
front, they look like their fucking arm is like 2 inches around at best.
And I know, like, when you're dealing with malnutrition, one of the reasons why your belly expands is, I know part of it has to do with protein, but it's also, like, you don't have salt and the other electrolytes to actually absorb the water so you can actually pee it out, so your body just holds on to the water.
Fully malnourished. The distended belly, a misleading and urgent symptom.
Oh, yeah, they pointed it
Living on
out.
one bowl of porridge a day. They're
Oh,
desperate
what did
for
they
enough
just say?
They just pointed out that their bellies are distended.
Okay.
existence, typical here, as is the terrifying ordeal they escaped when their home was attacked by the RSF. How did the RSF treat the women? What do they do to them?
Well, Michael from Texas, the problem is that people don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about what happens to these people at large. The people around the world, they don't know about it and they don't care.
Yeah, they're just Africans. I mean, they're not a bunch of white Europeans.
If you tell people about it, they might pretend like they care, but they won't even consider trying to do something about it because everybody's out for themselves now. They always have been. It just, yeah.
Well, Bill Hicks recommended putting links to different humanitarian sites where they can donate, so probably get on that. But
that's not a bad idea at all.
There are plenty. Just look up donation to like Sudan, humanitarian aid, and I'm fairly certain you can find links where you can donate money to this cause.
Might even be something where you can just straight up donate food to them. Ship them boxes of food.
Very, very fragile. And it's the product of war. There is no good reason why they should be in this state, but they are displaced, they have nothing, and they're unable to get anything. There is no international...
Like how people are like coming in and we're not even like really talking about Trump or anything at all. And they... it's just we're discussing like the Sudanese civil war, and it's like, Trump, look at U.S. Debt. It's like, we've always been in a fucking debt. And most of the debt that the U.S. owes is to itself. You're such a fucking idiot.
Camp. And it's scandalous, really, because you could easily get...
You know what I think we should do?
Here.
What's that?
Invest more in the military. I think that'll help.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what these people need is more rockets and bombs.
Well, I don't think the U.S. military cares at all about this part of the world.
With a bit of work, you could get lorries in here too. And there is no earthly reason why the people living in this camp right now should be in this state. The Nuba Mountains governor from the rebel group, the SPLM North, claims the Sudan government is stopping aid agencies operating here. Hello, salam. And that they're using hunger as a weapon of war.
لأنه في أفسكم لأنه في حاجز من الحكومة السودانية لأنه في حاجز من الحكومة السودانية ما دارين يدوا فرصة للمنظمات عشان يجيبوا الأكل لجبال النوبة يستخدموا الأكل ده سلاح زي ما أنا ذكرت قبل شوية يستخدموا الأكل عبارة عن سلاح ضد النوبة عشان النوبة يموتوا بالمجاعة وده السبب اللي جاب المجاعة هسه.
The Sudan government categorically denies there is any famine here, but aid agencies must tread carefully. More than a dozen have been expelled in the past and have struggled to get back in. The unexploded bombs dating back to 2016 can still be found in the Nuba Mountains and are...
Why do you think they were expelled? The humanitarian aid organizations.
They're trying to wipe them the fuck out.
A reminder that if the fighting in the rest of Sudan subsides, the humanitarian emergency could become much worse.
Dude, I saw that pile there and I'm like, is that bodies or...
With the return of war. And you can see more of that journey in Sudan in the new series.
Okay, let's get to the next topic.
Humanitarian
positive
sites
topic
like
at a
Epstein Island. What?
New Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on Sunday called a snap election for April.
It's like they're really like clever when it comes to the insults. It's like we're talking about donating to humanitarian aid organizations, and it's like, how can I find a way to bring up Epstein's Island?
Right.
It's like they don't really have the greatest stockpile of like insults that they can come up with. It's always the same thing.
28th, saying he needed a strong mandate to deal with the threat posed by U.S. President Donald Trump.
We are facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes because of President Trump's
and here's Canada's new Prime Minister.
Oh, I haven't heard anything about this guy yet.
The comments are a sign of how relations between the two longtime allies and major trading partners have deteriorated. Trump has imposed tariffs on Canadian goods and threatened to annex it as its 51st state.
He wants to break us.
Jesus.
So America can own us. We will not let that happen.
Yeah, don't let Trump own you.
Yeah, because he already owns us, so...
I think, yeah, his name's Mark Carney.
But we should never forget the lessons.
The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on...
It's like, I really want to move to Canada because I'm getting fed up with the United States. So once I'm done applying for citizenship, I'm going to, like, buy a house in like, Toronto or Vancouver. I'm going to move in. And then I'm going to turn on the TV and find out that there's a state of emergency and that the U.S. troops have gone through. And it's like, we have signed a treaty of surrender, and Canada is now marked as the 51st state of the U.S. It's like, now I'm going to have to apply for citizenship in Greenland.
I like that. We should just make that a sketch already. And so then that when it happens, you know, art can imitate life or whatever.
Just wasted all this time, bought a new house, now I'm in America again.
Carney's remarks. Carney, who was sworn in on March 14th, captured the Liberal leadership by persuading party members he was the best person to tackle Trump. The next election was not due until October, but Carney's hoping to capitalize on his party's remarkable recovery in the polls since January. It follows former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's resignation as well as Trump's threats. Earlier this month, Trump delayed a 25% tariff on some Canadian goods for 30 days. He has since imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum imports and threatened reciprocal tariffs on additional goods.
Oh, yeah. So all those tariffs on steel, that really worked in his first presidency.
Including Canadian dairy and lumber, starting April 2nd. Canadians are rallying for their country and seeing a resurgence
And the thing is, every time Trump has tried using tariffs in the past, it's done nothing but kill jobs. So the fact that whenever he tried to exercise it in his first presidency, it just, there were no positive gains at all. It didn't help build the job market. It didn't create more jobs. And it didn't help with that industry at all in the United States. But yet he's still insisting on using tariffs, even though it's been shown just in the modern age not to be like an efficient approach to like improving a nation's economy. We live in a global economy. And it's even like what people don't understand is that like in the Renaissance, that's when like with maritime trade and everything, that's when I guess you could say that the global economy became a thing. So even back then, it's like, you know what, being insular wasn't really practical. But now, like in the modern industrial age, it's not what like you're just selling like cotton and tea and so forth. There's this dynamic of like modern goods that makes it far more complicated. Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
That modern products, so like vehicles, technology, and so forth, they're made up of, it's a lot more intricate compared to commercial goods from like the 18th century. There are a lot of parts and components that come together. And what you'll find is that when you purchase a lot of modern appliances, there's more than like one company associated with all the parts and stuff that make up that appliance. So what you find is it's that usually there's parts that are purchased from this country that are shipped over here, and they also use these components to make this particular like micro component, so on and so forth. So in the modern age, when it comes to tariffs, it causes this thing known as compounded tariffs, where they all add up because you're importing these goods from multiple different parts of the globe that are needed for all these different parts. So that's one of the reasons why tariffs have become pretty fucking antiquated. But
Let me
guess
ask you something. Do you think he understands that and he's just being malicious? Or do you think he just has no grasp of global economics?
I think he is a clinical narcissist. So I think when he did it in his first candidacy or his first term, it didn't work. And because he's a narcissist, he can't come to terms with the fact that I tried this thing and I didn't know what I was doing. So that's what clinical narcissists do. They're just going to continue doing it regardless because they don't want to admit that they're wrong. They don't want to take the L.
Nationalism.
And when we are attacked, we stand together.
On Saturday, residents gathered in Toronto to denounce U.S. tariffs. Canada-U.S. relations topped the list of issues preoccupying residents, according to recent polls. Carney, a former two-time central banker with no previous political or election campaign experience, now has 5 weeks to win over Canadians. On Sunday, Carney proposed cutting the lowest income tax bracket by 1 percentage point. Polls suggest the Liberals, who have been in power.
It's something that happened 2 weeks ago, but is now coming to light, and it has a lot of people talking.
Politicians' posture, and it seems to be benefiting the Liberals right now. So I would hope that we can put things on pause, is what I've told administration officials. Let's just put things on pause so we can get through an election.
Alberta's premier was a guest on a right-wing American-based media outlet on March 8th. Speaking to Matthew Boyle from Breitbart, Premier Smith made comments on topics like tariffs and how she felt.
God, look at them. Bunch of pussies. They're begging us to, postpone the tariffs.
Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau didn't ensure Canada was meeting the military spending target for NATO and making Canada appear
Do
fragile.
you think it's their fault allowing all the fentanyl to come across their border?
Doesn't most of the
it's all there. Yeah, fucking jerks.
Economically.
He's conveying
They're drugging our
tariffs would
people.
result in Canada collapsing, and I think that was the wrong message.
Now, how much do you think when it comes to the illegal drug market, how many drugs do you think make their way into Canada from the U.S. border? Yeah.
Not much.
Dude, Shap's really good with the commentary.
That sound very, very weak.
One political analyst says the
It's
comments.
like several second pause. Not
Well,
much.
not much because they have Vancouver there. They don't need us, right?
Yeah.
Are concerning.
Fair point.
And
They
now
got they got their cocaine tea.
Yeah, they got their fix over there.
She has
Lucky
essentially said that, suggested first that the administration just pause the tariffs during the election. I think that in itself is problematic.
And with the federal election being kicked off on Sunday, the Liberals are already weighing in.
I take note of her
damn Liberals
alignment of Mr. Poilievre with Mr. Trump, and would note that that's one of the decisions that Canadians will have to make.
In a statement, Premier Smith says she
Well, he looks fairly young for your honored politician.
has been working as other premiers have in order to convey to American officials.
I bet he's not even in his 60s.
Damaging tariffs could be and how tariffs need to be put on hold until after an election in order to properly renegotiate the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. The Premier's office also stating that any suggestion the Premier is asking the United
I like how all this is with Canada and Mexico, and both of those are part of NAFTA, and I believe those are the only 3 NAFTA countries. So it's good job Trump and good job America with your diplomacy.
States to interfere in Canada's election is offensive and false. The Premier was also scheduled to speak at the University of Alberta for an unrelated event on Monday.
Donald Trump's opponents failed to defeat him at the ballot box last November. So now they're enlisting the help of political activist judges to thwart
The Christian Broadcasting Network. Let's hear what their take is.
Ooh.
his agenda.
Christianity's all about peace. That's why they have a lot of the same views that Fox News does.
Yes.
High and low for the right judge and the right court to make rulings that block his executive actions. What they fail to realize is that Trump's agenda aligns with America's agenda. Unlike Joe Biden in 2020, voters knew.
Dude, you gotta love out Christianity. It's it clearly is on the side of peace.
What they were getting when they chose Trump. He ran a transparent campaign, and now he leads a transparent presidency. What you see and hear is what you get. The Democratic Party is in disarray, and a recent NBC poll found that only 27% of registered voters view Democrats favorably. Another poll by CNN gave Democrats only a 29% favorability rating. These are
Now, what do they give the conservatives? So, like, that's the thing. There's people like us where we don't have a favorable view of either the Democrats or the Republicans. So I wonder if they're actually going to show, like, that particular nuance.
Record low approval numbers for Democrats, which reveals what voters are feeling. They do not want Trump's actions blocked.
And the thing is, one of the issues associated with that is that you are seeing this movement amongst, like, younger voters where they don't like either of the parties. But with old fucks and a lot of conservative voters, they're becoming more, like, I guess, pious and more cultish when it comes to their approach to politics. So it kind of shows that maybe one of the reasons why people on the left don't have a favorable view is maybe they're showing greater signs of critical thinking.
They do not approve of the
They're
leftist
sick of the political football game
policies advanced by the Biden administration. Americans want transformation in both government and culture. What Democrats fail to accomplish legislatively, they attempt to achieve through the judicial branch of government. At least 127 lawsuits.
Oh, God, those evil Democrats, because Republicans always play by the rules. Everything they do is clean.
Signed 1 million executive orders or anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, clearly it's that black and white, your side, my side. It's only the other party that does anything wrong.
Been filed against the Trump administration since he took office just 60 days ago. This may be a historic record. One of the most recent cases concerned the deportation of Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang members.
I can tell you this, these were bad people. That was a bad group of...
They were bad.
As I say, hombres.
Trump based the deportation of gang members without due process on the rarely used Alien Enemies Act of 1798. A federal court judge in D.C., James Bosberg, ordered the planes to turn around, but the Trump administration argued they were already in international airspace when the order was issued. Did the administration defy a federal court order?
We are not saying at this point that the government defied the court order, but we are saying there are serious reasons to potentially think that they did.
I never did defy a court order.
And you wouldn't in the future?
Okay, Trump said he didn't do it. Must be true, because the Christian Broadcasting Network says that Trump is honest and straightforward, because he is. They don't go into any detail about why you should view Trump as being much more honest than other presidents of the past or other politicians. But they claim that he's honest, therefore he said something, therefore it's true.
No, you can't do that. However, we have bad judges. We have very bad judges.
Reporters czar Tom Holman suggested that no one can stop the illegal immigration deportation efforts from moving forward.
We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
Folks, brace yourselves. This is just the beginning of a significant constitutional power struggle between the judicial and executive branches of our government. I have a feeling the U.S. Supreme Court will have its hands full.
Are we going to go back to being a Bible nation where things are, right, we're going to make America good again, the way it was in the past?
Right now.
The other major news this Thursday night, late today, President Trump taking action to essentially shut down the Department of Education, signing an executive order with young students at his side, and his new Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, right there in the room.
Oh, God.
Love the
It's a good
uneducated.
thing. We're dismantling our Department of Education. Good thing, because now we can reintroduce Bibles into our public schools.
He appointed this
America!
bitch as the fucking leader of it too. Like, that's Linda McMahon, dude. That's Fitz McMahon's wife.
Yeah.
I can't think of any reason why she would be qualified for this job at all.
Well, Trump doesn't do things the conventional manner where you try to hire people or appoint people who have the credentials and the experience. Trump is a man going his own way.
Yeah.
He doesn't just appeal to all these stupid bureaucratic formalities and everything.
I like Alexander in the chat. You know, it's rare we get a good insight in here. They say, how are you supposed to have a critical view of politics if you only have two political parties? I can tell you that both North Korea and China also have only two political parties.
Oh, I think China only has one.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, China only has one. Maybe
Same
they have.
with
Maybe
North
there's.
Korea.
Well, maybe there isn't, but you know, maybe who knows? All I'm saying is, you know,
Well, I think
yeah,
China's
the
a
illusion of
single
choice
party.
is there.
They're a single party republic. So when Mao took over, it's like there's the People's Communist Party or something, and I think that's the only party. You get to vote, but there's only one party to vote for.
Saying the department is, quote, doing us no good. So what does this mean for millions of public school children, for financial aid and the programs helping low-income families? Here's our senior political correspondent.
Yeah, but do you know what party George Washington was, our first president?
He was a Whig.
Nope.
Damn it. I know nothing.
Know nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't support any
Unaffiliated.
parties. Yeah, so he supported no parties at all, and his argument was that there shouldn't be parties. He didn't believe in the concept of political parties, and he thought everybody should each candidate should represent their own views and run as more of a singular entity. And then I know John Adams was a Federalist. Then it turned into a two-party system with the Whig Party, and there was the Democratic-Republican Party. So then, do you know who kind of got rid of that sort of two-party dynamic? The next big president that broke that trend?
Abe Lincoln.
Yup, he was the first Republican. And the thing is, the Whig Party ended up becoming abolished. And then the Democratic-Republican Party ended up dividing into the Democrats and the Republicans. And the thing is, Lincoln, he was the first third-party candidate to actually win. I guess once the two-party system came to be, and you'd think that, okay, maybe they'd go back to maybe the words of wisdom from Washington. Maybe we don't need this sort of in-group, out-group sort of binary party system, but nope, went right back to being a two-party system.
Correspondent Rachel Scott tonight.
Tonight, with a stroke of his pen, President Trump taking a huge step towards dismantling the Department of Education. He's not able to fully eliminate the department without congressional approval, but his executive order will dramatically scale down its function. Nearly half of its staff has already been laid off.
It's doing us no good. We want to
Pen
return.
being a fucking felt pen, i.e. a Sharpie. Signs everything with a Sharpie.
Students to the states.
Most
You
funding
should use a crayon.
for public schools is already provided by state and local governments.
Yeah, crayon. That's more fitting for his character.
That is,
The Department of Education has been chiefly
Make it a goldenrod crayon, too, because he likes gold.
responsible for enforcing civil rights laws to prevent discrimination in schools, overseeing the process for students applying for college financial aid, and overseeing funding to help low-income students and students with disabilities. The president today saying those students will...
Oh, and that's the big thing. So when I've looked into this, like abolishing the Department of Education, the big thing that the federal government, or the big part that they play when it comes to each state's education is all states are required to provide their kids or their students with IEPs. So that's an individualized education plan. So essentially, it's if a kid has dyslexia, they have accommodations for dyslexia. If a kid has ADD, they have accommodations for ADD. So already, kids receiving accommodations, they usually don't get the education they need. They already get face issues with just neglect and being left behind, which the irony is No Child Left Behind, the Trump administration. The name's a bit misleading because it's if schools are performing poorly, you cut the funding. So the schools that need the funding the most get no funding. And,
I tried explaining that to my friend from Denmark, and they were fucking baffled when I mentioned that part, that the worse the scores, the less funding they get. They're like, well, wait, what? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Like, yeah, you would think so, but yeah. But hey, Trump loves the uneducated.
This is something where a lot of people are like kind of scared who have children with special needs, because now this could mean that the states don't have to really provide their kids with accommodations, or there isn't this baseline. And a lot of the southern states, like a lot of people have this mentality of like, you know, the blank slate kind of like mentality or hypothesis where like, oh, like you can just treat every kid like they're born with an equal foot in the door. So if a kid has a learning disability and they're struggling in that specific area associated with their learning disability, well, a disability is no excuse for having like setbacks or having like certain hurdles that just come with that specific disorder. So they need to just pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and they just need to like function on their own. It's the kid with the developing mind who's forced to check in every day to this like in this unnatural setting where they're supposed to learn how to just function as if they don't have this disability at all. It's not the system and the adults and stuff that are supposed to help the child out who has the disability. And it's fucked up, but there are a lot of adults that do have this mentality throughout the United States, and not just criticizing the right, a lot of educators on the left, and believe it or not, a lot of teachers have that kind of attitude of, it's not my job to provide accommodations to kids with disabilities. Why should I have to do this? And apparently that's a big thing. So a lot of, like in Maryland, a lot of educators get in trouble where they have to, like, Americans with Disabilities Act, like, people will sue the schools and so forth because they're not, kids will have IEPs and then the staff don't actually read the IEPs. And educators have this attitude of like, well, why should I have to, like, I don't know, write things down on the board for kids who have like these auditory processing disorders? Like, why can't I just give the spoken directions and so forth? And teachers have that attitude of like this entitlement of they should be allowed to just be rigid and set in their ways, and they should be allowed to use this lazy one-size-fits-all approach to teaching. And if kids struggle, it's just because they, you know, they're using their conditions as a crutch. Because schools, this, I don't know, this holy, magical system that's just completely pure. And we all know that if human beings didn't exist, schools, they would just grow in a field somewhere.
Be taken care of by other federal agencies, but he didn't say which ones.
Resources for children with special disabilities and special needs, they're going to be preserved in full and redistributed.
Oh, really? Well, the Christian Broadcast Network says that Trump's straightforward and tells the truth, so I'm sure there's a lot of honesty here.
Distributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them.
But that's no comfort to Katie Rivera of Eagle, Colorado, whose 7-year-old son Martine is hearing impaired and autistic.
I've always been really proud to be an American because of how much we fight for those who can't fight their own battles or need help. And I just feel like we're doing the opposite of that now.
I asked Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, who was there with Trump today, about her concerns. Can you personally assure the parents in your state that none of those programs will be cut?
You know, we absolutely are fundamentally committed to every single child in our state and how it is that we can give them the things they need.
But David, no word tonight on when or how those programs will be moved to different agencies. And there is breaking news here from Washington tonight on a different headline. A federal judge temporarily blocked.
Telling somebody off in the chat.
President, Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it.
U.S. President Donald Trump moved to eliminate.
I'm calling on the N-word right back. I'm not going to let him do this.
The Department of Education.
But
you can't shutter the agency without congressional legislation. And his administration is already facing legal
You're
challenges.
talking
Here's a
over
look
it.
at what's at stake.
You're talking over me talking over it, Gene. Sorry. Go ahead, Gene.
Trump has repeatedly called for eliminating the Department of Education, calling it a big con job.
But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states.
Republicans have been critical.
Oh God, yeah, that's like some libertarian sort of like bullshit. Yeah, it's states' rights.
Department, particularly over student loan forgiveness and policies related to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Keep critical race theory and transgender insanity.
Okay, so critical race theory and that's essentially like teaching kids just about, you know, racism is a thing and there's systemic racism.
Yeah, I like how
it's like teaching kids about, you know. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I like how if you like paid attention to the crowd and who was cheering the most, and you started going up to them after that and I asked them what critical race theory is, and to explain it. How many of them do you think in the crowd here that are cheering so happily at him saying that would actually be able to explain it?
None, and they probably just say that yeah, it's teaching kids racism or something. They would just pull something out of their ass.
They'd act like they know, or they just wouldn't have an answer.
Oh, systemic racism is a myth. You're all racist. That's fantastic rhetoric. So why don't you actually type up an argument about why you think it's a myth and why you think it's it's something that's just fabricated?
Have also denounced curricula
They're
they
also
see as too
cheering
liberal.
on more oppression of trans people. We're just gonna we're gonna really try to push up that suicide rate. You know?
When I was in high school, they had like gay straight alliance meetings, and that was something that was optional. So I don't remember them really teaching anything at all about, you know, like anything LGBT related. So, like, what are they doing now? So it's just they're teaching kids about like
kids,
awareness, like LGBT.
They're acknowledging the kid's gender, so that's bad.
Oh God. It's like when it comes to all the issues with our education, it's just how much of the does this make up the curriculum? Because I have a feeling that it's like, hey, this is probably something that they go over to some small extent, but if you look at the overall like amount of time that a kid is like presented with this kind of like I guess material, it probably makes it like less than 1% of any of this shit that they're actually being taught. So why do they care so much? I mean, shouldn't they care more about, the declining rates of literacy? But no, it's like them teaching kids about like trans acceptance or like just awareness for like LGBTQ citizens. No, that's evil because they're different.
I mean, how much of the curriculum could it possibly take up even when it is addressed? Like sex ed is only what, like a week or two of school?
Yeah, so it's just that's what I'm guessing is like in health class that there's probably like a segment in health class dedicated to it, and I think that like in a lot of cases they're probably really fabricating and exaggerating how much of a presence it actually has when it comes to the education.
Teddy says the midterms will fix everything. I hope so. I really honestly do hope so, but I'm not very hopeful.
We got some certified like YouTuber in the chat.
Or excessively.
How many subs they have? We only have 2K subs. They probably have a lot more subs
Focused
than
on
we
America's
do.
Are they a certified G though?
history of racial
I don't know.
discrimination.
Are you at school? Nah, we're not in school. Graduated a while back.
Trump's executive order to shut down the agency mandates that any programs receiving remaining DOE funds should not advance DEI or gender ideology.
146,000 subs.
Whoa, how many subs do you have, Shab?
87.
Wow, they have more than you.
Yeah, well, you
Department
don't have
oversees
to
some 100
throw it in, Gene. God.
Shab's not even in the 6 digits yet.
100,000 public schools and 34,000 private schools in the United States. Even though the bulk of public school funding comes from state and local governments, an immediate closure of the department could disrupt tens of billions of dollars.
What point is Congress when he or what do you mean what is the point of Congress when he does everything by executive order anyway? So well, the thing is executive orders aren't supposed to override laws. So I guess the whole point is they're actions that are legal. So if they're illegal, then that means the president is committing illegal acts. He's declaring illegal executive orders or executive actions.
The Supreme Court ruled that it's not illegal, though.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Well, the Supreme Court deals with whether it's constitutional. So the Supreme Court considers whether decisions made by the president is constitutional or not, and they deal with whether laws passed in Congress is constitutional or unconstitutional. Now, executive orders can't override laws. So if there's a law in place that an executive order contradicts, then that executive order is technically illegal.
Well, as Zoe just said, he is doing it anyway.
Yeah. So that's the thing.
He is defying the courts. So and there's no way. There's no path to impeachment. Right now
so the problem is that, and I discussed this in the past, is that there's supposed to be those checks and balances. But what happens if one person or one party, they have control of like all of the government officials that have like all the guns and the handcuffs, and they have all the goons, the toadies that can go in and arrest people. So that's the problem, is that the checks and balances is completely reliant on being able to enforce those laws. So if the executive branch doesn't want to like abide by what the Supreme Court and Congress are doing, what's stopping them? And it's like that was like always some sort of like notable glaring hole or exploit that I saw like with the governance system. Is it's like, well, what happens if whoever controls the military and the Justice Department just says that they don't give a fuck? And that's what you see all over the planet, is that you get your president dictators, or like something like the junta. Whoever controls the military controls the country. And I mean, the only way to circumvent that is, it's like, wouldn't the other branches of the government need their own sort of like men or whatever? They would need their own sort of military or sort of like enforcement agency to make sure that what the Supreme Court declares constitutional or unconstitutional is carried out, or that Congress, like if the other two branches are like not staying in check. So I don't know how you would do this. It might be too convoluted, but it's like maybe when it comes to the military. And the only country I know where they have this, like India, where all of the different branches of the military work independently of one another. And that's designed as like a checks and balances system so that like all the different branches can keep one another in check. So maybe we should have something like that, where maybe like 1/3 of the military is controlled by Congress, 1/3 is controlled by the Supreme Court. But that's something that's been going on even before Trump's like presidency, is that like a particular state will do something that the federal like government, the Supreme Court, says is unconstitutional. You can't do that. And they're like, whatever, we don't care. And then there's that issue, like, are they going to send in troops or whatever to enforce it? Do they want to deal with that controversy? So it's kind of like unsettling now that they're trying to like tread those waters and everything and test the system.
Dollars in aid to K-12 schools. And
maybe I should look into who the heads of our military are, because I'm wondering, so he is currently replacing a lot of the top officials of all of like the heads of all the agencies in the Justice Department, but I'm wondering if the current like military generals or heads of the military, if Trump's like go in and arrest Congress, I'm wondering if they'd be like,
There's the Danish gal I tried to explain the funding to schools thing to, and she says, I will never understand American
she's
politics.
From Sweden.
No, she's
tuition
a
assistance for
proud
lower-income
Dane.
college students. The department provides federal grants for needy schools
So yeah, it's always like they're all pretty much MAGA
and programs.
Well, that's
including
because
money
he's
to pay
been. Hasn't he thrown out non-MAGA generals? Didn't he fire a
Yeah.
bunch of generals?
Well, I know with like he appointed that one dude Patel, who's definitely like just a sheep for Trump, who's the head of the FBI. But
Do you remember during the Biden administration when Biden's fired like, I think 4 nuclear, in the chain of nuclear command generals, and the Republicans lost their fucking mind.
Well, that's
and
the
said
other party.
And that Biden's going to make his move to take over America. But if you look into why they were fired, you find out like the one who got drunk and fought with a Russian Beatles cover band
Fake news.
in Moscow.
Fake news. I don't agree with it. So
because they
confirmation
wouldn't let
bias,
him
I'll
get
just-
on stage and play.
That sounds like some fake news. Clearly, I've looked into this extensively. It's not that I'm just basically discounting something that I don't like. The stuff that I accept as truth, I also look into it very thoroughly to verify that it's true. I don't just hear something that I like and then catalog it in the back of my head as true. No. I'm not some libtard who just believes whatever the fucking media tells them.
Trump has now placed himself as the head of the Kennedy Center. Yes, he did do that.
What's the Kennedy Center?
It's like an
Skeptical
arts center,
Jesus.
isn't it?
Skeptical Jesus, you're from Canada. You're one of my like most I guess, notable supporters, oldest fans, will you give me asylum in Canada? If I don't know. How long does it take to get citizenship in Canada?
The Kennedy
You're not welcome
Center
there,
is
John.
indeed an art school. It's performing arts, I think. And Trump's the head of that now, the JFK Center of the Performing Arts.
Jesus.
Fund arts programs.
Oh, but discussing, like, how inconsistent they are, I remember when Obama was in his second term and they were claiming that it's like, oh, God, he's going mad with power with all these executive orders and so forth. And then when these people are talking, it's just like, I was talking to this one dude who's like an old fuck, and he's like, yeah, you're probably getting your information from fake news and stuff, and it's like they're listening exclusively to Fox News. And when I asked him, like, okay, where are you getting this from? Fox News? And he's like, well, did you look into it outside of Fox News? And then, like, we take out our phone again and we're looking through it, and it's like, Obama, there's nothing unique or special with the amount of executive orders that he passed. It was lower than, like, the 3 or 4 presidents that came before him. And Reagan and the Bush administration declared far more executive orders. So it's kind of funny how now with Trump, is he using his...
Teddy
Do they care now about... What's that?
Teddy says something interesting here. He says a recent Democrat town hall meeting in Chicago was broken up by police because there were pro-Palestinian protesters there.
Well, they're supporting terrorists.
Well, I
That's
mean,
simple.
I get their justification for breaking up the protests, but that broke up the town hall meeting too?
I guess we gotta look into it.
And
here, I gotta pee. So talk to chat.
I want to
Oh,
watch.
thank God, we can breathe. Has he left this whole time? Dude, he's dedicated. Hold up. It's been 3 hours? It's only been 3 hours? No, there's no way. Maybe
Finally got rid of him. Now we can have fun, guys.
We're being told to change our tampons. Free Palestine of Hamas fucking dummies. Yeah, I agree. Get rid of Hamas. That's an ideal solution for everybody right now, I would say.
Don't tell me what to do.
Wow.
I'll leave
American
Hamas
politics
if I
is
want.
now my reality show. Yeah, well.
Yeah, well,
it's
we
our
do
reality.
we have a reality TV star as our president, so that's that's what we were going for.
You think one day I could be the president?
Yeah.
I think Donald Trump is proof that anyone can be
Yay!
president.
I could be the
Bullshit
first
people fucking-
president who used to be a YouTuber,
Yeah.
streamer. It'll be the greatest.
Dude, Shabisky versus Mr. Beast 2028.
Yeah, who's gonna win the election? Me.
Well,
Me,
which
me,
of you
me.
is going to be sponsored by Keemstar?
You, not me. Well, it depends how much money. How much money he got? Follow me. That dork. I did something he couldn't do. He wanted to get rid of Jared.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of his channel and get him banned. He couldn't do it, but I did. Because I'm a superhero. Did you know that, Ark?
That is one of my favorite videos to show people while explaining the Jared thing to them. I
Yeah.
showed Gene my compilation video of Jared where he has said all the awful shit that he's said and all the videos that people have forgotten about and the times he's just flat out said that he is what he is, and
Yeah.
he didn't know that it got as bad as it actually does.
So this is the worst insult we received all night. Cash Bandit 417 in the chat says, "Fuck y'all and your Pokemon collection." Well, I don't know. What
I have Pokemon collection.
I have a Yu-Gi-Oh collection. Thank you very fucking much.
Well, you're a fucking dork.
I am a dork, yes.
At least you admit it.
Yep. Actually, I have a collection of badges from the show Reboot. I bought 4 of them, and then the vendor on Etsy that I had been buying them from sent me the 5th one for free. That was awfully nice of them.
Wow, you give that good of blowjobs that they're like, you know what, this one's on the house.
Yep.
What's that?
That's awesome.
I've been collecting those Reboot badges, and the most recent one I got for free because I ordered the second to last one, and when I opened the package, there was 2 in there. The last one I was going to order, and on the receipt was a note saying, thanks for your continued support. This one's on the house.
It's like
I was
Reboot
like,
in anime.
well, no, it was one of the first CG animated shows.
Okay.
Curricula, and whether they are following guidelines intended to ensure all children in the U.S. get equal access to education. It also enforces civil rights laws in schools. In 2024, Congress appropriated $79 billion to the department for discretionary programs, ones that educate homeless kids, provide arts education, and support a national center for the deaf and blind, among other things.
So, here's the thing. What do you think would benefit our country more? So when it comes to all this money spending in deporting all the illegals, so let's just say you ignore that entirely. So I'm not even the kind of person where it's like, okay, there doesn't need to be any regulation there. But let's say it's just they paid no attention to that at all. And all the money that they're investing in deporting all the illegals, they just invested in improving our education. If you fast forward 4 years, which particular investment do you think is going to benefit our economy more? Yeah? You guys are all really responsive and everything.
I was trying to let Dirt answer this one.
I completely zoned out. I am so sorry.
No, see, that's the problem. Is me and Shabisky thought the other one would tackle that one, John. We were trying. It was a divisional labor thing. I got the next one, Shab. You go ahead.
I agree with you.
I need to get new co-hosts.
That's what I'm trying
Defenders
to
say
get
the
to.
DOE is crucial to keeping public education standards high and accuse Republicans of trying to push for-profit education. Attorneys general from 20 states and D.C. recently filed a lawsuit after the department announced plans to lay off more than 1,300 of its employees, arguing the job cuts would hinder core functions.
That's some Pokemon cards. I don't know. I gotta invest in silver.
Fate of the Department of Education hangs in the
I
balance.
thought
And
about doing that.
cryptocurrency.
I thought about buying a bunch
at
of
the federal
silver when the first stimulus check was given, and I might have
Bottle
made
caps.
a profit off it. And the price of silver did raise after that point, but
Well,
I
yeah, in
didn't
an
do it.
economic investment, that is something it's not that unwise to invest in gold. But I'm talking like preppers.
Oh, you're gonna have Zoe's gonna bite your head off now for saying it's not unwise to invest in gold.
Wait, no, he said it's not.
She'll
too
explain it
wise.
to you. She has a reason, and she will explain it in great detail, but the reasons are pretty damn good. Most of which being you'll never get the full value of your gold back when you go to sell it.
But the joke overall was bonking more preppers than.
Level right now, there are huge separate protests in
Maybe I'm wrong again with the gold thing.
Colorado over proposed cuts to the state school budgets. Many
You're
educators
always
say that
wrong,
students will pay the.
Get over
Well, I've never actually done it, so usually if I do waste money on something or spend money on something, I try not to waste it.
Well,
and get
that
it over.
right there is the main issue with it. Just because it's at a certain value doesn't mean you are actually going to be able to sell it for that value.
Yeah.
So you're going to get kind of screwed on it. It's more wise to invest in stocks than it is to invest in gold. But it's also a gamble.
I just stay away from all that in general. I just try to save most of my earnings and not try to be frugal.
Talk savings and investments and stuff with her at some point, and she'll give you some interesting advice.
Well, I make enough money for my job, and I don't really deal with any issues with, a lack of any poor finances.
Stop bragging,
She's already. Make sure you diversify your stocks too. So yeah.
For what they're calling unfair cuts. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from those protests in Denver. Morgan, what are you seeing and hearing from those gathered out there today?
As you claim, we're seeing and hearing a lot. This was thousands of educators across the state of Colorado that pledged to converge on the state capitol today to make sure their voices are heard. They're here for various reasons, but it all centers around funding. And I just want to give you a glimpse of how many people have shown up here. If Carrie can push over to the Capitol, you'll get just a glimpse of the educators here. But Clay, as it relates to the funding, last year the state pledged to no longer
But they're not
away from Colorado.
What is this? They're not busting into the place and trying to take hostages, and they're not dressed like.
Yeah, they're not doing it right.
Yeah. What was that guy going for? A Viking?
Oh,
you know who I'm talking
the
about.
Shaman.
Shaman, right.
I just 1.2.
This isn't
a
a protest at a capitol. Oh well, he's a pussy.
But when he was in prison and stuff, or he was being charged, when he was being held, he apparently was causing a lot of problems. He needed a special diet because he was vegan. So I don't know if he was trolling, but it's
that would be kind of a funny way to troll a jail. I can't lie.
$2 billion budget shortfall, and a lot of uncertainty is certainly in the mix right now. That has brought educators out here. Another factor, Clay, is how schools are funded. This is a new plan from the governor that educators say will shortchange a lot of smaller schools and communities. I want you to hear what one teacher had to say in particular about the fears of where things stand. Take a listen.
It's scary because it's coming from the state and from the federal, so we just don't feel like there's any solace. We're kind of in this pincer movement of where is this funding going to come from?
I think what we do today has national implications, and I hope that we come out and show a strong message that education matters, that teachers' voices matter, and that we are going to show up and stand up for kids.
So, Clay, you hear those concerns on the state level. They say those are only compounded by the fact that they know what President Trump may say today in Washington regarding the Department of Education and its potential fate, and that is why there is an air of uncertainty that hangs heavy over the Colorado Capitol today. Clay?
So, Morgan, demonstrators calling for change. What happens after today? Are there more protest plans? And have we heard from the state?
Next vid.
Yeah, Molly, Seattle
police
they have surveillance
getting
video of this attack which happened right outside a fire station here on Capitol Hill at a time when Tesla is taking hits in more ways than one.
So Shab's a big fan of Tesla. So Shab says that people need to invest their stocks
You're
in
a
Tesla.
fucking dork, Shabisky.
Yeah. What?
Tesla's pieces of shit.
No, they're amazing.
Now a Target.
They are pieces.
I know a rich guy that
fucking
just bought
shit.
one.
Yeah, because he's
They're
an
really
idiot.
awesome. No.
Well, Elon Musk is rich, therefore he must be
Yeah.
smart. Because
These
the
things
only
are
way to
pieces
become
of
rich
shit, and every mechanic I have ever known will tell you the same thing. They are pieces of shit.
You're just going to believe what a mechanic tells you?
Yes, I am going to believe what a person who works on cars.
Just believing what sources tell
Mechanics
you.
are a libtard source. Yeah, totally, man.
Seattle store to
Anything that says something I don't agree with, automatically libtard source.
find a burning car.
Basically, the right corner of a hood on fire of a Tesla.
Seattle police say someone firebombed the parked Tesla on 15th Avenue East and ran away Thursday night. No one was hurt. Teslas have now been vandalized multiple times this week. Do
you think it was a Nazi cult that vandalized this?
Yes.
They were leaving their mark.
That is a
dirty Nazis.
really, really bad swastika.
See, Dirt's not even looking.
They could have done so much better. Wait a minute. Wait. Back that up. And one more.
Vandalized multiple parked Tesla on 15th Avenue East and ran away.
Is that really vandalism, or did their fucking battery pack just explode?
I don't know.
I wouldn't trust these fucking things with how
maybe
badly
they vandalized
they're made.
it by making the battery explode.
I guess you could potentially do that, actually.
Multiple times this week, from Linwood to Soto, and shots have been fired at dealerships in Oregon. This as protests outside dealerships have increased because of the association with billionaire Elon Musk, who has taken a sledgehammer to the government workforce in his role with Doge. AG Pam Bondi now suggesting vandals should watch out or face.
Dude, imagine the other higher ups in the companies that he owns, begging him please let us buy you out of the company. God, stocks are plummeting.
It's 20 years in prison. But what do you make of these attacks here locally?
Well, there's absolutely no room for property destruction. That is
They
illegal.
kind of glossed over what that said. They said, watch out, you could be facing 20 years. But they underlined that part and highlighted it so you paid attention to it. But the rest of the story said that someone had hawked a Molotov cocktail into the dealership.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't agree with that. That's throwing a Molotov into a dealership.
I think there's other ways to vandalize property that doesn't create as much of a risk of like burning down a bunch of other properties that aren't associated with the brand you're trying to,
And I don't know if what you've got pulled up is going to mention this, but Zoe just mentioned it. The insurance companies don't want to cover Tesla vehicles anymore.
I know they're illegal in a lot of European countries. A lot of it has to do with how they're like shaped and everything. So apparently they don't follow a lot of basic guidelines that most countries have when it comes to like the overall like the exterior design of the vehicle. So it's like
Well, they're inadvertently illegal in this country if they can't get insured. You have to have insurance on your car if you're out driving.
I think it depends on the state.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fair enough. But it would still make them inadvertently illegal in some places.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
I've spoken with the police department about it all.
We do understand there's anger out there.
I know another issue, and this isn't really a design flaw, but like because the steering wheels operate digitally instead of mechanically, there's not really any sort of policies of yet to like I guess make sure to certify that it's actually the steering wheel is working properly, because
that's
all
a
of
bad
the
idea. You don't want to apply circuitry and shit that can fail to the most vital parts of your fucking car.
Yeah, but that's another thing that's interfering with them. I guess getting street legal status.
The guy who popularized self-driving features on Tesla cars on YouTube got ripped in half when his Tesla crashed into a fucking semi-truck.
Tractor trailer.
Yeah, maybe it was a tractor. But yeah, he died while watching Harry Potter. He was watching Harry Potter instead of watching the road. Yeah, what a fucking way to go.
I don't know, the road, that was pretty mediocre. Definitely not one of the best works from the Coen brothers.
The Road?
Yeah.
We see some of the
I think I know that movie.
decisions and the statements coming out of D.C. We see billionaires having access to information and control. There's anger out there, but that does not justify property destruction.
If Henry Ford had said something in the early 1900s that you came across in a history book, you wouldn't necessarily go and start vandalizing all of these Ford trucks. These are people that are just like you and I. They might have not known that.
Yeah, and that's the other issue. A lot of people probably purchased them before Elon Musk started to even get involved in politics. So I don't know. They need to get like bumper stickers or whatever that says that like, please don't destroy my car. I bought it before Elon Musk became a Trump card.
That Elon was a bad person and just gotten a Tesla 5 years ago because they were doing something good for the environment.
The political environment has shifted considerably in the past several weeks, and likely why that T has turned into a scarlet letter for vandals.
Yeah, and that is funny because you would think like with Tesla, a decent chunk of the people that were buying it are like people who are, you know, in like your sort of Silicon Valley sort of like esque demographic, or people who actually care about the environment, so they're trying to purchase certain electrical vehicles. So it seems like that's not a very conservative sort of consumer base.
Buy the Chevy Volt instead. You won't get vandalized. Or maybe
all this added
but I can't drive, so I don't really have much to say about any of these vehicles.
Tension has also impacted Tesla's stock. It is down nearly 30% in just the past month. That's the story live on Capitol Hill. I'm Chris Daniels, Como News.
American campuses are finally facing a reckoning over their failure to stop violent pro-terror movements on campus. And the first university to feel the heat, Columbia University. Let's take a look at what the Trump administration is doing to hold these schools accountable.
The Trump administration's Justice Department is taking action, launching a major crackdown on terror supporters at Columbia University after months of pro-Hamas protests.
So, is it pro-Hamas protests, or is it Palestine?
Have shocked the nation. This comes after the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia student on a green card who orchestrated the protests and allegedly passed out flyers from Hamas on campus. Khalil is now detained by ICE.
Were they actually?
Definitely came across people who were pro-Hamas, but I would have to see what was being said and done at this protest.
And that's the problem, is a lot of the right-leaning media is going to look at this, or whenever they look at these protests, where most of the people, what they're protesting for is anti-war, they have issues with the civilian casualties, but then you'll have one person that spray paints Hamas, and see, they're all pro-Hamas, and it's well, what about all of these conservative rallies where you have the one dude that shows up with a Nazi flag? Are they all Nazis now? Does the same thing apply? It's just, again, they're very selective with how they like to interpret things.
And is expected to be deported. Multiple other arrests have also been made of student activists on foreign visas. The protest saw hundreds of radical students harassing Jewish students and waving terrorist flags during campus demonstrations that openly celebrated the Hamas attacks on Israel. Justice Department
Zoe
officials now
says
confirmed
he
they are
was
investigating.
handing out pro-Hamas pamphlets, but she still doesn't consider that a good reason.
Yeah.
Whether these protests violated federal terrorism laws, including possible material support for Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist group.
So I do think these people are being stupid with, it's they're clearly not doing their fucking homework, and it's just this scenario where two wrongs don't make a right. I think that the IDF, definitely, they're at fault for a lot of war crimes, but that doesn't make what Hamas did okay. So, it's if you want to preach against, all the civilian casualties, you don't make your side look good by propping up the people that did commit a terrorist attack where they ended up killing, 1,000 innocent people.
A senior Homeland Security official said, quote, any person or group providing support or promoting foreign terror groups on American soil is subject to federal prosecution, college campus or not. Critics say this move is long overdue, calling out Columbia University for failing to stop the anti-American extremism festering on its campus, including assaults against Jewish students, pro-Hamas chants, and open support for terror organizations. Now the White House is signaling that other universities could soon face similar investigations if they allow this kind of behavior to continue. Columbia said in response it is cooperating with law enforcement, but insists it will protect what it calls, quote, the right to peaceful protest, even as critics point out that harassment and terror promotion are not protected speech. The Trump administration and Republican leaders are praising the justice.
Now, are they promoting, or I guess, if you consider Hamas terrorist group, though, I guess technically would fall in that category.
This department's action, but say more must be done to hold universities accountable, like cutting all federal funding. Currently, at least 10 universities are under investigation for their refusal to curb anti-Semitism.
Developing this morning, a really big shakeup here. President Donald Trump ordering major cuts to the South Florida-based radio and TV Marti.
The stations were
Zoe would like for you to name the war crimes.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with, there's the Flower Massacre, when they were bringing aid in and they ended up killing 100 Palestinians, and they were just surrounding the supply caravans. Also, there's all the examples of them obstructing supply trucks from getting through, and there's plenty of scenarios where there's 3 militants in a building, and I mean, this is one of those scenarios where I guess based on the UN standards, it's technically not a war crime, but I don't agree that because there's 2 or 3 militants in a building that justifies blowing up the entire building when there's dozens of civilians in there. And there have been scenarios where they've been looting houses. They've seen soldiers filming themselves, Israeli soldiers have filmed and put on the internet of them going into people's houses and looting and stealing jewelry. And I know that technically goes against the Geneva Convention. So, and it's not just the IDF soldiers. It's you could see people putting little makeshift like spikes and stuff to pop tires of humanitarian aid trucks, and they'll raid the trucks and take all the supplies and throw it out on the side of the roads. So there's plenty of examples of the IDF not really being ethical when it comes to how they're going about it. And when it comes to what Hamas did, I think that was profoundly unethical. I understand why there's a military response, but two wrongs don't make a right. People aren't a Borg. Just because one side did something really fucked up doesn't mean the other side, it's just the gloves are off and they can do whatever they want.
Help promote democracy. Local 10's Trent Kelly is live outside their studios in Doral with the latest on this. Trent.
Yeah, that's right, Leanne. That move made official in an executive order signed by President Trump last week. The White House says this is part of their ongoing effort to crack down on bureaucratic bloat. Critics, though, blasting the move, saying it will only help autocrats overseas and make it harder for the U.S. to combat disinformation. A major move.
You said I have to twist the definition. I gave examples of war crimes that are indeed war crimes based on what the general standards are from the UN. And then this is where the other thing that I mentioned that I don't agree with, where technically it's not a war crime. I mean, this is where just because something's legal doesn't necessarily mean you have to agree with it or think that it's ethical. So, like, Rosa Parks was breaking the law when she didn't get up from the back of the bus. The cops that were arresting her were technically following through with the legal process and everything. So World War II, the Nazi soldiers that were leading like the Jewish people to the gas chambers, they were technically doing what the state told them to do. So just because something isn't technically classified as a war crime, well, maybe it should be a war crime.
She says supply trucks have endlessly been used to sneak in weapons and other unauthorized materials. It's perfectly reasonable to send trucks back that violate what is not allowed.
They've been turning trucks away because they claim that there's chocolate on the trucks and that chocolate's a luxury food. They've turned trucks away because they claim that things are being packaged like in containers that have zippers, and that they could use the zippers as weapons. So, plus, there's the examples where it's not the military, there's Israeli citizens that are putting spikes and stuff in the road to pop the tires of the humanitarian aid trucks, and they're taking the supplies and destroying it. So, plus, like, when it, what about the Flower Massacre? Was that not a war crime? They were shooting up all the civilians that were surrounding the supply trucks.
By the Trump administration, now ordering the shutdown of the parent agency of the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, which operates radio and television Marti.
Also ignore that during so-called Flower Massacre, that was weapons firing there. There was weapons firing there. So do you think that the IDF has done absolutely nothing wrong during, like, the war that's been going on, like, in the recent history? Do you think that the IDF's been doing everything right? They've been exercising just perfect cadence and due diligence, and there isn't anything unethical on the side of, like, the Israeli government? Because, like, I don't know, like with the United States, when we get involved in military disputes, it's like, I'm not going to sit there and try to turn a blind eye to all the fucked up things the U.S. government does. Like, even if they're going to war with, like, the Taliban or Al-Qaeda, even if those groups are very unethical, it doesn't make the war crimes that the United States committed during those military affairs okay.
The stations, which are based in Doral, were originally formed during the Reagan administration to promote democracy.
So do you think, so you're saying that's not your position at all. So when it comes to war crimes, do you think they've committed no war crimes?
How about we have her just come in here and you guys just do this?
Well, if we do the debate, I want to actually, like, schedule a specific time.
Call it a free debate.
Do you think things will get out of hand?
No.
See overseas, the organization.
Let's wait for Shab to get back.
Beaming these Spanish-language newscasts directly into Cuba to counter disinformation and provide a direct source of objective journalism to those living on the island. The move made official in an executive order signed by President Trump on Friday, aimed at what he says is continuing the reduction of federal bureaucracy. The order requiring the office that oversees Marti to be dismantled, along with 6 other agencies overseen by the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which includes Voice of America. Both VOA and Marti now placing all employees on paid administrative leave. The shakeup drawing criticism from many, including South Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who called it a gift to the Cuban communist regime, and that, quote, kneecapping democracy in an information war against autocrats is what useful idiots do. The American Foreign Service Association also blasting the move and the removal of all workers, adding that unilaterally stripping a congressionally established agency of its core functions is an affront to the constitutional balance of powers. And the Foreign Workers Union goes on to say that as part of this this dismantling of these agencies.
What's that?
I told Jane and Ark this before the stream, but Dirt, this morning at like 5 a.m. There was a big explosion, and me and my girlfriend looked outside, and the neighbor's house was on fire.
But you didn't tell me it was an explosion. Did a gas line blow up?
I don't know. But I like the whole fucking house got destroyed, and we just watched it. Like, also they had a big tree that was really close to their house. The tree just got lit on fire. It's a big ass tree and stuff, but it was crazy. I've never watched a house get burned down, but this morning I did for the first time.
I've seen a house get burned down, but never one explode.
Yeah.
No, there was some sort of explosion that woke up my girlfriend, and I didn't hear it, but she woke me up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Roster, probably
American communists.
I'm really glad that it wasn't like a chain reaction explosion that did more damage. Like, that's scary.
It was so hot that like I was like on my porch, and the heat was so hot from it. Just from me standing on the porch, I could barely, like, stand there. It was hard to stand there because it was so fucking hot. It was just so crazy.
Wait, Chad. I don't want to risk mispronouncing their name, but we got somebody in the chat. They're saying American communists. Are we communists? But
I'm a commie.
You're saying America's communists, or you think we specifically were communists?
You're a commie, Gene.
Trubisky's definitely a communist.
You're a commie.
They say it will only hurt the U.S.'s ability to counter disinformation, promote objective journalism, and engage global audiences at a time, they say, when these efforts are more vital than ever. We should mention, as part of this order, all of those affected workers, including those here at TV Marti headquarters, are also prohibited from returning to the building as well.
So how about this you versus Zoe thing? Jew versus Gentile?
Well, I think we can schedule something for the next stream. Because this probably will last a long time, and we've been going for 5 hours, and it's 5 a.m.
For now, that is the very latest. Here from Doral this morning, I'm Trent Kelly, Local 10 News.
They promise customers a one-stop shop, but convenience stores in the business of making things easy are finding profits harder to come by.
That's total before 54, please.
At his Los Angeles 7-Eleven, owner Jesse Singh is pushing new deals.
They're running out of money.
What's that doing to sales?
Some people are really pretty picky about their stuff. They have already mind what they're going to get in the store. So they just pick that item and leave.
Nationwide stats show convenience store sales falling 4% over the past year. Research firm Circana finding popular snacks down 6%. Refrigerated items nearly 7%.
The younger me would grab like everything, like whether it's spicy, sweet, salty, sour. But the older I get, the more that I realize I'm just more cognizant of like how it makes me feel.
And it's not just health-conscious consumers. Food industry analysts say an uncertain economy is also forcing stores to offer more than prepackaged treats. As consumer taste changes, so is store strategy. Many are now taking on fast food giants by offering hot menu items, often at significant deals. The National Association of Convenience Stores says hot food demand is surging, making up nearly 30% of all sales.
Everything is all behind you.
Back at a store, Singh has deals front and center, taking no chances in a changing industry. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Los Angeles.
I have seen my local convenience stores offering way more hot food as opposed to the usual cold stuff.
I try not to get food from convenience stores.
Hey man, gas station hot dogs are heavenly.
Yeah, I feel like food poisoning.
Yeah, I never go for gas station
from that.
hot dogs.
The one
Nah,
time
I'll get a
I have
fucking
gotten-
7-Eleven rollie. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, the worst food poisoning I've ever gotten was from a Slim Jim. I puked off 40 pounds of body weight in like a month. I was so fucking sick. I got better, and my friends saw me, and they were all eyeing me weird. And then finally, one of them spoke up, and they're like, "Hey, you're not fat anymore." I'm like, what? Like, look at yourself in the window there. You're not fat anymore. How sick were you? Pretty fucking sick. I had food poisoning, the flu, and a kidney stone all at the same time, and I was fucking
Ugh.
15.
It was an accident.
Chab's got like
Kidney stones in his ears. Yeah.
Yep.
Have any of you ever had a kidney
It's from
stone?
listening to you for hours talk.
Shab again.
How's
provides
that
the best
going,
commentary.
Shabisky, by the way?
Thanks, Gene.
How's that going for you, Shabisky, by
What?
the way? The ear thing. Are you feeling any better?
I'll probably be dead within the week.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So definitely let's fill the goal the next time I go live.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you see the caption on it? You're trying to Shab and Dirt need to eat. You should be donating. Don't be a
Yeah,
dummy.
help
Give
us
them
with
your
the
money.
goal, guys.
Yeah, we need to shill for the goal more.
Guys.
I wonder if they called us communists. They haven't given us like a follow-up.
Send top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Hundreds gather in front of the Idaho State Capitol in protest of Elon Musk, the Trump administration, and more. I'm downtown Boise neighborhood reporter Riley Shoemaker, where behind me you can see demonstrators carrying signs, chanting slogans, and calling for action on a whole range of issues.
Wait, Skeptical Jesus says R.I.P. What happened?
The joke Shabisky just made. He'll be
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. God,
crowd
you're
of
an
hundreds gathered outside the Idaho State.
Gene.
Well, here, I think maybe this would be a good time to end it. I'm starting to get disoriented again. But
Yeah? How much?
5 hours on for 5 hours.
How much drugs have you done, Gene? Have you done, Gene?
Maybe I need to take more drugs.
Yeah, more drugs next episode. You know, I mean,
More
5
drugs,
hours of
more
PPP-ness is a lot of PPP-ness. So, you know, it's
Alright.
a solid PPP-ness.
I'm gonna move over and go live on the Shabisky channel in the name of Satan.
We only got 35
Fucking
like 100
Shabisky's
views this stream.
The streaming machine.
Yeah.
Streaming machine. Yeah.
You are, man. You have like an inhuman ability to stream for fucking ever.
He's the
Dude, you
streaminator.
Wait. Skeppy says, I expect Shab not to remember anything, but not Gene.
Yeah, you fucking idiot. Dude, you should have seen me back in like 2018 or something. I used to stream like somewhere between like 9 hours to 16 hours a day. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Like, it was crazy. Like instead of like, I don't know. I'd have to look at it, but I was probably streaming like 60 hours a week or some big amount. I'm not sure.
That's overtime.
Yeah, because I'm cool like that.
Well, thank you guys again for having me for this show. I always enjoy coming on here. Sorry I didn't have much to say in the first big section of the show, though. You pulled up a bunch of situations I don't know anything about, but in the case of Sudan, it kind of sounds like nobody really knows about it, so I don't feel
Hey,
quite
I knew a thing or
bad.
two about it.
Well, I
Alright.
mean people in general.
Oh, okay.
I
Alright.
had no idea it was that bad.
You better learn.
The more you know.
Well, I learn when I come on the show.
Yeah, Gene always teaches us everything. All right, peace out.
Except Shab because he forgets everything.
Oh, say